Thank you. All set?
Oh, hold on.
Good?
No.
Never good. All right. Welcome to the Monday, December 8th meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Thank you.
December 18th.
18th. Thank you. Yeah, already. Okay. Thank you. We have 4 topics tonight and some really serious business to get at. We're going to go through some upfront items. Drew, could you walk us through the rules for a hybrid meeting, please?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Drew Bilby, planner, and I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting. We will work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function of this meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back to the commission.
Thank you. First item up is to receive or approve the minutes from the November 13th and 15th Planning Commission meetings. Your motion to approve?
So move.
David, second?
Second.
Commissioner Dever. Any discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're all good. All right. Next item up, receive reports from committees that met over the past month. The first item up is the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Board. I think, David, you and Charlie sit on that, is that correct?
Yes. We met and had one item, approval of a tip amendment.
Okay. All right. Any questions for David or Charlie on that? We also have an update from the Land Development Code Update Steering Committee. We did meet last week. Becky, I know I didn't talk to you about this at all. Any chance you could help lean in with update on that?
We did meet and discussed some of the elements in Module 2, which is more of the standard and development standard as parts of that. The consultants are currently drafting Module 3, which just looks at more of the process, and we anticipate that being delivered for review after the first of the year. And the steering committee meeting will start to meet again after the first of the year as well. And they did discuss meeting on more monthly basis starting next year.
They're still seeking public input. Encourage everyone with an interest to be involved there. And the last update is on the Wind Regulations Ad Hoc Committee, which has been idle since our last meeting, waiting for that to come back again, scheduled sometime at the first of the year. Moving on to communications. Jeff, any written communications received from the public?
Yes, we did receive one in addition to what was in your packet this evening. There was a request to defer item number 5, the text amendment related to, solar energy conservation systems and groundwater. The individual that put that text amendment forward has requested it just be deferred at this point in time. And because it was submitted after your publication deadline, it does require a vote of the commission.
All right. Yeah. Are there any concerns about granting their request for deferral? Take a motion to approve that.
So move.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussion? In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Any written communication received from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
None this evening.
All right, thank you. Receive any written action of any waiver request determinations made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
All right, thank you. Time to disclose any ex parte communications. Discussions that we may have had on items before us tonight that may not be a part of the common information that's available to us. Yes.
Yes, I had a meeting and conversation with a Mr. Jeff Dennis and a Mr. Scott Thelman. Their concerns are outlined in the letters they have also submitted and are in the packet.
Very good, thank you. Thank you.
And I met with Michael Allman about his opposition to item 4. His comments were in conformance with his letter.
Okay, very good. Very good. Yes, sir.
I also met with Scott Thelman, and his comments, as been previously noted, are in
In the
our
packet.
communications,
All right,
yes.
thank you. Do you have anything, Charlie?
The people I've talked to, their emails are for everybody, so.
For sure. Anything here?
In the packet.
In the packet? All right.
It's in the packet.
I've met and talked to people with letters in the packet.
Yes, yes. And the same here.
Yeah, so I met with people, I think it's all in the packet. I did also want to disclose that on that same item, I am the clerk of the township, Grant Township, but I have completely recused from any discussions and had no ex parte conversations or anything with anyone or any public meeting conversations regarding Grant Township with that item.
Thanks for being cautious there.
Well, I didn't know when.
Yeah, thank you. Very good, and all the conversations I've had are all part of the packet as well. No, so nothing new, and if something comes to mind, I'll make sure and bring it up as we discuss.
Let me,
Yes, sir.
this is off the subject, but I usually don't take phone calls and run out. My wife is ill at home, and I told her to call me, and I could leave here and go home. So if you see me depart suddenly, that's why.
I hope for her sake that does not happen.
I also hope that does not happen.
Thanks, Charlie. All right, any declaration of abstentions from any specific items tonight?
Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Munch here. I am going to recuse myself from consideration of agenda item number 4 this evening.
All right. Which means you will probably drop from the call at that time. Is that right, Steve?
Yes, and to the extent that there's any other business that comes before the commission, I'm happy to jump back on, but I will not be on
draw
for
you back
that
in.
item.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, now it's time for general public comment. This particular time in our meeting is set aside for people who want to address the Planning Commission with things not on tonight's agenda. Is there anyone here who's with anything not on the agenda they want to speak to us?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not a member of the public, but may I please present a motion that I would like to.
Okay.
I'm new to the commission. I've had one night that went to 2 a.m. My brain stops at about 11. And so I'm going to make a motion that we have a hard stop tonight at 11 o'clock. And then if we have not completed our
No,
meeting.
they can't hear you. Please speak in the microphone.
I'm making a motion that we have a hard stop tonight at 11 o'clock. And if we have not concluded with our agenda, that we recess it to a later time and date to be determined at that time.
Motion's been made to stop tonight at 11 o'clock, regardless where we are in the process, and then convene at a later time. So as a part, so first of all, is there a second on that motion?
I think Mr. Summers.
Charlie, you
I would second that.
Second that motion? All right. Let's go into discussion. Jeff, could you talk through that motion, what that might look like?
Your bylaws don't contain a cap for your meeting at that point. So if any commissioner would like to forward a motion to defer an item, they could do that under the bylaws at a point of discussion at that time. Typically, those don't occur midstream of a portion of the item, such as a public comment or deliberation at that point in time, but any commissioner could put forward a motion to defer the item. I remind the commission, though, deferrals do have set reasons for why you would want to defer and some direction that you'd want to give to staff on that one. And, you know, just as a forecast, if you will, at this point in time, is it probably be looking maybe February, March, April before it may return to your agenda, given the other application load that you have coming before you. So just wanted you to have that knowledge also in that consideration.
All right. And we don't need to declare deferral at this point. If we get to a point where it feels like that is something we should do, that could happen at any time in the meeting?
Correct. It would just be a motion that any commissioner could put forward for consideration.
Okay. and it would be a deferral as opposed to tabling the item.
All right, correct. Your bylaws,
We would start over again.
correct. So in your bylaws, it would be you just defer the item with direction for reason why, and what guidance you would get from staff on that, and it would come back for consideration and comment.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. We have Jeff's input. Any discussion amongst the commissioners? I'll just say my personal preference would be to wait until we've gotten to a point where we feel like we don't see a reasonable time to end, and just see how the evening goes, since we don't need to do that up front. That'd be my personal take on it. Have a motion and a second? Yes.
The only reason I made it was that I thought that the last time we had a long meeting, 2 o'clock was kind of late to make that decision, and I was trying to give people some idea, at least about where I would be going. And I would hope that that would expedite the meeting.
Yeah. I hope so, too. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of folks here to speak tonight. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, there is, so those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, aye.
Aye.
All right. The motion does not pass, what is that, 7-2?
Mm-hmm.
Did I get you, Commissioner Munch, on your vote?
I'm going to abstain on that one, given that I'm likely not going to be impacted by the
All right.
decision either way. So
Very good, thank you.
as a courtesy, I'm going to step away.
All right. We can always come back to that motion later in the evening if we
Thank you
choose to.
all for entertaining it.
Thank you for bringing it. Thank you. All right. We're going to step into the regular body of our meeting now. A couple of things up front. The sound in the commission chambers is the best that we can do. It's not great. It can be a problem for some. So if you can't hear, please go to the foyer. The sound is much better there. So let's start with that. And just as a reminder for both staff and for us to help remind each other to speak into the microphones like I'm not doing right now. Speak into the microphones just to make it as positive an experience for everyone as we can. We have 4 items tonight, 3 variance requests.
A
and
point of
one's-
order, Chair.
Yes.
There is the general comment period.
I skipped right past, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we were close. So is there anyone out there on general public comment? I mentioned what that was about. No one here? All right, thank you. On to
One
this.
online.
I'm sorry?
Online. Anyone online?
Online? Thank you.
Seeing none.
All right. The meeting flow, as we go through these items, these first 4 items up, and including the CUP request, staff will do a presentation. The applicants have an opportunity to present following staff. We'll open the floor to general public comment. Applicants have an opportunity to respond to general public comment, and at that point, it comes back to the commission for a decision, and all public comment will be closed. We will take those first 3 items now, if we could. I think the first item up is a variance request for right-of-way width of an alley on Vermont Street Addition. And Avery is our planner. Avery, can you walk us through it?
Yes, thank you. And good evening, Commissioners. My name is Avery Kerner, and I'm a planner in the Planning Division. And as Chair Rexroad just mentioned, the item before you this evening is a variance request from the right-of-way width standards for alleys required by the subdivision design standards. This variance request is related to a minor subdivision application for Vermont Street Addition, which proposes combining 2 platted lots into one for the development of a 3-story mixed-use structure located at 815 and 821 Vermont Street. As you're aware, minor subdivisions are reviewed administratively. However, the Planning Commission's approval is required for variances from the subdivision design standards. The subject property and alley were previously platted as part of the original town site plat, which was recorded in 1863. The current subdivision design standards require an alley to have a minimum right-of-way width of 20 feet, and the applicant is proposing to maintain the alley's existing right-of-way width of 16 feet. A memo, which includes both the applicant's and staff's analysis of the request, has been included within this evening's agenda packet. Based on the findings presented in the memo, staff is of the opinion that the request meets all three of the conditions necessary to grant the variance and recommends approving the request to allow for a reduced alley right-of-way width at this location. Additionally, the city engineer has also reviewed the request and is in support of approval. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thanks, Avery. Is Chris Storm or anyone from the applicant here to speak on this?
I think someone's put on.
Hi, Chris.
Good evening. Chris Storm with Storm Engineering. I don't have anything to add with Avery's information, but would be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this item tonight? Do you see anyone online
I do not.
to speak on this item? All right. With that, thank you, Chris. We'll take this back to the commission. Any discussion on this item? Yes, Jane?
I would move to approve the variance request from section 20-810E11II of the Subdivision Regulations to reduce the right-of-way width for an alley from 20 feet to 16 feet for Vermont Street Addition, a minor subdivision replat located at 815 and 821 Vermont Street.
Thank you. Is there a second? Adjourn. Thank you. Discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Is planner on this. Sandy, can you walk us through?
Good evening, Sandy Day, Planning. As Avery mentioned, these types of items are under the purview of the Planning Commission to consider a variance from the right-of-way. In this particular request, the request relates to an existing arterial street, or Peterson Road. It is 100 feet of right-of-way. Current design standards require 150 feet for an arterial street. For the reasons outlined in the memo, that includes staff's review as well as the applicant's justification. The request to reduce the right-of-way is associated with a proposed residential development that the commission considered the preliminary development plan in February of this past year. This is a technical variance requirement for the subdivision design regulations. Staff supports the proposed request. The city engineers have reviewed the project and the design criteria for Peterson Road and support the reduction in right-of-way. There's probably a right-of-way change you will see in future land development code as it pertains to arterial streets. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure if the applicant is in the room or not. But we'll go from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. Corby Russ from Land Plan, I have on my list as the applicant. Corby, are you around? See anyone online? I don't see anyone coming from the back. All right, with that, is there anyone here to speak to this item from the public? Drew, I'm going to trust you. Yell at me if you see somebody there.
I will.
All right, thank you. All right, back to the commission. Any discussion on this item? Yes, Jane?
I would move to approve the variance request to reduce the right-of-way width for principal arterial from 150 feet to 100 feet for Monterey Gardens at Fall Creek Farms, a final plat at 3633 Peterson Road.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
David, thank you. Discussion? Those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Unanimous, thank you. On to item 3, another variance for right-of-way width, and this is Chabad Student Center Addition at 1103 and 1201 West 19th Street. And the staff planner is Ellie. Ellie, can you walk us through this, please?
Yeah. Good evening, Ellie Mullins, Planning and Development Services. We have another variance request tonight from the right-of-way width standards for minor arterial streets as required by the subdivision design standards. This variance request is related to the minor subdivision for the Chabad Student Center Addition, which proposes to combine 2 platted lots into one along West 19th Street, which is a minor arterial street. The standards require minor arterial streets to have a 100-foot minimum right-of-way width or to dedicate half the necessary right-of-way through the subdivision process. West 19th Street has an existing width of 50 feet. The applicant requests a variance from the requirement to dedicate an additional 20 feet of right-of-way to bring the street to current standards. The city engineer has reviewed the variance request and is supportive of maintaining the 50-foot right-of-way width. Staff has concluded that the proposed variance meets all three of the criteria needed for approval included in section 2813G of the subdivision regulations. Discussion of the criteria was included in tonight's packet. Based on the findings presented in the variance memo, staff recommends approving the variance request. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is online.
Thank you. Aaron Gaspers, CFS, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
You bet.
Yes, I believe Ellie covered everything very well. I don't have anything to add. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone from the public to speak on this item tonight? No? All right, back to the commission for discussion. Jan, you going to bring us home?
I'd make a motion to approve the variance requested for the minor subdivision to allow for a reduced right-of-way width of 50 feet for the portion of West 19th Street adjacent to 1103 and 1201 West 19th Street, as shown on the proposed Chabad Student Center addition plat drawing.
Very good, thank you. Is there a second? Harris seconds. Not sure who got there first. Any discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Again, carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeff. All right, on to item 4. This is the item I think most everyone here is here to talk about tonight. Consider approving a conditional use permit for a commercial utility scale solar energy conversion system located at approximately 604 acres of a set of parcels totaling 1,105 acres, and a modification to allow the CAB lines for the solar modules to be located above ground. The proposed facility would be located west of an intersection, east of 1450 and U.S. Highways 24 and 59, with one parcel at the northwest corner of East 1400 and US 2459, and another in the southwest corner of the intersection of East 1500 and North 2000 roads. I want to, before I kick this thing off with staff, I want to just once again remind the audience what we'll do. Staff will go through their report. The applicant will have time to present following that, and then we'll go to public comment. And before we kick into public comment, I'll come back to us and talk a little bit about the rules and requests for that with such a large number of folks here tonight. So if I could look to staff, I think Mary, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, would you please walk us through this project?
I will. I'll be sharing my screen. I'll get that up real quick. I think I will. As you mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for a commercial utility scale solar energy conversion system, which is commonly called a solar farm. And as you also mentioned, it is proposed north of Lawrence. This is a general area. Jefferson County is to the north. A portion of it just touches the county line. It's north of the Kansas River and west of the Lawrence Regional Airport. This is a more specific location map. It shows the river, the riverfront park, Highway 24 with the railroad right below it. It shows Midland Junction. We have Jefferson County to the north and Lawrence Airport to the east. The tan areas are the areas within the urban growth area that are in urban growth area 3, the tier 3. The project does contain some portions of tier 3 of the urban growth area. This is an area that's not expected to annex or develop with urban uses during the lifespan of the comprehensive plan. And so the general location would not interfere with the ability of Lawrence to grow. And as you mentioned, the CUP application includes 1,105 acres. The fenced area, which would be the area that contains the solar modules, the inverters, the transformers, a lot of the equipment, it would be 734 acres, and the actual site area is 604 acres. The project area is the total impacted area. That would include the site area along with accessory or appurtenant structures. That would include the substation. It would include the transformers, the access drives, the inverters, the wildlife corridors, anything that's associated with the solar farm. This project area, you can see in the dark area, those are the solar modules. The orange represent the, I believe these are the inverters and the connectors between the modules. There are access drives, perhaps in this location as well. The green areas are the wildlife corridors. The white areas are the areas where a solar farm is not being proposed. These could be used, the landowners could go ahead and farm these afterwards. They're not actually being requested for the solar energy conversion system. So with the site area, as we use that to determine how large a solar facility can be, we set a limit on 1,000 acres, but that is for the site area. And the site area is the cumulative total of the solar modules within the facility, measured with the panels as horizontal as possible. This does not include other features that are not considered part of the solar module. And in the definitions in the zoning regulations, they show the solar array, which are the solar panels connected to the inverter. And then the solar module are the solar arrays all combined together. We have the line here connecting them all together. And then the site area is outlined in bold in this graphic, and these are the solar modules. It does not include everything within the fenced area. There's an area that's fenced. This could include buffer areas. It could include other equipment. It could include an access drive, but the site area is only the area that's covered with solar panels, the solar modules. This is an example taken from one of the sections of the proposed site plan. It shows the piece of the property where the temporary laydown yard is proposed. And you can see the solar modules, they're kind of represented by these horizontal lines. The gray area is area that's not within the CUP application. The application boundary is shown in violet. And so this graphic shows the site area. And so it's important when we talk about the project and we're looking at the site area, it's only the area that's covered with the solar panels. This application is proposing a 159 megawatt commercial utility scale solar energy conversion system. If approved, Savion would design the facility and Evergy would build, own, and operate it. Solar tracking systems would be used rather than fixed systems. These are more efficient. The electricity that is generated would be transmitted to a new substation, which would be built in about this location, just west of the existing Midland substation. The electricity that would be generated would be gathered and taken to this substation and then transmitted to this substation, at which point it would be distributed through the transmission lines. Pending regulatory approval, construction is estimated to begin in early 2025 and be complete by the middle of 2026. The solar farm would be unmanned, therefore minimal traffic would be generated. Maintenance vehicles could park on the access drives within the site. Maintenance would be very seldom. The operation and maintenance building, which is proposed north of Highway 24, next to the substation, it would have a more regular employee presence and parking would be provided. It would have access from County Route 1047 and would not be using the township road. You've probably noticed there's quite a few attachments with the staff report. I was going to go through these and mention which ones we'll be discussing in more detail. The first attachment is all the public communications that were provided. The applicant did provide information on the public outreach that they conducted both before and after submitting the application. Application C, or attachment C, is an application supplement that's provided. They provided their own responses to the review criteria and also to the standards. Some of these were included in the staff report and some were not included, and some of those just merely said, yes, we do comply, but that was included for your information. The proposed condition site plan, with the application, it was divided into two portions. The first half, which is about 50 pages, are the actual layout, the grading plans, and then the remaining pages are more detail-oriented. In the second half, we'll find the fencing details and the lighting details, but there's also electrical details for the substation. Not all of that plan is needed for the CUP plan, but it is all included for your review with this application. Attachment E is the site area and in the relationship to the urban growth area. And attachment F is the existing condition site plan. G was the site assessment for the conditions now. With attachment H, that was a habitat assessment and responses, and I'll be discussing that in more detail throughout the review. I was the archaeological, cultural, and historical survey that's required, and I'll discuss that in more detail. J is the residential setback. This graphic shows the 500-foot setback from all existing residential properties. K and L are the FAA information. The information was provided to FAA and their determination, and I'll be discussing that in more detail later. I'll also discuss the solar glare study in more detail. The environmental sound study illustrated that it should be possible to meet the sound level requirements. I did receive a question before the meeting asking about the condition on the sound study. The condition only noted that it had to be 60 decibels or less at the property line, and that should have also said or within 500 feet of existing residences. So when we get to the conditions, I'll show that I'm recommending that be revised. That was my oversight. They provided the stormwater management plan. This was reviewed by the county engineer as well as the Caw Valley Drainage District representative, and that was accepted. They provided environmental maps showing all the environmentally sensitive features. We'll discuss that further. Wildlife corridors are proposed. These were developed based on information from the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks ecologist, and the staff provided the wildlife corridor plans to them and asked if they found that suitable. And they said the wildlife corridors with the kind of wildlife-friendly fencing with the woven wires, they found that would allow for suitable wildlife travel through the area. So the wildlife corridors have been accepted. The applicant provided visual simulations that show two views at certain locations. One is the way it looks now, and the other is how it would look with the solar panels in place. Some of them included landscaping, and others the distance was enough to buffer the view from those properties. S is a landscape plan. We'll discuss that a little further. T, the vegetation management agrivoltaic plan, we will discuss that more. The grading and vegetation removal, very little vegetation and grading is required as this is a very level property that's currently tilled. The emergency services plan, that was provided to the Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical Services as they provide fire services to Grant Township. They met with the applicant and they indicated that the provisions are acceptable. It was also provided to the Douglas County Emergency Management Services. They had comments and they also found the revisions that were provided acceptable. A traffic study was provided, and that was reviewed by the county engineer as well as Grant Township trustee. The traffic study had included their proposed route for construction traffic. The county engineer and the township trustee had suggested an alternate route map, and that is shown in attachment X, and that's the route map that we're recommending. The application includes a preliminary construction schedule, an operation and maintenance plan, a decommissioning and reclamation plan, and then the final attachment, the specifications and installation methods. Those might be more suitable for the building permit stage. They don't really apply so much to the land use approvals. But that's kind of a review of the attachments and which ones we'll be discussing later on. The key points with this application is that it is a commercial utility scale facility. The site area is 604 acres. And a substation is being proposed with this facility. A battery energy storage system is not proposed at this time. If it was to be proposed in the future, it would require separate approval. These are the review criteria that we're going to go through as we look at this application. I'll provide these again at the end for your use. So the first review criteria we look at is the proposed use compatible with the zoning and land uses in the area? This zoning map shows that the predominant zoning in the area at the time is Ag 1 or agricultural. There's quite a bit of Ag 2 as well, transitional agricultural. And there's GI, there's industrial, GI, general industrial, LI, light industrial. And then to the south we have urban industrial. And there's light industrial uses to the south. And so the predominant zoning districts are agricultural and either Ag 1 or Ag 2. The land use map comes from the Douglas County Appraiser's Office, and it shows that agriculture is a predominant land use. Single-family residential is another very predominant land use. Industrial is a predominant land use. We have the quarry to the north. We have the former sanitary landfill to the west. And we have industrial uses along East 1450 Road and the industrial uses at Midland Junction. There's a few commercial uses. There's a boat and RV storage northeast of this portion of the proposed facility, and there's an implement sales. So there is institutional, that's the airport, which would be considered institutional by the appraiser's office. So there is a wide range of uses in the area. The zoning and land uses in the area are primarily agriculture, and primary land uses are agricultural and residential with significant industrial uses in the area. A solar farm is a low-impact use. It does not generate traffic except for the occasional maintenance trip. No exterior lighting is proposed except for the substation operation and maintenance building, and this would be motion activated or switch operated. The facility should be compatible with the nearby land uses and zonings. The construction activity would be more impactful based on the nature of construction activity, and so hours of operation should be set to minimize the impact. Most of the construction activity would be lower impact than typical, as they're not going to have to do a lot of heavy earthwork. There's not a lot of heavy building. Primarily, the number one impactful part of the construction would be the pile driving of the piers. That would be expected to last for about, I thought it was about 6 months, but I can't find my notes right on the moment, but I'll find those in a moment. And so hours of operation limiting the time frame of that pier, the pile driving, would be recommended. We're recommending limiting that from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, and leaving the weekends free, and other construction activity could occur during the daylight hours. And then traffic should be controlled with the construction route, which we'll discuss a little later. Once construction traffic is limited and controlled, and the hours of operation, then the construction should be compatible with the nearby land uses. The property being located so close to the airport is within the airspace overlay district. This shows the various imaginary zones that make up that district. We have the approach zone at the end of the runway. We have the transitional zone that borders the runway, the horizontal zone, and then we have the conical zones. These are imaginary zones that extend outward and upward, and the intention of them is to regulate the height of structures. I think the approach zone, and I could be wrong, I believe it goes out 1 foot vertical for every 7 feet horizontal. And so you can do the math and calculate how tall of a building is allowed within a certain distance. As these are solar panels to be not more than 15 feet high, the FAA did not have any concerns with them being within these zones. There is a wildlife buffer mitigation area that's shown with this dash line. This is developed by the FAA in order to prevent the creation of large bodies of water that would attract waterfowl. Waterfowl creates hazards for airplanes. They had no concerns with the location of the solar facility. And as a matter of fact, they noted that oftentimes solar farms are permitted on airports. So there should be no issues with the compatibility with the airport. The second review criteria you look at is it compatible with the land uses in the area? I'm sorry, but is it compatible with the character of the area? And as I mentioned earlier, Jefferson County is to the north. So with the application, Jefferson County property owners were notified, and we also sent notice of the application to Jefferson County Planning Office. They discussed it with their planning commission, and they noted that they had no concerns as long as sight distance triangles for the intersections were maintained. And the construction route map that I'll show you in a moment, it would maintain that sight distance. So I have numbered some of the uses in the area. Number 3 is in air. It's down here, so just disregard this one. Number 1 is the Jefferson County, Douglas County sanitary landfill. Number 2 is the quarry. Number 3 is the boat and RV storage. 4 is the existing substation at Midland. 5 is the, I think it's the Midland store that's vacant now. 6 is Pines International. 7 is the airport. 8 is Riverfront Park, which follows the Kansas River. 9 is the Evergy Power Plant south of the river. 10 is a utility or industrial area for Lawrence. It's paper company and Berry Plastics and such manufacturing uses as that. 11 is a sod shop, which is an agricultural business. 12 is Shuck Implement, which is more of a commercial business. 13 is a bed and breakfast. 14 are industrial uses that border East 1450 Road. 15 is Prairie Moon School. 16 is Rural Water District. 13 water plant, and 17 is KU Fitch Reservation. So there is a range of uses in this area, and the solar facility, with its low profile use and low impact, should be compatible with this character of the area. And as I mentioned earlier, the construction activity would be less compatible just due to the general nature of construction activity. It would have more intensity, higher traffic, noise primarily, that could negatively impact it. And to minimize the impact, a dedicated route for construction traffic has been developed, and also to maintain safety. This is a transportation route that was developed by the county engineer and the Grant Township trustee. The red lines are areas where traffic is prohibited. Construction traffic is prohibited on these roads, and access with these dots is also prohibited. There is only one access into the facility, assuming traffic is coming from the west or from the south. The only access is at North 1800 Road, which is Highway 40. It goes on into the Riverfront Park. This would be the only route in, and one of the intentions of this route is to minimize the use of the township roads. So you'll see these little red lines inside. These are the interior access roads. So once you get where you can be served with an interior access road, the route on the township road is discontinued. So we have the one access into the facility, and then we use the roads to connect to the interior routes. This is an interior route that's intended to replace this portion of the road. So the route would just cut through and it would connect to this road, which then connects to the interior. There is one other route out. This road has limited access. You're able to leave the site at this point. One of the principal concerns the county engineer had and the township trustee with having access from the highway is because of the railroad being located right next to the highway. You could have trucks having to stop. You could have traffic lining up on the highway, and that would create safety concerns. And the county engineer is present today if you have any questions on this traffic route map. He's here and would be able to answer your questions. One of the conditions you may have noted is to change the color of the interior access routes. Because red typically stands for restricted, the interior routes are to be used. So we're recommending they be revised to blue just to reduce the possibility of confusion. And an important thing to remember is in this case, construction traffic, it does not apply only to heavy trucks and equipment. It applies to all employee traffic, deliveries, all traffic related to construction activity has to follow this route, with the exception of emergencies. If an ambulance or other emergency vehicle has to come to the site, it can use any other route. It just must notify the zoning and codes director as soon as possible as to what route was used and for the reason. And in addition to the construction route, a road maintenance agreement would be executed between Douglas County, Grant Township, and the applicant. This would ensure that the roads are suitable before construction begins to handle the activity, the traffic. It would ensure maintenance, including dust palliative, to keep the roads in a suitable condition during construction, and it would ensure that they are returned to suitable condition when construction is completed. And I see my note here, construction is expected to last. The pile driving portion is expected to last a little over 6 months. And so with those hours of operation, the intention is to reduce that impact of the noise. The area contains a mix of uses. The solar facility would be a low impact use, and with the requirements to minimize the traffic on the township roads and the hours of operation for construction, it should be compatible with the character of the area. Another criteria you look at is whether the use is suitable for the uses it's restricted to currently. The property is well suited to the uses allowed in the district. It's good farmland. It's also very well suited to the proposed use of a solar farm due to the even terrain and the limited environmentally sensitive features that would be impacted with the development. So another review criteria we look at is what is the impact on the natural environment. As we've mentioned, there is prime farmland. It's highlighted in green on the figure on the left. Class 1 and 2 soils. They pretty closely match the prime farmlands. They're also available in the area. And so in order to protect prime farmland and high-quality soils, the standards place a limit on the amount of grading that could occur. No more than 5% of the site could be graded. Based on their information at this time, they're estimating that 0.2% would need to be graded, basically due to the fact that it's already very level terrain. The drainage study that was provided with the application indicates that with the installation of the solar panels and the use of cover crops, in addition to the on-site detention that's proposed for the operation and maintenance building and the substation, that the stormwater drainage from the site would be reduced. And the county engineer and a Kaw Valley Drainage District representative accepted the drainage study, and the county engineer would be able to answer specific questions if you have any on the stormwater study. Wetlands are being avoided. They are present on the site. The figure on the right is the wetlands as shown on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wetland mapper. And the figure on the left are the delineated wetlands as delineated by a wetland specialist. The Fish and Wildlife Mapper website clarifies that their imagery is not 100% accurate. It is taken from high altitude imagery, and the boundaries may not be correct, so they recommend that you do delineate your wetlands. They also note that they don't use the same definition of a wetland as various jurisdictions do. The zoning regulations require that jurisdictional wetlands be protected. These are under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and so Fish and Wildlife merely evaluates the soils, the water, the type of plants based on the imagery, and they identify all wetlands. They could be farm ponds, they could be ditches. So if you're going to do a development, you would want to delineate them to determine which wetlands are jurisdictional, because those are the ones that are required to be protected. And often when you delineate, you'll find that you have more accurate wetland boundaries. And so to protect the wetlands, 50-foot setbacks are required, and those are shown on the plans. There's a very limited amount of stands of mature trees, and that's on the property north of Highway 24, where the substation and the operation building is proposed. It's up in that northwest corner, and on the proposed site plan, it does note that grading vehicles, equipment, or the storage of materials is not permitted. There is construction fencing, and this area is to be protected. In addition to the required protection measures for environmentally sensitive lands, the use of an alternate renewable source of energy would help reduce Douglas County's greenhouse gas emissions. The facility is not expected to have a negative impact on the natural environment, but would contribute to improving the natural environment. Another thing we look at is the impact on the community's facilities or transportation network. As this is a utility, it doesn't require community facilities, and we discussed the transportation network. That would be protected with the transportation route, construction route, and also the road maintenance agreement. Another criteria is it compliant with the comprehensive plan? So in the natural resources, in order to manage air quality and to manage outdoor pollution, excessive greenhouse gases, one of the action steps is to develop land use regulations and incentives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The solar farm standards were drafted in 2022 to permit solar energy conversion systems as a use. These systems could reduce the use of fossil fuel sources of energy, thereby reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And 6.2 recommends that we adopt a plan to identify specific actions to reduce greenhouse gases. And while this action appears to be directed toward the built or urban environment, replacing the current coal-fired electric plant in Douglas County with electricity from renewable sources would reduce greenhouse gas emissions countywide, which would benefit both the rural and urban environment. And then in the growth and development chapter, we always look at this goal when we look at applications for land uses on agricultural land in the Ag 1 district, to protect and preserve rural character through compatible design, conservation, and strong growth management principles. The first action step is to minimize agricultural land conversion to other non-agricultural uses. And with most non-agricultural development, the conversion of agricultural land to other uses is non-reversible. Once the change has been made, it's highly unlikely the land would return to agricultural use. The standards for the solar energy conversion systems were written with the goal that the facilities would serve as a form of a land bank, and the agricultural land would be maintained for concurrent agricultural use, agrivoltaics, and or preserved for future agricultural uses. The agricultural land would be utilized for the solar energy conversion system, but the agricultural use would be preserved for the future and could be ongoing in areas with agrivoltaics. In addition, land divisions into smaller parcels or rezoning requests would not be possible during the life of the CUP. The Northeast Sector Plan, the property is located within the boundaries of the Northeast Sector Plan, and this plan notes that this area is not expected to urbanize significantly based on challenges with extending services and utilities to the area, and recommends agriculture as the future land use. The proposed use with the appropriate agrivoltaic uses and cover crops and vegetation management measures would serve as a land bank for future agricultural land uses and would accommodate the continuation of agriculture on land designated for agrivoltaics. So in conclusion, in staff's opinion, the proposal is in compliance with the recommendations of the comprehensive plan and the Northeast Sector Plan. And the last review criteria is if a time limit is appropriate, and a time limit is required. A maximum 25 years is recommended, and staff does recommend the full 25-year time limit for this project. And then when we look at the section 12-306-49, the standards for solar energy conversion systems, they have review criteria there as well. And one of the criteria is that we review the visual impact of the facility. And the visual impact of a project such as a solar farm with these 15-foot tall panels would be greatest if you lived on a hill, or if you were on a hill and you viewed it from a higher elevation. With very level terrain, there would be very little impact. These maps show the terrain of the area. I don't know the term for this map, but it shows elevation in colors. So you can see the general color shows a very uniform elevation. This map shows the more typical contour elevations, and it's clear from this that the land is very level terrain. And so the view from the solar panels would be just from the roadway or from the houses. It would be very typical. This map was provided with the visual simulations of showing where every simulation was taken to minimize the visual impact, and it showed landscaping being placed where there were places where it was needed. And in some cases, the distance from the observer to the solar panels was great enough that it really wasn't much of a view. In staff's opinion, the visual impact would be acceptable. We look at the impact on wildlife habitat or natural flora and fauna. There's very little natural flora and fauna in this area as it's tilled right now. It's been used for agriculture for some time. The applicant provided information to the Kansas Division of Wildlife and Parks regarding endangered species that might be in the area. And they provided guidance documents. They accepted their proposal, but they provided guidance documents. And these guidance documents recommend that solar facilities not be located within 1 mile of a permanent river body, and that the grids or frames be painted white to avoid the lake effect, which could negatively impact birds in the area. And so staff contacted the Wildlife and Parks representative to learn if the facility should be pulled back from the Kansas River, and the red circled areas here are the areas that are within 1 mile of the river, or if the panels or grids should be painted white. And the representative noted that the lake effect had not been studied in Kansas. Therefore, it's their policy to advise applicants of the potential to attract wildlife, and they recommend conservative site selection, as well as post-construction mortality monitoring. So to improve the available literature, they indicated that at least 2 years of post-construction avian mortality surveys, as well as the insect community surveys, would provide additional information and would help them be able to provide better guidance in the future. Staff contacted them and asked if it would be better to have 5 years of post-construction avian mortality surveys. And they indicated that 2 years should be adequate. They did provide a guidance document that they felt they should use so that they're getting the information that they need. And they noted they would not object to the location of portions of the solar farm within 1 mile of the river, and they would not require the painting of the solar panel grids or frames if these surveys are provided. And the surveys are noted as conditions of the conditional use permit. As conditioned, it would have no negative impact on wildlife habitat, and it may provide needed data on the impact of solar facilities on birds and insects in Kansas. Another criteria is the impact on cultural, historical, or archaeological features. They did do an archaeological survey, and they found very little at the site. The vice chair of the Douglas County Heritage Conservation Council commented that most of the finds in the area would be more to the north, where there was a kind of a flint, what was it called? A flint workshop, Native American flint workshop, but he didn't feel there'd be anything present in the site, which is what the survey revealed. There is one historical property in the area, and it is the, I'm probably saying it wrong, Vermilla Boner House down in this corner. It is listed on the National Register. There are no environs for properties on the National Register, so the facility is not impacting it. And the Kansas State Historical Office had no concerns with the proposal. These are some of the other review criteria. These are all discussed in the staff report. I wanted to just mention the FAA impacts. We did provide the glare hazard analysis, and we provided the plans to the Lawrence Regional Airport Advisory Board, as well as the FAA, and they indicated they had no concerns. As far as the critical wildlife habitats, there is one tree that was identified as a possible suitable bat roost for the endangered northern long-eared bat. And the Fish and Wildlife Service noted that if that tree had to be removed, it should be not taken between June 1 to July 31st. And so that is a condition that if that tree must be removed, they have to avoid that time, as that could affect the roosting bats. Other things we look at, these were also discussed in the staff report. The degree to which agricultural uses and wildlife habitat are accommodated. I'll discuss that now because these are getting now into the set standards. I'm not going to go through all the standards that are listed in Appendix A because there are quite a few. I'm just going to talk about the ones that are more significant. The farmland projects that further enhance climate and food system resilience and preserve agricultural character by enabling the integration of food production into their design are encouraged. That's the language that was used when we were writing these standards due to the fact that agrivoltaics is a relatively new field. So we do want to have agrivoltaics. It's hard to put hard requirements when it's kind of a new field yet. This map was shown. This shows where they plan, what type of grasses they plan to plant in the wildlife corridors, the taller mixes, and in the site area, shorter mixes. And this is for grazing. They're planting the shorter grasses so they don't interfere with their panels, but they could be grazed by the sheep. And agrivoltaics, the definition is just the dual use of the land. You combine agriculture and a solar energy conversion system. It could be the growing of crops, it could be providing for pollinator plants, or the grazing of animals. And these agricultural activities occur underneath or surrounding the panels or modules. So we are limited to where agrivoltaics occur. They occur where the photovoltaic panels are, or in their nearby area. As a rule, within the fenced area is where agrivoltaics could occur. And so in this graphic, we're just showing the site areas, the area within the fence where agrivoltaics would occur. The area that's white, this is area that's left. The landowner themselves may decide to farm this, or it may be available for some other use, but it is not part of the agrivoltaic area. The applicant has been working with a shepherd that has experience with grazing sheep on solar facilities, and they did provide information with their application along with their grazing plan. If the C is approved, the applicant indicated they would enter into a contract with this person or another to arrange for grazing to occur. They also indicated interest in having one of the colleges, maybe K-State or KU, conduct agrivoltaic research on the property. The amount of research has not yet been decided. This could be made a condition of approval, but the BOCC County Commission would need to approve the final addition. The county and planning staff met with the applicant to discuss agrivoltaics. Staff's preference is to have a strong, active agrivoltaic program. And we kind of view agrivoltaics in two forms. One is passive. That is the use of cover crops. That's better than gravel. Using cover crops to minimize erosion, to manage stormwater flow, and to give the soil a rest. And the right soil crops could actually enhance, maintain the health of the soil. That would be considered passive. Active agrivoltaics would be grazing, or the raising of specialty crops. And this is what staff would like to see more of, is more active agrivoltaics. But we do recognize the challenges of instituting new and a relatively untried program. The applicant indicated they had concerns with setting firm goals at this point of the project. They need to work with the property owner to ensure the leases allow the amount of voltaics, the amount of agrivoltaics that are proposed. The fact that agrivoltaics is a relatively new field and there are no seasoned practitioners for use as examples concerns them. Now, it's possible the applicant could handle agrivoltaics in several ways. They could contract with a third-party consulting firm. They could decide to handle the agrivoltaic contracts themselves. They could develop an agrivoltaic division that conducts the agrivoltaic activities in-house. There's many options. Staff is not concerned with which option they use for the agrivoltaics, but does want a measurable amount of agrivoltaics. Originally, we had suggested that there be 50 acres at the end of the first 5 years of active agrivoltaics, and an additional 50 acres at the end of each 5 years. And the applicant indicated this might not be workable due to the uncertainty of the agrivoltaic uses, and they didn't want to put the entire CUP in jeopardy because of the agrivoltaic amounts. Zoning and code staff indicated that a measurable amount of agrivoltaics would be needed to assist them in enforcement. It's hard to enforce if we just say we want to see a lot of agrivoltaics. There needs to be some measurable amount. They also did not want to be in the position of finding a facility out of compliance and shutting it down if the amount of agrivoltaics didn't quite meet the requirement. So the condition that's listed in the staff report was a compromise that would allow the zoning and codes director the decision-making ability on the agrivoltaics, would allow an evaluation with each 5-year review, and would allow new goals to be set with each 5-year review with county commission approval. And once there's a solid background on agrivoltaics, more concrete goals could be set. The glare hazard analysis noted there were 3 instances where the glare could occur, and these instances are showed here. One is at the residence at the bottom. It's about a mile south of Midland on East 1400 Road, and it noted that there could be up to 10 minutes of glare a day between mid-May to mid-July. The second one was on the road just south of that location. It noted there could be up to 5 minutes of glare a day between mid-May and the end of July. And the third one was on the railroad at the curve on a 24 highway. It noted there could be up to 10 minutes of glare a day in the last half of April and the last half of August. The study noted that glare is not expected to be a concern, as these 3 areas where glare is identified, the glare would be coming from the direction of the sun. And the applicant indicated that it should not be visible, as the sun would be creating greater glare at that time. However, as staff is not familiar with this concept, there is a condition noting that if hazardous or unreasonable glare is produced, glare-reducing measures may be implemented. And I did receive a comment prior to this meeting noting that that should have been shall, and it should have been shall. That was my mistake. So that should be changed, that measures shall be implemented. And the zoning and codes director would be evaluating the glare if there's complaints or if they notice that there is glare, and then those measures should be implemented. This is from the landscape plan. It shows areas where landscape buffers would be provided, and it shows the 3 options of landscaping. The first one is kind of traditional. It's all deciduous trees and shrubs. The middle one is a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees and shrubs. The bottom one is prairie grass plantings. Depending upon the elevation and the distance, either one of these could be suitable. The intention is for the applicant to, if the CUP is approved, for the applicant to send notice to these property owners where the landscape buffers would be through certified mail, providing them with these options and finding what their preference would be, and that would be the landscape buffer that would be installed in that location. And so they would have to show these on the plan. Another standard we have is that they're all underground lines would be underground except to avoid environmentally sensitive lands, all electrical interconnections. except for tie-ins to the substations. With the previous Stoll solar energy conversion system, we discovered these lines called cab lines. They hadn't been considered, and they made a request for modification that went directly to the county commission. I don't believe that you saw it, but it was a request to allow these to remain above ground. Any place that they're located on prime farmland, they could be above ground because of this exception, but anywhere they're located just on regular farmland, they would have to be trenched. And that would be a lot of trenching, which we're trying to avoid. And so the county commission did approve the modification to allow these to be above ground with the Stoll. And staff is recommending approval of the modification as well, as it would avoid a lot of unnecessary trenching. And also staff thinks it may be helpful to revise this standard with the next set of amendments to the zoning regulations to allow that the cab lines could just remain above ground as an exemption. There were some questions I received prior to the meeting. One was, and I just want to go over those briefly because you may all be having these questions. Why weren't the lighting requirements listed as conditions? The lighting requirements are being met with the plan. The lighting is shown and noted on sheet C504 of the proposed site plan, and the plan notes that lighting will comply with the county lighting ordinances. No light source will be directed off-site. All lights will be motion activated and on a timer or switch operated, and they agreed to have a color temperature no greater than 3,000 K. So the notes on the plan serve as requirements. They serve as conditions, so it wasn't necessary to list them in the conditions. Condition N, as I mentioned earlier, should be revised to include the decibel level limit within 500 feet of an existing residence. There was a question, why don't we require that there be no glare? And there will be very little glare due to the relatively level terrain, but we don't require any facility to provide no glare. Almost everything that's metal can provide glare. Ponds can provide glare, metal equipment, metal roofs. The intent is to minimize the impact on nearby properties. So the glare that would affect others is the glare that we're primarily interested. However, the glare hazard analysis did not show great levels of glare. And there was a question, is it required to have wetlands delineated? And it is not. If the applicant wants to use the best data that we have, which is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Mapper, they can use that. They do run the risk that they could develop on a jurisdictional wetland identified by the Army Corps of Engineers, and they regulate that. And so most people do want to delineate the wetlands to be sure they're accurate and they're not going to erroneously develop on a jurisdictional wetland. And then there was what was the reason for the wildlife mitigation buffer. And as I mentioned earlier, that is to prevent the creation of attractions to waterfowl, primarily large bodies of water. Waterfowl are a hazard to aircraft. And so these are the review criteria again. Staff's recommendation is to forward this to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based on the findings in the staff report and subject to the conditions in the staff report. And staff also recommends approval of the modifications requested. So I will end my presentation here and go back to the review criteria. I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any for me. And the applicant is present today as well.
Mary, thank you so much. Tremendous amount of work. Very much appreciated. Applicant Matt Goff, Ashton Martin, Brianna Baca, are you here tonight to speak? Hi, welcome.
We're here now.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Goff. I'm an attorney with Barbara Emerson Law Firm. I represent the Kansas Sky Energy Center. I'm joined this evening by Brianna Baca, who is the Development Director for Savion Energy, and Ashton Martin, Senior Permitting and Environmental Manager for Savion Energy. We have other executives and subject matter experts from Savion and Burns McDonnell, and we also have representatives from Evergy here, including Mr. Jason Humphrey, who walked in behind me. They're all outside. Preparing this application required a tremendous amount of human capital. I want to extend thanks and appreciation to the city and county staff and other departments who spent themselves tremendous amounts of time in reviewing these materials and providing comments and enabling this matter to reach you today. I thank Mary Miller for her staff report and her presentation this evening. I believe that all these efforts are commensurate with the effort that this commission and the county commission took in drafting the solar regulations. The regulations require a comprehensive, detailed application, and that is exactly what you've received. There's a lot of detail in the application, and there's a wealth of technical knowledge in the team that's here today. I encourage you to ask all the specific questions you have. You should note that the plans in the packet are what are considered to be 30% complete, and that means that they're adequate for you to make a land use decision, but they're not ready for use in construction. If you approve this CUP and the project progresses, then we would complete those plans to a level that would be acceptable for construction. Kansas Sky Energy Center is a subsidiary of Savion. As proposed, Evergy, through its regulated subsidiaries, would build, own, and operate the project pending regulatory approvals. This application, as Mary mentioned, does not include any battery storage. This is a 159 megawatt facility. The applicant has 1,105 acres under lease or option, of which 734 would be enclosed by fencing, and only 604 make up the site area covered by the footprint of the modules. I'm going to now show my screen, and I would like to bring up, this is a page from the Kansas Sky Energy Center website, and we've used it, we've put every application material submitted to you on this website. It's available to the public. They don't use the exact same document cross-references and numbers as the staff report, but it's all here, and so we use those from time to time. This map was shown to you before, but this is the prime farmland map of the project, and so I think it's worth noting that not all the acres of this project are located on Tier 1 or 2 soils or considered prime farmland. This map depicts all the prime farmland included in the project. The areas in green identify the location of prime farmland, but only the cross-hatched areas are within the site area. So those are the areas inside the fence and under which there are solar panels. The applicant has a plan from beginning to the end for every aspect of this project. The application materials tell you how this project will be constructed, operated, and deconstructed. See, attachment AA of the packet includes detailed installation instructions. The solar panels would be mounted to galvanized steel piers, which are set in the ground without the use of concrete. There's been a question about how long it takes to drive those steel piers in the ground. We're thinking it's more 3 months, not 6 months. The decommissioning and reclamation plan, which is attachment Z in your packet, describes how the operator, at its expense, will remove and dispose of all the components, foundations, and other facilities and restore the site following the removal of the equipment. The metal piers will be completely pulled out of the ground at the end of the project, regardless of how far below the ground they were placed. There's maybe some medium voltage wires that are going to be abandoned in place, but they're going to be about 4 feet underground. I think anything below 3 feet can be abandoned in place. Everything else will either be recycled or legally disposed of. There will be soil testing following removal to compare with the preliminary soil testing that we do at the beginning of the project. The application includes a soil sampling plan. The team with me tonight can tell you all about the galvanized steel used in the piers and why there's no plausible concern for soil or water contamination. The applicant has studied sound, glare, grading, vegetation management, grazing, stormwater runoff, pollution prevention, traffic, construction haul routes, visual impacts, landscaping, emergency services, operations and maintenance, and construction schedules. The staff's reviewed all this material at length. They've applied them against the requirements of the regulations, and they've recommended approval to you this evening, subject to a long list of conditions. The applicant stands in agreement with the staff and has requested no modifications to the stated conditions. I don't need to spend your time talking about climate change and the need to reduce carbon emissions. Douglas County has already spent quite a bit of time lately talking about how a significant portion of our emissions come from the electrical grid, and that the county has a substantial opportunity at mitigation by transitioning our energy needs to renewable energy sources. You do need more than just willing landowners to have an acceptable solar site. You can't throw a dart at the unincorporated county or shuffle it off to some uninhabited rocky, hilly place. The only way a utility-scale solar project works is if it has the following things: access to the grid. The electricity has to connect to the grid. And I hope it's apparent to you when you look at a map that there are 5 existing transmission lines connecting to a substation that already exists across the street. That's interconnectivity. It also means that we don't have to build new transmission lines. There are those that might say, put this somewhere else. And that may sound good. But for all those people somewhere else, and for everybody between there and here, how many of them have to worry about an eminent domain condemnation for a new transmission line to bring that electricity to the grid? You got to have capacity. Now, there's a very formal process that's ongoing to prove up the capacity of the site, but the applicant believes, otherwise we wouldn't be here, that the point of interconnection of this project will have capacity. Grade is another one. The solar regulations are right. The land where the project is needs to be naturally flat. Might be too obvious to say, but hills make shadows. Shadows block out the sun and reduce the efficiency of the solar project. This land is so flat that less than 1% requires grading well below the 5% maximum set forth in the regulations. The other thing that you got to have is setbacks, right? So every residence is entitled to a 500-foot setback. You have too many residences nearby, you have too many setbacks. It eats up too much of your site. We're fortunate here, we've got about 17 residences with setbacks, but none of them are so close that it eats into the area of the site. The applicant developed metrics to quantify and rate potential sites and concluded that this location is the best available for the project. I got a whole page here about the golden factors. And for your benefit, I'm going to skip them because Mary already covered them. But needless to say, we concur with the staff report. We believe this project satisfies all the applicable golden factors. I'm pleased to discuss any one of them if you'd like to. This project is a respectful and appropriate use of prime farmland. The applicant and Evergy have consulted with farmers and grazers, agrivoltaic operators, local government, advisory boards, research institutions, to meet the mutual goals of incorporating agrivoltaics in this project. The agrivoltaics industry is like so many other burgeoning industries that we've experienced in recent histories. Remember 10 years ago, if you saw an electric car charging station, it'd be kind of a novelty. Like, look at that. Now they're everywhere. Agrivoltaics is like that. This project can help agrivoltaics grow from novelty to normal. It's an opportunity. The door to that opportunity is wide open. The frame of this doorway is limited only by what's legally permissible and economically feasible. There have to be terms of use. For the health and safety of those who wish to operate inside of a utility-scale solar project, but the applicant can certainly commit to the creation of ground cover that meets the definition of agrivoltaics in the solar regulations. Also, the proposed operator has initially committed to a research grant on up to 50 acres of land within the project. The proposed operator is committed to including solar grazers in bid solicitation for vegetation management of the site. The condition of the staff report is a perfect expression of where we are. There will be 5-year reviews. Once the project is constructed, the first order of business is to get ground cover established. The operator will provide a detailed listing of the agrivoltaic areas and activities and demonstrate a measurable shift to vegetation management by grazing and incorporate other activities such as research and specialty crops.
Matt, I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
All right, I'm getting there. All right. Yeah, I'm real close. We have Savion's Director of Agrivoltaics here tonight. She flew in for this, so I hope you'll take advantage of that if you have questions for her. Again, the size of the prime farmland is not 1,100 acres. It's more like 312 inside the site area. And for those who are concerned that this site would be perpetually not used for agricultural, remember that the regulations were written so that this soil would be preserved. This is, by law, a 25-year CUP. And in 25 years, the applicant's going to have to come before your successors and ask for an extension, and they're going to have to go to the county commission, and they're going to have to ask for an extension. The answer could be no. If in 25 years the answer is we really need that land for something else, there's no guarantee to get more. So I think that's important to say.
I need to call time, Matt.
Thank you very much. It was a big job to pass the solar regulations, a bigger job to satisfy them and give you this application. Stand for any questions you got.
Thank you. Please
tell
stick
me I have
around.
12 minutes.
Please stick around. All right, we are going to move to public comment. Before we do, I want to check with the commission. Do we want to take a quick break before we go?
I'll nod. I'll say yes.
All right, I'm going to say, so what we'll do, we'll come back at 8 o'clock. We'll take 10 minutes. And before we leave, let me just give a little bit of thought for everybody to think about tonight as we step into this. We're here tonight to conduct the county's business. We're taking up what for some is a fairly charged topic in a fairly small room. And I'm counting on everyone here to help maintain the decorum of a business meeting. Assist in that goal the entire evening. We will have strict adherence to our meeting bylaws as it relates to public comment. Everyone here wants an opportunity to speak, and we want to hear everyone that is here. And it's going to depend entirely on all of us to help follow these rules and requests. There'll be 3 minutes per speaker. Please help us keep to that limit. Please queue and be ready to speak. If what you want to share has already been shared by someone else, you don't necessarily need to spend 3 more minutes saying the same thing. You can just acknowledge and move on. It's entirely up to you. Please, as you approach the podium, share your name and your address. I'm going to ask to please address all comments only to the planning commissioners. No one else in the audience. No referencing or addressing members of the audience. Please, no disparaging comments. This is not an opportunity for Q&A. Right? We're here to receive the feedback. You might ask questions, you might pose questions, we can take those, but we won't be answering those during this time. I'd ask you to please, no applause, please, no public comment. Please respect everyone that's here, even if their position, their perspective is different than yours. And with that, just remember that it's a large room, everybody's trying to hear, and we can keep it down that way. So with that, we'll come back in 8 minutes now at 8 o'clock. And if you are ready to go, you can start queuing up. Thank you.
You're fine. Jan, you're fine.
Gary, it's only 3 wax.
All right, let's settle in. If you would, please, as you approach, state your name and address, if you would. That'd be great. And, oh.
I think we need this.
Michael's an old hand. He's getting the podium ready to go there. Thank you, Michael. All right. Please.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Nelson. I live at 1515 Prestwick Court here in Lawrence. And I've been a resident of Lawrence since...
You have to be right into that microphone.
I guess. Is this better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Not really.
Raise the podium more.
Let's just all know we are at the best we can in volume in here. The volume is better out in the foyer. And we just ask everybody to please, no commenting or talking amongst ourselves. It'll make it easier.
All right. Is this any better?
We could start his shot clock. That'd be great, too.
That would
Go
be,
ahead, sir.
I appreciate that. My name's Kevin Nelson. I live at 1515 Prestwick Court here in Lawrence. I've also been a resident of this globe in the last decade, which has felt the effects of the hottest decade on record. And I'm the parent of 3 children. And I want to make that first because there's an awful lot of people who are going to be affected by the decision you're making now that are not here and can't be here. And I would urge you to continue to think about them, the next generation, because we're, as the older generation, handing them a globe in crisis. And we just heard from COP28 that there was unanimity among all the nations there that we have to move away to a sustainable energy future. The point I want to make today is that a lot of what you're likely to hear about commercial solar and why we can just put it on everyone's rooftop is a better alternative is just not reasonable, because I've been down that path. My rooftop did not allow for solar. And until I was able to get more land to put in a rack, I couldn't have solar. All the landowners and landlords in Douglas County have no incentive to going solar. Commercial has to be the way to go. And this plant or this property is ideally suited for it. I can't speak as a farmer. I'm not, but I am a master gardener. And I can say having that land go fallow for a couple of decades is the best thing that could happen to it. And as you heard, it's going to stay that way. Still have a minute 44. So I also want to point out that through another activity I do, had an opportunity to look at the SWOT analysis of economic development for the city and for the county. And among the weaknesses that they recognized right up front, the very first, was the perspective that this community was not receptive to new developments. People and individual objections stood in the way of the development that was necessary. 42% in that SWOT analysis brought that up. As you're making the analysis tonight, I urge you to think about, are we thinking about development into the future? And finally, I want to make the point that we need to do what is right for everyone in the community, not just for the few who are going to voice their opinions here tonight. And I would ask you that you keep that in mind as you hear all the arguments and recognize that there are a lot of people who are not here to give you their perspective on the planet they're likely to live on for the next 50 years. Thank you for your time.
Kevin, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Tony Schmidt. I'm with Citizens Climate Lobby. I live at 1032 Oak Tree Drive, and I came tonight as a proponent of utility scale clean energy. This project is a step in the right direction and makes me very hopeful. At a special Utilities Committee hearing in Topeka a couple of weeks back that I went to because I'm interested in a state energy plan, I learned that utility solar costs about 3 cents a kilowatt hour and rooftop solar costs about $1 a kilowatt hour. So if you're wondering if one can replace the other, I think it's pretty clear the difference in the costs. But I'm mainly here because, of course, of the elephant in the room, maybe not an elephant anymore, but climate change. The last 10 years have been the hottest in recorded history on a global level. We don't even need that statistic to know things are off. Farmers have been in drought. Cattle herds are shrinking. Scientists tell us instead, that we're going to have, they're predicting that we're going to have 50 to 100 days over 100 degrees by 2050 in eastern Kansas. I'm from western Kansas, in Hayes originally, and it gets pretty hot out there, but I don't think it's ever been that many hot days, even close out here in eastern Kansas. The ocean's several degrees warmer now and more acidic, and the Antarctic glaciers, oh my, don't even get me started. That worries me more than anything. Finally, we have companies that are trying to take action and kick off the next leg of the transition, and we have opposition. Evergy is trying to take action, and we have opposition. We have federal funds responding to this dire crisis, and we try to hold Kansas back. Why? I'm not going to address the opponent's concerns, and I'm sure they're real, but so is our crisis. This piece of land with 1,100 acres happens to be next to the prime substation, allowing the property to potentially produce some of the least expensive electricity in the county. It's currently being used to grow soybeans and corn, I understand. They're not growing potatoes out there or garden crops. The farmers leasing it are spraying atrazine and Roundup and fertilizer just like every other farmer. And if it continues, there may be no tomorrow for any of us. This would be an ideal project at a time when we need it most. And I ask that you please recommend it to the County Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Margaret Kramar, and I live just north of Big Springs and have lived in Northeast Kansas the majority of my life. I would like to challenge the notion that this solar panel or other solar panel arrays take away prime agricultural farmland. Because the reality is that here in the Midwest, and certainly in Kansas, the majority of the farmland is not producing food for people. It is producing food for animals. In the spring and summer, when you drive along, do you see the fields with tomatoes and zucchini and blueberries and potatoes growing? No, you do not. You see milo, you see hog corn, you see all of these other grains, sorghum and soy, the majority of which go to animals. And therefore, if they wanted to be farming directly for people, they have that option, but they have not exercised it. So I don't have a lot of respect for people who, under the illusion this farmland is feeding people. It is not. It is feeding animals. And if there is that much farmland that can be just tossed aside for feeding animals, I can't be that worried about placing a solar array. It's a good thing. We need it for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Tad Kramar from Western Douglas County, E100 Road. The proposed solar project is not perfect, mainly because it would take some prime farmland out of production. However, the numerous substantial benefits of this project far outweigh the disadvantages. If we wait for the absolutely perfect project, perfect in every way, we will be waiting until global warming has produced widespread catastrophic results worldwide. A major advantage is that this project will be a huge step toward producing more clean, cheap solar energy and reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. We need to produce as much renewable energy as possible if we are to make any progress against global warming and its catastrophic results. In addition, the solar energy will make it more feasible for Evergy to stop using coal with its smoky pollution and harmful effects on health and the environment to produce electricity from its Lawrence coal plant. It'll be able to stop doing this sooner. Moreover, solar energy is cheap. The project will help lower our energy costs, especially this plant right next to the Evergy plant in the Midland Evergy Center, not having to build extensive transmission lines, etc. The project will also produce jobs and tax revenues for Douglas County. It will even benefit the environment. The populations of bees and other pollinators have been seriously declining. We cannot grow crops without pollinators. The project includes introducing large areas of native plants, which provide a much better environment for pollinators than cultivated land. Finally, this project benefits farmers. Farmers in the project area can lease some of their land to produce solar energy and receive steady income from that land as a hedge against fluctuating commodity prices. So please approve this beneficial project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Onley, and I live at the Shirks Farm out north on 1900 Road, and I'm the 5th generation to live on that farm, and my son is going to live there next. My mother always called it the bowl out there, and my great-great-grandfather, David Hamilton Lewis, came over and bought that land in 1865. Wow. And he settled there, and he cleared that land. It was Delaware land before. We don't farm it anymore. We have a farmer that farms it. And it did have potatoes, and then it had other vegetables, then it had wheat, then it had alfalfa, and now we do have soybeans and corn. And yes, they feed cattle, but people eat meat. Trying to look at the clock there. And also, the depth of my well is 6 feet. We dropped a plumb line down to check it the other day. Our sand point, it was 6 feet. Now, what is going to happen when they put those solar panels in? I have to have water. So, also when I look out of my northeast kitchen window at the Boner house, Vermilion Boner house, what am I going to see? This is what I see from my front door. Can you see that? That is where the solar panels are going. That land is irrigated. Also, I've had a recent poor experience during the Southern Star, TBU. The heavy truck traffic, it broke off chunks of my stucco on my chimney. It cracked the stucco in my house, and they want more big trucks. The vibration is just terrible, and they did not fix it. I had to pay to have somebody come power wash my house. There was so much dust built up on it. And I also do worry about the property values of my historic home and outbuildings and my livelihood if this project is approved. I ask you to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
See if I can get this high enough where it'll work. My name is Steve Crane. I'm the president of the Douglas County Farm Bureau Board of Directors, and I represent 4,200 families who are members of the Douglas County Farm Bureau. And I first want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling me the other day. I really appreciate that. I really do. And you posed a question about the surety bond, and I made a call to a friend of mine who's a retired Supreme Court justice in another state. and it took him about 30 minutes to find a major hole. And here's how that works. Original company sells the system to company B sells it to company C, and so on, multiple times over the years. At the end of their productive life, we finally arrived at company G, who has followed the regulations and paid the county for the surety bond, etc. Company G recognizes that the solar panels are reaching the end of their useful life, and the profitability isn't going to continue. Company G creates a new division, calls it Company H, and moves all assets except the solar panels over to the new company. This leaves behind Company G, who has no assets other than the solar plant. Company G decides not to pay the surety bond cost. Company G then goes bankrupt. If you think the bankruptcy isn't in the cards, I would remind you of Enron, Solyndra, Texaco, Pacific Gas and Electric, etc., etc. That makes the idea of a surety bond pretty much fantasy. But all of that aside, the real issue here is the use of the very best farmland in the entire county, 75 to 80% of which is owned by absentee landlords, in an entirely inappropriate place to site solar plants. The very best soils and by far the most productive agricultural land that exists in Douglas County. There are thousands of acres of marginal land available in Douglas County. I tried to come up with an analogy to make some sense out of this, and imagine if you had a fairly new BMW at home and an old pickup, and you had to take a little travel trip through some really muddy roads and some potholed roads and all kinds of stuff like that. Would you drive the BMW or would you drive the pickup? You wouldn't drive the BMW. And that's what you're doing, is taking the BMW of the farm grounds that we have in Douglas County. Agriculture is an always changing process. As demands for different crops increase and subside, agriculture changes. The land in question will indeed change use over time. It's inevitable. What once were fields of potatoes is now predominantly corn and soybean. That change is already happening in the growing amount of land set aside for small-scale vegetable farming. So what's the goal here? To produce the maximum amount of renewable solar energy with the least negative impact? If that were truly the goal, we've got thousands of acres of south-facing roofs all over Douglas County where locally produced power could be used on site with no major transmission line requirements. But that's not the goal. The goal is profit. And the profit, mind you, is not an inherently evil thing. It's a company trying to make profits. We have a responsibility for the future for farming in Douglas County, and so do you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ron Seibold. I'm from 1992 East 1400 Road. I am the co-founder of Pines International, and we're an organic food company. We moved to Douglas County 44 years ago to grow cereal grasses in Douglas County on a famous glacial soil. The glacier created our extremely rich soil 12,000 years ago. It pushed topsoil thousands of miles and ground up mineral-rich rock, mixed it with the topsoil, and deposited it in northeast Kansas. The renowned scientist Charles Snobble said that our glacial soils here in Douglas County are the best in the world. In 1935, he and his team built a laboratory and dehydration facility in the middle of those fields. He produced the world's first multivitamin made of 100% cereal grass. Douglas County is the place where the multivitamin began. Our company brought cereal grass back to the market in 1976. We tried growing the cereal grasses in other locations, but none could produce Snobble's great results here in the Douglas County area. We moved to Douglas County in 1979 and began purchasing fields of glacial soil used by Snobble. We never asked for a tax abatement. We came here to cherish and protect our glacial soils. We did not need an incentive. Instead, since 1979, we've paid Douglas County more than $1 million in property tax. We brought in over $120 million worth of income and generating revenue for the tax generating revenue for the county. Our fears about the big box warehouses on glacial soils were relieved by the 2040 plan. It prohibited warehouses and solar farms. We trusted the county would keep its word. We invested $1 million in larger equipment to farm more acres, $1.2 million to increase our dehydrators' capacity. We invested another $2.7 million to buy more land that we could, because the 1040 plan said we could use it. That's now on hold. Because of increased costs, expansion is essential to our company to be profitable. When we were approached by one of the solar farm representatives about selling our glacial soil, we told him that the 2040 plan would prohibit solar farms. I pointed out that tens of thousands of acres in Douglas County are pastures, which can be good for grazing underneath the solar panels, and a lot of it's right next to the energy plant, right across the river from us, right there within. I also explained we have 500 acres on our own company right underneath the transmission lines that they could buy for a fraction of what it costs to put in on the bottom lands. But no, they didn't. Snobble built our dehydrator in 1935. We can't move it. Our county must find an appropriate location for solar farms to continue, for a solar farm, and continue its good reputation for keeping promises.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Sam Gleason. I live at 440.
Your name again, please?
Sam Gleason.
Sam, thank you.
I live at 440 Main Street, and I'm a teacher. I teach at Free State, and I absolutely love this community, and I love talking to kids about their future in this community. One of the things I talk to kids a lot about is doing hard things. I try and make my kids do hard things as much as they can in safe spaces so that when they go out into the real world, they can be confident in making those hard choices. I've known a lot of farmers. I have a lot of farmers in my family, and farmers make hard choices and sacrifice all the time, and I cannot thank them enough for all the sacrifice they make. One thing I would like to say is I would like to see this project approved because I think it would be a great example to our kids that there are hard things that we need to do. And the future that they are having right now, the future that they see, I have like 150 kids on my caseload right now, and when I talk to them about things they're worried about, other than social drama and school stuff and what grade they're going to get, the number one thing that comes up is climate change. And if we could actually show a good example that we can make some sacrifices because this is a hard thing, I think that would be a great thing for us to do. Thank you.
Sam, thank you.
My name's Thomas Dolan.
Hi, Thomas.
I live at 1619 North 1900 Road. A few of the things I was going to talk about, I've apparently lost my phone here, which I had a little speech put on, so I'm just going to wing it. There's about 3 different species of bats and about 3 different species of chub that live in Mud Creek, which is right behind my property. The horny-head chub, the sickle chub, and the having troubles remembering. But the horny-head chub is the largest chub in Kansas. It's 6 inches to 8 inches. It's identified with a black top, a smoky bottom, and a red dot behind its head. This is the largest creek chub in Kansas. Again, with Savion's pylons, the galvanization poisoning is detrimental to that ecosystem, as well as the 3 bats. The long-haired bat that Savion identified was one of the bats, one of the things that Silver Star or Southern Star Gas Company couldn't push the timber that they needed off my property until a certain time for the interruption of that bat. And on top of that, heard from a couple different people that the sheep isn't going to work because there's not enough grass to graze. So that means that it's out-of-state stuff, it's out-of-state feed, and it's out-of-state butchers that all these animals have to go to. So that again doesn't benefit Kansas or our township. I also am concerned about the revenue streams and how there's just very vague about where those revenue streams are going to go. I think this is more about lining the pockets of Evergy shareholders and definitively Savion. There are only 200 people in that company receiving and having access to $26.5 billion in government grants. I just think this is a grossly missed. It's just missed. It's on top of very vital ground. It's on top of an alluvial aquifer that replenishes itself. And it's also it's just not a good idea for this land. That's my concerns. And by the way, my family's been in that area since 1906. I'm like a lot of these people. I'm the third generation, fourth generation landowner, steward of this land. And as far as the corn and soybeans, I can't stand Monsanto's, and I want them out of my field as fast as possible. But my uncle's been farming that for 40 years, and he's 82 years old, and he will farm it until he's done. And then we will move to feed our community, because that's what I want to do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I lost the phone if anybody found one.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Jerry Hundley, and I live at 25314 Mackey, Rural Route, Lawrence, Kansas. Oh, I could wear my hat if my wife told me you have to doff it for the ladies. So I got permission. I've done it. Okay. Well, I'm all for solar. Always have been. I taught solar. I taught wind. I'm an ag man. I know what Class 1 land is, Class 2 land, and I know about electricity. I taught industrial motor controls. So I'm very, very familiar with what I'm going to address. Number one, we don't need a big solar plant for solar voltaics. I have deducted, maybe erroneously, that the only reason it's being placed there is because of proximity to a nice big switching substation. Well, there are hundreds of acres, thousands in the county. The Merck, everybody's familiar with the store, the Merck. What'd they do to their parking lot? They put solar cells on top of it. I wonder how many acres of parking lots are in Lawrence, Kansas. They're paved, pretty level. They got utilities. You don't have to increase the grid. The grid's already furnishing power for those places. That's the part we're missing. All the speakers. The detailed planning that the people did for the guys that want to put this plant there. You have distributed power generation with solar, if you're smart enough to use it. And we are. There's lots of places. And you don't have to increase the grid. The grid is there. It's already serving those. Sounds simple, but it can be done. Merck was a good example. So I would hope that this group would consider something alternate than something that uses darn good farm ground. I'm a product of REA. You all remember what REA was? I was in Atchison County. My folks lived there. Of course, I lived with them. I'm the sixth of 8 kids, but you know what? I had an uncle. I got a picture of him hanging that transformer up there on the pole, so we didn't have to milk the cows by hand anymore. So electricity came in. You know what happened? People complained, it's going to fall on the fence and kill my cows. Well, we know it paid off good. And I think a distributed power for solar is the way to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. So we have 3 more people standing up. Are all 3 of you planning to speak? Yes, sir. Okay. 2 more. And after these 2, Drew, we'll go online for a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come back. We're just going to touch in on Zoom. Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Carol Schmidt, and as a 30-plus year resident of 2031 E 1250 Road, adjacent to the proposed solar farm, my experience has been that what is being practiced on these 1,000 acres of river bottom land is not family farming. There's not any crop diversity. It's been corn and beans only. If it's the business of commodities, because that's what's subsidized by the government. It's ethanol, it's fuel for vehicles, oils, fillers, animal feeds, etc. Not any food for direct human consumption. And maybe if Pines International was growing wheatgrass across from me, I would have a different take on this whole thing, but that is not what I've experienced. And in addition, there are not any native plants or trees on these 1,000 acres. The last stand of big old oak trees was cut down maybe 10 years or so ago to make room for a few more bushels of beans and corn, I suppose. And after harvest, it's 1,000 acres of empty fields blowing dust in the wind. There are wetlands in the area, and I would really love to have a water analysis done of them right now. So I hope with the solar project that there'd be, a lot less agrochemical runoff impacting them. I wish there was as much regulation for agriculture as there are for this commercial solar project. And I'm very grateful for the regulations because it seems backwards to me. Yes, it's true, we don't know how solar farms will age over time nor their total impact on the lands and communities. But we know the impact on our human health and the health of the planet from the decades of fossil fuels being used to supply our energy and put on the crops. 25 years from now, when this project, if approved, would come to the end of its permit, it will be 2050. According to climate scientists, if we don't have carbon emissions under control by then, it will be too late. We need both rooftop and utility scale renewables to get to net zero by 2050, according to our own county's 2040 comprehensive plan. I've heard concern from some that if this project is permitted, then it will be a slippery slope until the whole river valley will be covered in solar farms and wind turbines, but that doesn't have to happen. That's where you and the county commissioners come in. It's your job to keep the balance. And right now, I feel like it's not balanced. From an environmental point of view, the solar farm is way greener than how the land is currently being used. And what is better for the local community and the planet is not continuing with business as usual. Let's walk the walk. It's time to do something different, if not now, when? Time's running out, and that's why I support the regulations that the county's written and the Sky Energy.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, one more in the room, and then we're going to go online for just a little bit.
If you want to go online for a minute,
All right, let's do that, Drew. Can we look online?
Yeah, the first in line I have is Carol Williamson.
Hi, Carol. Good evening.
Good evening. I live in Lawrence, and I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the proposed utility-scale solar facility. The League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County supports the development of utility-scale solar in Douglas County. Utility-scale solar is urgently needed to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the burning of fossil fuels and generate electricity. I appreciate the comments of staff tonight that support that idea. The Lawrence Douglas County League is conducting a multi-year study of renewable energy and energy conservation in our county. And through that study, we support the utility-scale solar Kansas Sky Energy project, which is under consideration. Some have criticized Kansas Sky Energy because they feel that area land should only be used for agriculture. But we've heard tonight that the management plan for vegetative and agrivoltaics includes a variety of vegetation and soil improvements, including pollinator habitat. And importantly, there are willing landowners already contracted for the project. Some have criticized utility scale solar in Douglas County because they don't want such an installation in their backyard. We currently have in our collective backyard a coal-fired power plant. Utility scale solar is non-polluting, generates tax revenue, and does not require water or the mining and burning of fossil fuels to generate electricity. And the electricity, as you've heard tonight, that is generated by the Kansas Sky Energy Project would go directly into the current energy grid. Our League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County encourages the Planning Commission to recommend the utility scale solar Kansas Sky Energy Project to the Douglas County Commission. And thank you for your careful consideration of this project that will allow Douglas County to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the way we generate electricity. Thank you.
Carol, thank you. Drew, I'm going to pop back in the room here for one more person, and we'll go back to you, okay?
Okay.
Good evening.
I will need help with, okay. I'm Natalia Lowther. I live at 1480 North 1700 Road, which is less than 2 miles from the proposed site. I was not invited to consult with Savion about sheep grazing, but just over 25 years ago, I transitioned corn-soybean rotation ground, the same soil with the same aquifer, to pasture to raise sheep rotationally. And so we're 25 years in. And for the last 7, 8, 9 years, I've been learning that native plants don't stay where you put them. So this photo, the top of that survey pole is a little over 8 feet. This species of grass is listed in the seed plan as being 6 feet. Things in this particular soil and particular water exceed expectations. And that's part of why this cropland produces 70-some% more crops than other cropland in the county. Now, this picture is taken on the land that we seeded for CRP. We go to the next picture. Okay, that one. No, back. Okay, this is taken on land that was grazed intensively by sheep at less than half the interval that's specified in the grazing plan. This was grazed every 2 weeks through August and September, trying to keep that grass from getting out of control. This is 1,000 feet from where it was seeded. It has encroached that much. This is supposed to be short sheep pasture. I can't keep it that way without mowing very frequently, even in addition to grazing sheep. So the grazing plan just really does not make a lot of sense as far as this particular environmental area. Next picture. I don't know if you can see the gray stalk that goes almost up to the 6-foot mark. That is common milkweed. It's listed at, I think, 36 inches in the plan. With a little bit of shade, it grows at least twice as high as what the seeding plan specified. This is what we expect from these soils. I moved here from the Flint Hills of Kansas, and I have spent every year since then fighting to preserve these soils because there is nothing like them anywhere. We need to remember that yes, corn and soybean are used for a lot of purposes, but I've been reading labels lately, and just about every box or every can that I pull off the shelf has corn syrup, corn oil, soy oil,
Yes,
soy
wrap up,
lecithin,
please.
etc. Thank you.
Natalie, thank you. All right, one more in the room, and then we'll go back online. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Forth. I live in southwest Douglas County. The solar project will not affect me one iota. However, I've been listening to the presentation that was made by the county before this council here. There's a glaring omission in that presentation: economic impact. You have landowners, but most of those landowners do not farm that ground. They lease that ground out to other families who farm it. If you take 1,100 acres out of production, which is what it will do, it's going to impact severely on those people who farm that ground. What's 1,100 acres worth? You can produce probably anywhere from $1.2 to $2 million worth of crops on that land a year. That doesn't count the money that's being spent in Lawrence to buy shoes, clothing, food, and other necessities. Doesn't include equipment, automobiles, doesn't include a lot of things that are going on. It's going to take tax revenue away from you. You need to have an economic impact study on what this is going to do to the economy of people that live in rural Douglas County and Lawrence, because that's where they're going to spend their money, and it will be severely impacted. All the other things that people have stood up here and talked to about this land being unique, it is unique. You don't want to destroy that land. I would give my left arm to have land like that, but I don't have land like that. I have good land, but it's not that land. I don't farm. I lease my ground out to other families who farm. It supports their families. I could lease that ground in a heartbeat to any number of people who are looking for land. There is not land available to lease in Douglas County. It's all spoken for. And you're taking 1,100 acres of the best land out of production. Agrivoltaics is a great concept, but it doesn't work in Kansas. We do row crop here. We don't do produce. We don't do small crops that can grow underneath that. You're talking about truck farming. You're not talking about row crops. It's going to affect everybody. I know some people out there do grow vegetables, but those large tracts of land, they don't grow vegetables. They grow some of the best soybeans, the best wheat, the best corn in this county. And you're taking that away. And that's food for people. Oh, and the corn, by the way, they're using that in plastics too, as well as soybeans, on recyclable plastic bags. So yeah, it does have a far-reaching impact. Thank you for your time. Take that into consideration and ask for an economic impact study. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So we're going to go online here for a little bit, and if the others in the room that are prepared to speak, please don't be afraid to queue up. Let's go online.
Okay. Next is Rick Kagan.
Hi, Rick.
Yes, thank you very much. Rick Kagan here, 301 Wagon Wheel Road in Lawrence, and come for you to urge your approval for this conditional use permit. I very much appreciate all the detail in the staff report, which I think points toward adopting this recommendation. So I'm aware of the expressed concerns about placing a facility of this sort on prime land. And I was pleased to see all the discussion about agrivoltaics and efforts to minimize soil erosion and maintain soil health. I think I would prefer to see a more active agrivoltaic design in the ultimate proposal beyond the kind of passive uses that are suggested. I think that would be an important condition for the project and would set a better precedent for future solar projects proposed on prime land. But let me just say that I think we're obliged to prioritize health and safety for our residents and decisions taken by local government. And approval of this conditional use permit will contribute substantially to the health and safety of all in Douglas County. I've also kind of looked at the proposed amendments to groundwater safety measures. I realize that's coming up next on your agenda, but I think those changes are not necessary and would only delay the approval process for this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Is that Kyle up next, Drew?
Yep. Kyle Schamberger.
Hi, Kyle.
Hello. Thank you, Commission. My name is Kyle Schamberger. I live at 1958 East 1300 Road. My family and I are one of the few residents directly impacted by the location of this project. We do believe in alternate energy plans, and we believe in Savion's plan and that their methods to make this project be successful. We are concerned about when this project turns over to the operator, which is Evergy, and very concerned about the enforcement of the guidelines that have been established by Savion. We tend to feel that the cheapest method over the course of 25 years may become the choice, and enforcement would be critical during that time. Regarding this project and the location of the site, we do see the benefit to the project, which would be to Evergy because of the access to the grid, ease of construction. What we don't see is the benefit to our township. I know there's a tax deferment, there's an undefined amount of revenue that will be coming to the county or the township, the Grant Township, but it's undefined. I would expect that we would receive improved road maintenance, improved safety in our area by means of a dedicated fire station for Grant Township. But that's not anything that's being discussed at this point. Our concerns about the project as local property owners are a few topics. First of all, the route, the primary construction route is a concern to us. We happen to be directly on the road that is approved as the primary construction route. We've had a similar experience as being on a construction route whenever the Southern Star natural gas pipeline was being put in place. We were actually not on the approved construction pathway, but it was being used by the construction company, and there was a lack of enforcement from Douglas County. So we have concerns about that. As you heard earlier, there was also damage to a home in our area, and nothing was provided to that homeowner. We had significant dust during that period, and there was a lack of enforcement regarding dust control.
Kyle, I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay. So the noise barrier of 500 foot from the residence versus the property line is a concern. We would hope for more setbacks, a permanent road pavement of the
Right, Kyle, I need to stop you.
Thank you.
I need to stop you there. Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes.
Stephen Clark? Mr. Clark.
Yes, thanks for allowing the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Clark, and although I live in El Dorado Hills, California, my in-laws own property in rural southeast Douglas County that's been in their family since before the Civil War. They have signed a solar lease for a separate solar project that's being proposed for that corner of the county. There's just 2 or 3 things that I was wanting to address here quickly. First of all, just like to say that I've had over 40 years of engineering experience in power engineering field in the design and construction of power plants that range from coal to natural gas to nuclear, geothermal, and since 2008, utility scale solar photovoltaic. I've also had experience with solar at the commercial scale and at residential scale. And I'd like to confirm what some other people have said, that utility scale is the absolute least cost method of producing solar energy. It's actually less expensive than any conventional power as well. It is much less expensive and much more efficient than rooftop solar carports or smaller commercial. Each of those have their place, but by themselves, they can't provide the quantities of solar energy that utility scale can. I've been involved in permitting and building solar projects across the country in more than a dozen states. I'm familiar with many counties and state solar regulation. I can tell you easily that of all the places where I've been involved with solar, the solar zoning ordinances and regulations in Douglas County that the county commissioners adopted are the most stringent and will provide the most mitigation to any potential impacts of a solar project. So if you're a neighbor or a community resident and you live in Douglas County, the impacts of a solar project in Douglas County are going to be much, much less. They're going to be much more mitigated because of the very thorough and comprehensive regulations that Douglas County has adopted. The last thing I'd like to say is that currently Kansas is ranked 44th among the 50 states in adoption of solar energy. That includes several northern and smaller northeastern states that have much more solar than Kansas. Kansas is relatively large, 80,000 square miles, a very good solar resource. Kansas can do much better than 44th out of 50 in solar adoption. I urge the Planning Commission to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think we're back in the room now, Drew, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Good evening. I think there's a group of you that are presenting in sequence tonight, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, if you
All
please. Hi, my name is Stacy Wendland. I live at 1891 East 1418 Road, and the group I represent that's behind me is Save Our Soils, and we are a group of concerned citizens that strongly oppose this project and seek your denial based on the Golden Factor findings. We are not anti-solar, and we are not a Not in My Backyard group concerned with noise, unsightliness, or inconvenience. We are here to make a case for protecting prime farmland and the water that lies beneath it. This CUP asks us to turn our backs on years of citizen work establishing a culture of protection for prime farmland, helping create a comprehensive plan that enshrines that value. This CUP asks us to accept a whole new land planning approach by way of zoning regulations specifically written to target vast areas of prime farmland for utility scale development, all in the guise of land banking. That is astonishing and a serious betrayal of the comprehensive plan. This project is more an ideological land grab than a land bank, setting the precedent for future incursions on prime farmland on the premise that mere zoning regulations can overrule an overarching guidance from the comprehensive plan. That's our grave concern. Tonight, you are asked to solve one essential crisis by creating another, adding solar by subtracting prime farmland, a rapidly diminishing resource. The conflict could have been avoided by following the guidance plan of 2040, the preeminent and binding land use document which would have pointed away from this precise location. Prime farmland cannot be moved or recreated. This project can. The path this applicant has taken, choosing the most coveted prime acres in the Kansas River Valley for its massive industrial use, pointing to a dual use notation that is not accepted policy, nor presented in a way as to be believable, is a disservice to the applicant and to the public alike. We ask you to deny this application.
Thank you.
I had a slide presentation.
What's your first name?
Oh, Scott Thelman. I live at 1547 North 2000 Road. And can I advance this from the?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Scott Thelman, 1547 North 2000 Road in Lawrence. I'd like to talk about the scale of this project so the board and the community can understand the potential impacts of this project. 1,100 acres is massive. How big is it? I'm showing here the basic layout, and understand this is all highly productive farmland.
Try your mouse. There you go.
How big is this? You could take the entire KU campus, and I'm talking the stadium, central campus, field house, dorms, lead center, all of West Campus, and it fits neatly inside the current project, which is dwarfs KU's land. Now, the Baldwin Solar Project, that's a 5-acre solar field. That was welcomed by the community, and I think we all agree that was a good project. You take that 1,100 acres, it would cover the city of Baldwin. It would cover the city mostly of Eudora, and certainly cover the entire area of North Lawrence. This project is the size of a small city. If you take all of the Evergy projects in the state of Kansas that are currently operating, they've got 25 megawatts of power. You could fit the land area involved in one corner of this project. You could also take the largest operating field in the state of Kansas and fit it in one corner of this project. This is significant. This project is significantly larger than any previously built in the state and all previous Evergy projects combined. And as the size increased, the potential problems and impacts multiply. So what do these farms look like? That's a 52 megawatt farm. Triple it. That's a 72 megawatt solar farm. Double it. This is what a 150 megawatt solar farm looks like, and you can barely even see the extent of it. That's what's being proposed for our area. Small-scale solar projects are well received, have minimal impact on surroundings, but industrial-scale projects are going to impact all of us for generations, if not properly placed. These massive solar farms should have minimal impact on the surrounding community and in the environment, and they should not consume valuable farmland. This is going to occupy 10%, over 10% of the Grant Township. What is this soil like? 1 acre on our farm produced over, 30,000 pounds of heirloom tomatoes. What is the loss of 1,100 acres going to do? This is unsuitable for Grant Township and will have a significant adverse effect that we're going to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Good evening.
Hi there. Human capital, it's real. My name is Corinna Schmittendorf. I'm a landowner at 1933 East 1400 Road in Grant Township, Douglas County. My property and acreage is directly affected. It is impacted by the proposed utility-scale solar installation. My home, my outbuildings, 100-year-old farm will be surrounded on 3 sides, to the north, to the west, to the south, and directly across East 1400 Road to the east. Interconnectivity, the wetlands, the wildlife, the welfare of our lands. In terms of compatibility with zoning and nearby land uses, it is true that AG1 and AG2 allow for solar, but the categories receive no guidance as to solar, scale, or location from Plan 2040. Plan 2040, as we know, the comprehensive plan for unincorporated Douglas County and the city of Lawrence, a plan that was only finally adopted in October of this year. It is apparent the largest, newest land use ever completed by Douglas County is deserving of substantial and worthwhile consideration, a land use consideration, a balance, a careful consideration. Global warming, we are all for solar. We are all for more energy efficient across the board. Is it really hard? Primarily at the level of the comprehensive plan, this is not about zoning. Assumptions were made by an ad hoc committee when working to write a new zoning regulations with acknowledgement and anticipation of this applicant. Savion, which you know is owned by Shell Oil, was waiting in the wings, unknown and unforeseen by many residents and community members. Setbacks? Again, the written new land uses and new land policies should have been initiated not as zoning, but at the level of a comprehensive plan revision. Terms of use, I would say Sunday dinner. Much of tonight's apprehension and tension could have been avoided if high-level planning decisions had begun as the American Planning Association strongly recommends. A massive industrial solar plant sized to overwhelm a small agrarian community and located almost entirely on prime farmland stands in contradiction to our plan, the Plan 2040, in word and in the process, and is wrong. Economic impact? Planning for utility soil as outlined by the 2019 American Planning Association Guide to Communities, the location of utility scale facilities is the single most important factor in evaluating an application because of the large amount of land required and the extended period of land that is dedicated to a singular use. Solar facilities can be appropriately located in areas where they are difficult to detect, not on prime farmland.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Bonnie Little, and I live at East 1400 Road, and I'm going to talk about the character of the area. I've lived in Grant Township for 60 years, so I think I know the character pretty well. My place was a working farm until I got landlocked with houses and farming, then became too hard. But we grow big garden, and we share our food with our friends and family. That's the character of our area, a close-knit community of all kinds of people who live here on purpose because of the land. I miss my farm ground, so I've taken comfort knowing that the county had the same vision for this area as I did, to preserve this area for what is known best, unbelievable farm ground that can grow any crop and lots of it. Most folks don't appreciate it, but the ground is some of the best that there is. Not long ago, the land was full of potatoes, trainloads of potatoes. Now it's corn and soy, but it also has organic wheat and vegetables. That's also part of the character of our area. Changing ways of farming, new farmers coming in and old farmers paying attention and trying to dip their toes in the new ways of doing things. I wonder if the people who came up with this thing even know that. The changes they want are already happening. It's a shame to stop that progress now. Another part of the character of our area is a lot of wildlife. The planner said that's not so, but I lived here for a very long time, and I know how it really is. I worry about the 12 miles of fencing that Evergy is going to put up around the panels, because how it is now, it's all open. It's open space where the deer feed. Lots of deer, and there's thousands of acres that are going to be closed off with that fence. Those deer are going to go looking for food across the highway. The wildlife corridor may work for little animals, but it will act like a funnel to the highway for the big ones. That doesn't sound like a big deal until you're one that is the driver of the car and you find them on the road. I ask you tonight to please not approve this proposal, but to seek another location that contains less valuable land, not our Class 1 and 2 farm soil. I'm not against solar by any means, but we need to make correct location choices and to help keep this valuable farm ground in farming, not some imaginary land bank. Our area is proud of growing crops that feed many people, and we want to continue that. The future already bright for this value and all it can produce. It seems the county would want to keep farmers on the land and not off from it. That's not how to build a food system. That's how you lose farmers and their families, this generation and the next. That is definitely not in keeping with the character of this area.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lane Williams. I live at 1735 East 1500 Road. I'm speaking this evening in opposition to approval of the CUP. I live just about 4 miles south of Midland Junction. Groundwater is a sensitive environmental feature of the area, providing water to wells in Grant Township. I have a well. North Lawrence and Rural Water District number 13. Thousands of people rely on this groundwater, but staff fails to identify it as a feature. An example of the staff's approach to groundwater is its reliance on recent literature review. The County Commission, the review includes 4 scenarios of galvanized steel reaction to soil and water. Each scenario, the reviewer states the zinc is relatively immobile in non-corrosive soil environments. It goes on to say that the soil and groundwater in Douglas County are not likely to meet the criteria for a corrosive environment. Her position is they are wrong. A geotech report included in Evergy's materials provides soil samples which show high soil corrosivity in the area, causing the report to advise the soils at the site are considered to be corrosive for buried ferrous metal piping. The client should evaluate if the corrosive nature of the native soils poses a risk to the planned construction, and if consultation with a qualified corrosion engineer is warranted. Highly corrosive soil accelerates the corrosion of the zinc on the galvanized piping and exposes the bare steel and its heavy metals to the soil and the groundwater around it, and that groundwater is what people drink in that area. Our concerns are legitimate, even more so because in 2018, Evergy entered into a settlement with the EPA regarding its failure to address potential groundwater issues at its retired Tecumseh power plant, which was a coal-fired plant. The findings include failure to adequately prepare annual groundwater monitoring and corrective action reports, failure to comply with groundwater monitoring system requirements, failure to comply with groundwater sampling analysis requirements, failure to complete an assessment monitoring program, and failure to comply with impoundment enclosure and post-closure reporting requirements after discovering coal-based contaminants leaching into the groundwater from their facility's impoundment. This project poses substantial risk to the property in the area, including groundwater, and it's just not suitable for which is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Nessie.
I'm Nancy Thelman, 1547 North 2000 Road. Staff states there is no environmental impact from this project because the already level land stays level. But grading should not be your only consideration tonight. Consider this. The CUP allows terminating herbicides for vegetative overgrowth, not selective herbicides like farmers use. When agrivoltaic land management fails, and it will, herbicides that kill everything will be the fallback plan for at least 600 acres. The conditions in this CUP allow that. Savion staff visited a 7-acre agrivoltaic garden in anticipation of this massive project, and they hired 2 agrivoltaic experts as well. Even so, their plan is weak. The grazing management plan is disconnected from the project's actual intention and is in serious error when it cites the Agrarian Future Alliance as an important resource to support this local effort, when in fact that organization no longer exists. In October, the grazing management plan stated there would be 1,400 ewes on the land early on. In November, staff report offers that Evergy might offer 50 acres out of 1,100 acres, but for research only. Tonight, we have the final offer that is written, and it is this: no acres, no sheep, and no goals, only vague aspirations that are well marketed, but not real. They're not written, and they're not in the plan. There's only a vague potential aspiration spoken tonight. I'm a former county commissioner who played a significant role in the community's effort to preserve prime farmland. I co-chaired for 5 years the steering committee that wrote Plan 2040 with language that enshrined protection of prime farmland. I even introduced the idea of agrivoltaics to the county early on, but I assumed the county would know to locate it on appropriate land at manageable scale and with an enthusiastic owner. But this is not that. This program will fail because the land is too large, the idea is too new, and the owner doesn't want it. It is Evergy's ticket into the valley, and that is all. Agrivoltaics checks a box for them. And fear of that unchecked box tonight caused an awful lot of scrambling in the last days, in the last week or two leading up to this meeting. Efforts to improve the plan for tonight's vote. That's a disappointment to me as a former county commissioner, those extra conversations. But even more, it should be.
Wrap up, please. I'm sorry, Nick.
Even more, it should be a disappointment to the public because now transparency and credibility of this planning process is called into question. That will be an issue for the public to consider at a later date, but for tonight, one thing is clear. The agrivoltaics box should not be checked unless, of course, the quality of the plan behind the box is immaterial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Josh Peters, 1431 North 1900 Road. Staff states there is minimal impact to the community facilities, transportation networks, or utilities, only calling attention to temporary inconvenience to local roads during construction. Let us be clear, those issues are serious even if they are temporary. This project creates the risk of construction traffic backing up to Highway 24 because of the train crossing. There is no turn lane on the shoulder for construction traffic to wait on while train passes or park. The likelihood of cars running into construction vehicles backed up on the highway is concerning to the Public Works Director and is concerning to us, especially as it occurs on the stretch of 24, already known for accidents and fatalities. It is striking that a major utility in the area is completely ignored by staff, Rural Water District 13, that serves Grant Township, parts of North Lawrence, and thousands of rural customers over 2 counties. Concern for the utility's groundwater is legitimate. According to the EPA, solar panels contain heavy metals, including lead and cadmium. That can be spilled from damaged panels, weather events such as large hail or tornadoes. There remains concerning for contamination of groundwater by way of steel corrosion, which has not been adequately addressed. Soil data on this project's geotech report reveals highly corrosive soil, causing geotech engineer to warn the client to evaluate the corrosive nature of the corrosion. There is no evidence that was done, only a white paper literature review commissioned by the county, written by Burns & McDonnell, a company connected to this project, rendering an opinion brought down by its own faulty assumption, and there is corrosive soils in Douglas County. Real concerns for contamination by this facility have been dismissed by staff, putting Rural Water District 13's primary water source at risk. The county's watchword is due diligence. And in this instance, they tried but failed. There is no cure for the potential contamination risk to find a different site using more trustworthy locational criteria than the solar regulations provided. Regulations which have done this applicant a great disservice and the community as well. The impact of the use on this community facilities, transportation, and utilities in this area is long-lasting and grave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Harris Friedman. I'm a former planning commissioner and was also on the steering committee for Plan 2040. I agree with everything in this presentation so far. I'm here to talk about prime farmland and long-range planning in our county. The quality and depth of soil in prime farmland and the abundance of groundwater make it especially valuable for food production. Our community has been convinced of this unique value time and time again. Evidence of this conviction is found in several documents adopted by the county, including Plan 2040 and its Northeast Sector Plan, and in the work of the county's Food Policy Council and others, all on behalf of the county. The CUP packet in front of you is over 2,000 pages, way over 2,000 pages. Much of it is very technical. It can be easy to be distracted by all the details and also by the fact that the client has been working to secure leases and land purchases if this project is approved. That's interesting information, but it can get in the way of your job. Your scope of review includes 9 broad criteria for reviewing conditional use permits. The most critical of those criteria, to me, is compatibility with the comprehensive plan, which Kansas law sets out in KSA 12747 as a primary role of the Planning Commission. Also, Kansas law says that a Planning Commission must review their comprehensive plan annually for possible amendments. The reason for the annual review, quoting from our own development code, is to have a plan that serves as a continuous guide for future long-range planning. Plan 2040 says that food sustainability and preservation of prime farmland are goals of the plan. Plan 2040 has not been amended to create a long-range vision for solar panels on that land. This CUP before you, if approved, would run through the time frame of Plan 2040 and beyond. The land would not be available to contribute to food sustainability as envisioned. When the solar regulations were being developed, I was glad the county was being proactive in considering how to best locate large facilities. There's excellent national guidance on that from the American Planning Association, which recommends placing them on marginal land and not on prime farmland. With all of the investment that our county has made in planning to preserve prime farmland for food sustainability, it did not occur to me that the solar regulations would say that industrial solar systems may be located on that very same land. Commissioners, clearly, this CUP and the new solar regulations are not consistent with Plan 2040, and I urge you to deny the CUP based on that fact and the others mentioned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rick Friedman.
Hi, Rick.
I'm an attorney. I live in Lawrence at 1540 New Hampshire. I will take a few minutes here to review the criteria you are considering this evening, where our group stands on the analysis and why we ask for denial of the CUP. Number 1, this use is not compatible with neighboring properties. The project removes 15% of the area's best land from production and brings in a massive solar plant. It harms farm families by removing them from the land in favor of land banking, with a vague plan for agrovoltaics as the mechanism. 2, the project is not compatible with the character of the area. Staff identifies Evergy's coal-fired power plant as representative of the area's character, but that plant is across the Kansas River in a different sector of Lawrence. The project area is actually almost entirely agricultural. This mischaracterization shows bias, and it attempts to normalize industrialization of an agrarian community. 3, this project is not suitable for the proposed use. Staff neglects to identify the groundwater system under the entire area as a sensitive feature or valuable natural resource. Exposing groundwater to risk of industrial contaminants and aggressive corrosion is a gamble that is just not worth taking. 4, the impact on the natural environment is heavy. The project is located entirely on sensitive land, with impact to soil, flora, fauna, and water from an industrial use over hundreds of acres. 5, this use is not compatible with community facilities such as roads and water. The risk of crashes increases by adding heavy construction traffic to the intersection of Highway 24, North 1900 Road, and the BNSF Railroad. As for water, thousands of people rely on Rural Water District 13, and their wells near the site risk contamination. This point was neglected by staff. 6, this project does not conform to Plan 2040. Developing prime farmland for industry is prohibited in Plan 2040. The CUP is structured around new solar regulations that do not conform to Plan 2040. Allowing this CUP to move forward sets a precedent that Plan 2040 is not authoritative, nor is it to be trusted. 7, the time limit is not appropriate. This project is for 25 years, while land leases extend beyond 40 years with some options to purchase. CUP renewal is likely. 8, the project is not in compliance with zoning. Our solar regulations were wrongly conceived and are out of compliance with Plan 2040. The concept of dual use is vague, and land banking is not policy. In sum, we reject the staff's recommendation for approval, and we do ask you to deny this CUP.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wesley Henning, and I'm one of the market presidents for First State Bank and Trust. My primary duties with the bank involve the management of a loan portfolio consisting of both commercial and agricultural credits. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the proposed solar project, not in principle, but in location. I understand the need to find ways for production of green energy, but the proposed site would not be an appropriate location for this project. The proposed site is home to some of the best farm ground in the area, producing very high-yielding crops on an annual basis. At a time when the world is in what is considered to be a global food crisis, it would be irresponsible to approve the subject request that would eliminate productive ag ground. An article published by the World Health Organization in July of this year cites a 2023 United Nations study that reveals between 691 and 783 million people faced hunger in 2022. This represents an increase of 122 million people compared to the same study performed in 2019. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken also released a statement shortly after the time of the World Health Organization article that reads, "The United States has long been at the forefront of tackling global food insecurity, and we remain steadfast in our leadership through our focus on two crucial dimensions: immediate emergency response and long-term strategies for sustainable productivity. Global food demand is expected to increase by more than 50% by 2050, but due to climate change, agriculture yields of major crops could decrease over that same time period. This dangerous combination could lead to price spikes, food insecurity, and social unrest, political tensions, and conflict. The UN study coupled with the statement from Mr. Blinken reflect how important it is to preserve the productive ag ground that we have, not only for the benefit of our local farmers, but for the continued effort to defeat the global food crisis we find ourselves in. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm CJ Bunce. I live on Highway 24 east of Williamstown. I would be directly impacted by the proposed solar farm. Over my 15 years in my working career, I've worked for several farms in the immediate vicinity of the projected site. Not to mention, I also live in the bottoms down there about 3 or 4 miles to the west of the site. If the site would be a success and expand to the west, I don't want to look out my kitchen window and see that first thing in the morning. It's flat. You can see everything until the corn gets tall, then you can't see anything because there is no elevation. I would be impacted in my work because there'd be less farmland. That means the farmers have less revenue coming in. That means they have less money to spend. They have less work that needs to be accomplished. My hours would be cut, potentially my job if it got to that point. Not to mention that goes on down the chain. You've got the loss of taxes, income tax and sales tax from all of the ag industry in the chain reaction. There's your ag retailers, which would be your seed and fertilizer sales, your custom applicators, your livestock growers, your sale barns, packing plants, the biofuel industry, grain storage, all that good stuff. Not to mention your equipment dealers and so on and so forth. They're all affected by the loss of farmland. They don't make more land, and they most certainly don't make any more land like that. As an example, the Flint Hills are primarily grass for a reason. That ground down there has row crops on it for a reason. Go plant a tomato plant in the field, plant another tomato plant in the gravel road right next to it, and tell me which one does better. There's a reason we don't grow row crops in the Flint Hills. It's been tried, it doesn't work. I like the idea of the agrivoltaic option. I don't see how it's feasible in practice though. You can't get the equipment in. If you're growing specialty crops, where are you going to market that? I've got 5 years of experience on potato harvest in Colorado, and all of that equipment is very highly specialized. There's none of it crosses over to the row crops that we see around here. You're talking about the market on the co-op side, you're talking about the planters, the harvest, the transportation, every bit of it. I don't see how that's going to work. Currently, you're saying you've got 50 acres proposed. What are you going to do with the rest of the 650 or 700 acres? My fear is down the road, it becomes an eyesore, they sterilize the soil. Even after your contract is up, there is no future for that farm ground.
Need to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Amber Ross. I'm at 1431 North 1900 Road. I stand before you today representing our wedding and event venue, bed and breakfast that was on the list, located in Grant Township. Our venue has long been cherished and chosen for its unique location, showcasing untouched, stunning, and serene landscape. The proposal for the sprawling 1,105-acre large-scale industrial solar complex threatens to disrupt the very essence of our venue. The alterations to this landscape would fundamentally impact our ability to host events, jeopardizing the captivating views, the calming atmosphere, and the rural charm that people love about our venue. The implications are dire, not only affecting our current bookings, but potentially hindering our future growth and competitiveness in a market where maintaining a unique and tranquil environment is vital for growth and success. Savion has assured us that our business will remain unaffected. However, such claims lack substance without evidence or precedence. Have they developed similar projects near other event venues? What were the financial implications for those venues? These critical questions remain unanswered, leaving us in a state of uncertainty and concern for our future. Moreover, the prospect of constant construction traffic passing by our venue with little regard for our business is a daunting reality. We have already experienced a taste of such disruption during the installation of a new natural gas line by Southern Star. The lack of consideration shown during the smaller scale project was concerning. It forced us to adjust our tour schedules to accommodate potential clients, trying to shield them from the disruptions caused by the construction. Our venue is situated adjacent to a major railway. Trains have been a long-standing presence and most understand and adapt to their occasional interruptions. However, the looming prospect of a large-scale industrial solar complex is an entirely different challenge. Such projects are still relatively novel, and their potential impact, especially on a scale of this magnitude, remain largely unknown. Adding to our concerns is the unauthorized use of our pictures from our venue and Savion's visual simulations. We were told that they would be taken to help us see what the complex could look like. Savion did not seek permission for such usage, and the visual representations provided appear to be unclear, photoshopped, and misleading. The full-grown vegetation depicted at the beginning of the project does not accurately represent the reality of the proposed development. This raises serious doubts about the accuracy and transparency of Savion's visual impact assessments. We are deeply concerned about the significant implications this proposed development holds for our business. The uncertainty it casts on the wedding scheduled for 2024 and beyond is unsettling. We've already experienced losses, 3 weddings this spring attributed directly to an initial article by Savion. This loss is just the tip of the iceberg. Every wedding booked for 2024 and beyond stands under the looming shadow of potential challenges to our landscape and atmosphere. We're uncertain how each bride will react when the initial view and surreal atmosphere they have imagined are at risk of alterations. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. I'm Byron Wiley, 645 Main, and a small farm in southern Jefferson County. So what is your definition of what is sustainable, and how is it sustained? Renewable energy systems all heavily rely on the dense energy that only fossil fuels can provide for the mining, manufacturing, transportation, recycling, all of that, for all that equipment. Renewables do not self-replicate and never will. Renewables are not a perpetual motion machine. Imagine where the resource inputs all come from and the consequences of creating those systems. and the tremendous energy resources needed to dismantle a defunct system, to recycle it. Consider the permanent scars left on the planet from the drilling and mining to bring in all of those resources to keep up with our ever-increasing consumptive appetite. Observe how these areas are locally affected both here and at other points across the planet where these materials come from. The energy and the resource life cycle needs for industrial renewable equipment has consequences. The gain is only a flash in the pan. An industrial renewable energy facility has a relatively short lifespan. Then what happens at that point? Maybe they put another one and extend it, maybe not. So when do we put the brakes on the assault on our rural and wild landscapes? Where is your food going to come from as more of our finite farmland is gobbled up for more resource squandering? Problems are not solved by allowing and doing more of what is causing the problems. This is not sustainable in the true sense of that concept. The latest technological fix is usually just another alluring scheme without the scale capacity to really fix anything when considering the entire energy and resource life cycle of such an endeavor. We may feel satisfaction that a sustainable fix is being implemented, but these are the easy feel-good approaches that don't address the root problem that we're trying to address. So why would you allow just one more thing that will contribute to the additive consequences? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Michael.
I have a slideshow. Oh. Okay, just to keep our priorities straight. I'm Michael Allman, 1311 Prairie in Lawrence. The main goal of County Food System Plan is to maintain working lands, not land-banked lands. Main goal of Plan 2040 is to protect prime soils from continuous productivity use, not land banking. And here's the kicker. This is not a zoning application, as you know, it's a use application. The Northeast Sector Plan clearly says remove Midland Junction as a location for future industrial land use. This is an industrial facility. Agrivoltaics may never happen here. It's not required or enforceable at any level. The county solar regulations only encourage it. Likewise, leaseholder contracts don't require it. Federal and state regulators mandate that Evergy generate consistent electricity, but they certainly don't require agrivoltaics. Evergy's integrated resource plan submitted to the Kansas Corporation Commission makes no mention of agrivoltaics. If Evergy quits agrivoltaics in this project, regulators will overrule any county attempt to enforce it. Ashton Martin of Savion admits that agrivoltaics is experimental. Would you allow them to use our best soils as a guinea pig? Agrivoltaics is money-intensive, capital-intensive food that won't scale up profitably in most likelihood. Evergy won't want that loss on their books. Evergy's business model doesn't include food. If they toy with agrivoltaics, they'll likely abandon it when the noxious weeds become aggressive, and they'll resort to herbicides. Their investors' returns outweigh food for them. Agrivoltaics is just a pretext to get permit approval. This project is a 159 megawatt power plant. It's not a solar farm. It's a major, therefore Evergy won't decommission it after 25 years because it's a major Evergy asset. They'll renew the permit install new panels at twice the efficiency, and double their profits. The ratepayers won't see any of that. Our best prime soil will be out of production forever, land banking or no. I favor solar energy, but not at this location. And one more quote, the prime soils of Kaw Valley bottoms are not only some of the best in Douglas County and in the state, but on par with the best soils of the world from the Douglas County Soil Survey.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Zach Pastora. I live outside of Lawrence in Linwood, Kansas, about 4 miles outside the county. I actually drove in here tonight about 6 miles away from the project site itself, but just was admiring the beautiful sunset and thinking about how much we rely on the sun all the time for keep our bodies warm, sustain life and ecosystems on the planet. And I think we're long overdue for using it for more solar power in Kansas. I'm also personally on the board of the Kansas Rural Center Sustainable Farm Organization and the Kansas Natural Resource Council, both environmental organization. But tonight I'm representing the Kansas chapter of the Sierra Club and its 583 dues-paying members and hundreds of supporters here in Douglas County, around 5,000 members across Kansas. I told them I'd take care of our view tonight to help save them from coming and speaking to you. So you're welcome for all that. I was here to express our support for the project and the conditional use permit as is for two large reasons. One, by the environment. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think in support of the project, if we didn't think this would have profound consequences for the environment. Setting climate aside, I mean, there's a clear need for emissions-free power in our state and in our area, but the vegetation management, the soil health, the buffer areas, the wetlands, the trees, and the wildlife habitat, the ecosystem and whole, I think the developer has done a responsible job and extensive planning and consultation to make sure they were doing right by the local ecosystem. They have to. They want buy-in. They want a successful project to keep doing business in Kansas. They're an area developer. I think we can trust them. The office down the road, but they also need to prove to all of us that they can do a successful project, and I think that extensive planning is going to help. We also appreciate their transparency. I haven't seen a solar company do business in Kansas put all their documents online thus far. I think that's pretty amazing. Community stakeholder engagement meetings mean a lot. But overall, we think this Sky Energy Center will provide more ecological benefits than costs, and that's why we support it. Early in September, we had over 100 people outside the City Hall demonstrate their support for climate action and clean energy and retiring the coal combustion at Lawrence Energy Center. Okay, this is our opportunity. This would be 5 times more power than the biggest solar farm in the state of Kansas right now, 5 times more than all the rooftop solar in the state thus far, double the amount of solar, and for a state that's in the top 10 for sunny states, we're in the bottom 10 of solar energy. I think it'll do right by the people, and we urge you that you do set up an advisory council of citizen neighbors in this. I think that's important for ongoing monitoring, but on the whole, we think you can be proud of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement Association. And I'd like to say, you know, I've heard a lot of this about preserving the soil, which I was part of that group back when the Northeast Sector Plan. That was about 15 years ago, maybe, something like that, 20. But I don't know how many in this room remember 1993 when North Lawrence flooded. North 2nd Street, North 3rd, all the way past the Turnpike to the underpass. Water was a foot from the bottom of the underpass. That wasn't a river that flooded us. That was stormwater runoff from the north. Maple Grove Drainage District, which comes from around the airport and around and over by Ham's Quarry and around. And you got to remember, North Lawrence sits in a bowl we've got a levee 360 degrees around us. So all the water has to be pumped out. Now, if this flooded us in 1993, when there wasn't no development out there, there's only been 3 businesses built out there in the last 15 years, and the Sod Shop, Shuck Implement, and Hope Implement. And those are the 3 that have been built out there. And so you take this solar and put all these panels out there, and the stormwater run off those panels. Hell, you could put 1,100 homes out there, 1 house per acre, and it'd flood the hell out of us. But all these panels, I've heard nobody, Evergy or anybody, talk about stormwater and the flooding. And so I'm here representing 3,200 residents that live in North Lawrence. And that flood in '93, that did several million dollars worth of damage in North Lawrence. And so it's not if it's going to flood, it's when it's going to flood with this solar project. And I'm not against solar. It's just in the wrong place. It needs to be in another place. So thank you. Do not approve it.
Thanks, Ted. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Paulette Schwartz, and I live at 1891 East 1418 Road. And I'm just going to take a few minutes to share with you what I learned working in finance for decades, doing public analysis of companies, and following the energy sector. Public companies care only about their earnings per share, their bottom lines, not communities, not the environment, not food security, not water safety. They can't. It's not their job. The fossil fuel industry has a long history of misleading the public about its actions and intentions, and to pretend otherwise is naive. Savion is owned by Royal Dutch Shell, a major fossil fuel producer who is currently buying oil from the Russians instead of complying with NATO because it hurts earnings per share too much. To assume Savion is anything other than an apple from that tree is naive also. Evergy has a history of ignoring and failing to comply with Douglas County rules, regulations, procedures. To expect this project to be managed any differently than that is also naive. The scale of this project and the associated damage, if it's approved, is staggering. And also, we're kind of a soft target for this kind of a solar project. Why would that be? Because we very much want green energy, but we have very little experience with it, because we don't have the resources to dig deeply into those technical specs or properly manage a project of this size. And we don't understand how the energy industry moves in the world. They're stealthy, they're cunning, they have evasive movements that make them look like the good guys. They've practiced a lot. And because they know that one of our key soft spots is that we are very concerned about our soils, and the fear that we are poisoning our soils with conventional agricultural practices has allowed them to sell certain groups here on the idea that constructing a solar field is a way to bank soil. Wow. So let's get real. Evergy has no plans to return the land to the farmers, and no plans to shut down the coal-fired plant if this solar project goes through. Their long-term plan is clearly to purchase as much land in the valley as possible. It's in their leases. They want to build out their infrastructure and then expand. They must work toward economies of scale that will improve their profitability here. Agrivoltaics is expensive. Mowing and Roundup are cheap. And you can assure yourselves that their lawyers will make sure they get the cheap. So, they may have some short-term hoops to jump through to, make sure that they complied with the agrivoltaics thing. But that's not what they're going to do. That's not what they know. We're being asked to accept a false set of choices. Either we surrender permanently some of our best farmland and the safety of our water supply, or we get no solar.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's dishonest, but if they can convince us, we'll take it to the bank.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Dorrance Little. I live at 1310 North 1941. That's at the north edge of the proposed industrial scale solar project. I've lived there almost my entire life, and I believe it would be a betrayal of all the great work the commissions have done on developing guidelines for not using prime farm soils for solar projects. Don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against solar energy at all, but issuing a positive recommendation for a project like this to an untrustworthy big oil corporate entity that has its own profit margins before the best interest of the future of the township that I live in would be really unfortunate. Surely this is the first domino to fall. If it's allowed in, there will be more and more expansion of solar panels to eventually large-scale battery storage until all the Kaw Valley's best farm soils will be lost, at least for the rest of my life. I believe that instead of wasting our best and most productive Kansas River bottom soil, the Planning Commission should advocate for the change of rules that might require all new construction to require rooftop solar and battery storage, such as Generac's home solar systems or Tesla's new rooftop solar project that will be the largest in the world, which would be a perfect idea for all of the city's maintenance, office, and rental properties that we're already paying for. I would also like to know why the KCC allows Evergy to only buy back no more than 1% of electricity excess produced by private generation. Every rooftop in the county should have solar. I believe that it would be a lot more feasible if homeowners could get the same tax credits, incentives, grants, and monetary reimbursements that all the big corporate businesses receive. It has also been brought to my attention that the Commission has a couple of people that have been working on answers about how to get the government's help to homeowners and small businesses to gain access to solar grants and initiatives and incentives to install rooftop solar. So kudos to the councils. Also, I believe there are alternative sites for solar. They should be on pastures, brownfields, and marginal lands that are less controversial and are not as great at production of crops as the soils that are at risk of being lost here. There are too many unresolved problems in Savion's plans for us as residents of Grant Township to let this project move forward. I hope you will not recommend granting this CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here to speak tonight?
There's one online.
Okay, very good. Let's go online. Kay?
Hi. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. And let's see, I could there. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Kay Johnson. I live on Larkspur Court in Lawrence. I'm the Sustainability and Environment Manager of a Lawrence manufacturer. I support renewable energy, including the development of utility-scale solar projects in Douglas County. I do appreciate and applaud the commissioners for adopting the resolution that does make it very restrictive on how large utility-scale solar projects are required to be installed. So thank you for that. I also want to urge the commissioners to approve the conditional use permit for the Kansas Sky Energy Utility Scale Project. Utility scale solar projects in Douglas County are critical in responding to climate change. Utility scale solar is non-polluting, economical, efficient, generates tax revenue, and does not require water or the mining and burning of fossil fuels to generate electricity, which will go directly into the current energy grid. There are not enough rooftops in Lawrence and Douglas County that could produce this amount of renewable power in such an efficient, economical, and effective manner. Some are concerned about soils that are important for food production. But what does food production mean in Douglas County? Clearly for this project area, it means food productions for animals, not people. And that concerns me. I am definitely concerned about being able to address the climate change issues first. So the willing property owners that are part of this project have determined that they support utility scale solar and are confident that these leases will keep their farm ground viable. I urge the commissioners to approve the conditional use permits for Kansas Sky Energy Utility Scale Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do one more online and then I'll come to you, okay? Melinda?
Hello. Melinda Ball. I live in southeast Lawrence, over by Prairie Park. You know, the presentation by the applicant was pretty convincing. However, And I do support alternatives off of fossil fuels and reducing carbon emissions 100%. I believe in climate change. However, like with another proposal that's kind of coming down the pipe, it's all about location, location, location. And this proposal is in the wrong location. I think, especially considering the size, the image that Scott shared earlier was really eye-opening when you got a visual of what it would look like. The size of it, the prime farmland, there's just too much negative cons for this project. Not to mention, the main player behind this is Evergy, which is, our energy monopoly that we have no choice with dealing with, and they don't really need to answer to really anybody. They can get away with plenty. So, if we do decide to run projects, and I do encourage denying this CUP, but if we do decide to work with Evergy in another solar plant in the future, that those projects with Evergy be strongly vetted and picked apart with the finest tooth comb possible, so that we can ensure that our area, our future generations, won't have to deal with the problems that Evergy will cause. So please deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening.
My name's Jim O'Trimble. I farm an area. Our land's not involved in that proposal. I just want to come back with a little history. 10 to 15 years ago, there was a CUP proposed on some of them acres that are involved in this, and it was denied. It was for a sand plant. Probably good benefits for the community, but it was denied. And why was it denied? Ask you guys yourselves that question. What was the reason for it being denied? I believe it's for the farm ground and the water contamination. They both have great benefits. Solar has a great benefit. Is this the place for it? It wasn't then. And I just want to know what's changed. But please ask yourselves that when you go to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jeff Dennis, 1992 East 1400 Road. I'm the farm manager for Pines International. We are a 500-acre certified organic farm just north of town and right in the middle of this project site. Our organic operation utilizes techniques such as cover crops for soil building and GPS-guided tractors to remove the weeds instead of using chemicals. We do understand and recognize the need for alternative energy sources, but we are opposed to this project because it's on prime farmland. Our main business is wheatgrass. It is dehydrated for human food, 65,000 servings per acre to be exact. This project will put a high fence all around the solar panels, removing over 700 acres of food sources from the wildlife, forcing them onto our fields. Increased consumption and pathogenic pressure caused by feces will directly result in economic loss for our farm. If our products fail to meet food safety standards, the FDA requires us to destroy it at economic loss. There's drainage issues. All of our fields suffer from some sort of sluggish drainage. These waters back up into our fields and cause economic impact. The county's water drainage issues have been under review, but yet to be resolved. This project will remove 24 acres of permeable soil. This is the largest loss since the construction of the airport. If drainage is already an issue and the community or the county has failed to fix the problem, how can we move forward with a massive utility this size? Our farmland north of Lawrence is already a progressive, diversified system. We currently have producers growing certified organic grains, as well as wheatgrass and vegetables. Regenerative ag techniques like cover crops are gaining popularity across all ag producers. The unique properties of this prime farmland with aquifer underneath gives us the ability to grow and control future food systems. This is why this land is of significant importance. And it should remain in ag production as written in the comprehensive 2040 plan. It just takes 3 years for a field to become certified organic. There's no need to take this land out of ag production. Change is already happening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see someone online.
Connie Fitzpatrick.
Connie, welcome.
Hello, my name is Connie Fitzpatrick. I'm here as a community member and aspiring farmer. I have done small-scale farming in North Lawrence, and especially when I was pregnant and gave birth, I had a very little energy to go out to the section in North Lawrence where I was farming, but my crops still survived because of honestly, the magical soil that it has. It has access to water and high nutrients. And if I was to plant anywhere else, that would not have been possible. I think that the commission should truly consider the rich soil that that region has. And not just that, but the access to water, especially with the extreme heat, and being more sustainable in regards to farming. That's all I have, but thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Sir? Yes, sir.
My name is Jason Richard. I actually live in North Topeka, but I am a crop consultant with CropQuest Incorporated, and I've been that since 1996. And the land proposed for this project has been within my consulting area since that time. While I support the use of solar technology, I don't think the suggested site is the best location for the project. For a few reasons. First off, the acres here are, as it's been stated, some of the most productive here in Douglas County. Crop yields are in the top 10 to 20% of the ground in the whole county, and some in northeast Kansas. The soil types located in this area, the lay of the land, and the drainage of the soil allow for a great potential of many crops. Right now in this immediate area, I consult for an organic produce farm-to-table farm that raises anything and everything from tomatoes to strawberries to collard greens, an organic cereal grass food-grade producer that also raises alfalfa, a sod farm that has corn and soybeans in their rotation, as well as many standard row crop producers that also grow value-added traded crops. And also the proximity of this particular ground and these producers to an extensive population allows for a ready market for their products. Another concern, or a concern, is with the proposed vegetative and agrivoltaics plan. Actually, and that is with the incentive to prevent and limit potential environmental problems, and how it will not be as great as what exists with the producers that are currently here. All of these producers are currently doing a variety of soil enhancement and improvement methods to make their businesses profitable and conserve and improve the soil. This project will remove these farmers from the land to impose the most extreme of regenerative agricultural schemes, which is no production, and allow only some rotational grazing. It's an area reserved for unproductive, marginal, and even desertified land. However, there is a less extreme part of that regenerative philosophy, and that includes farming with cover crops, no-till, use of litter, organic fertilizers, and the use of naturally occurring biological inputs. And I think that what the folks who wrote the solar regulations may not be aware of is that these are already an increasing part of the existing farmers' practices. I also take issue with the summary portion of that plan where it states that the plan will result in, quote, improved soil health and increased nutrient retention by the end of the plan. My contention is that if those were the true goals of this project, then the producers that are already here are actually the best options for those results. Producers have the utmost incentive not only to conserve, but to also improve the quality of the land. And in summary, I ask that this commission look at these points and the specific location of this project and consider not approving the project.
You,
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Travis Hardy. I live in East Douglas County. And some of you may know me, some of you may not. I mean, I've been staring down the barrel of, another solar facility that wants to come in. And, I'm not here to say, oh, solar's bad, we don't want solar. But I am here to talk about, the company's been out there where I'm at, and they were doing testing and, kind of the initial phase of this, weren't following the rules. I have real concerns when I hear they can do this, pounding these things in the ground from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night. I live there, I work there. I would really like you to kind of shorten that time period to do something there. Along with this road thing, I have real concerns. I live out in the country. I run up and down my road, right? If the corridor for the solar thing that's going to come out by me is going to be right down my road, heck, I've been run over by just normal people. If I got semis, with heavy equipment coming down there, I'm worried for my safety. Like, I don't know how you mitigate that, but I have real concerns about that. And these are a couple things that, I have a hard time thinking that I'm going to be sitting in my house all day because I work from home, hearing bam, 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 till 8 o'clock at night while they're working on this. And then, okay, I get a couple hours of break and then I go to sleep. So my day is going to be filled with construction for months. And, if this is going on in town, there's no way. There's no way this would be allowed in town. People would be complaining. This wouldn't be allowed. Out in the country, it seems okay. And I just don't understand. It's like we have different rules out in the country and we can do things out here differently. Why is that? I just don't understand that. We hear that, this fits in with the character out there. I can tell you, I've lived in the country all my life. This does not fit the character at all. I know that Douglas County wants green energy. I'm not saying green energy is bad, but let's don't try to make it sound good and it's going to be people are okay, it fits character. It does not. I did not move to the country to see industrial things. If I wanted to live around stuff, I'd live in town. So I'm just saying, really, do what you can to help the folks out there, mitigate where you can. Because like I said, I have real concerns around some of this stuff. And if they break the rules, they don't follow the right paths, they're working after dark, which has happened, what repercussions are there? There needs to be real stringent rules and harsh penalties if they don't follow the rules. Not, well, sorry, we didn't know the rules. Oh, we won't do it again. Sorry, that doesn't work. There really needs to be enforcement. If there's not enforcement, people aren't going to follow the rules. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, sir. All right. Just tipped over 10 o'clock. Is there anyone else here to present tonight? Anyone else online, Drew?
I haven't seen anyone pop up.
All right, when we close public comment now, we will be closed for the evening. Yes, sir.
Too late. Oh, sorry, let me pull it up. All right, good evening, commissioners. My name is Scott Thelen, and I live at 1927 East 1300 Road. I want to start off by talking about the irreplaceable loss of farmland associated with this project. Farm ground that sits over an irreplaceable resource, the alluvial aquifer. Farm ground that produces $1.8 million per year of agricultural economic productivity within the project area, with room to grow that number as the new crops and marketing opportunities present themselves. This farm ground has generations of family farms gathering and generating their livelihoods on this ground. But if approved and in their place, would be the largest solar energy project in the state of Kansas, consisting of 237,300 panels and 140,520 piles, which at a depth of just 8.5 feet includes 226 miles of steel H-beam piles being driven into our water table. And after decommissioning, per the applicant's proposed decommissioning plan in front of you tonight, 146 miles of piles would be left in the soil in perpetuity because, quote, all below-grade equipment and steel piles associated with the tracking system would only be removed to a depth of 36 inches below grade in accordance with the regulations. We'll be left with 50-ish acres, maybe, if feasible, if economically viable for Evergy, of agrivoltaics. And finally, a development mistake that we'll look back on for generations to come. Are you as commissioners ready to trade our county's best farm ground for a hope that it may be viable farm ground in the future? The applicant's plan relies too heavily on agrivoltaics. As a local producer who farms in this valley, I have one question. What is their plan? Is there anybody present from the eventual operator that is an expert in agrivoltaics or that will be managing their agrivoltaic project? Savion has experts here tonight, but they will not be the operator. The modification of all above ground cab lines as part of this project variance will challenge the feasibility of any large-scale agrivoltaic projects within the site area by limiting the ability of tractors and animals to move and streamline through the project. We are replacing viable and productive food systems with a vision of agriculture on a small research scale, with no actionable enforcement measures if agrivoltaics is determined to not be feasible. Looking beyond agrivoltaics, what is their long plan? We are customer numbers and not just community numbers. They have the battery energy storage site within the plans in front of you tonight. They have the junction boxes, the splitters, and the sectionalizers to expand this project over time. Historically, this valley has grown over 4,000 acres potatoes, and 30 years prior to that, thousands of acres of truck farms. Agriculture is changing. Farmers are sustainable stewards of the land, and change is present and on the way. This valley is ripe for change, being strategically placed in the nation.
Thank you, Scott. I need to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Other comments tonight? The public? Anybody else online, Drew?
I saw, yes, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Yes, thank you for your patience.
Joe Doe.
I just wanted to point out a few pieces of faulty logic. I appreciate the intentions, so many good intentions expressed tonight, and in a way, everyone's on the same side, so to speak. We care about our future, our environment, each other, the logistics, the electricity, the soil. However, there are some huge holes in the faulty logic, and after spending the entire day reading every piece of detail in the application, listening to every presentation tonight, some of the huge holes that just don't make sense. No one's talking about the fire hazards of solar panels, the size and scope of this, 1.7 square miles. Why here? It seems to be a greenwashing, a case of a huge multinational corporation finding a vulnerable community where we just really want that affair. We just want that romance with green energy, and we'll say yes to anything. Well, I've worked in public relations. I've worked in environmental defense. I've worked on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. I've worked in documentary video production. And what's happening now is we're being sold out. We're being sold out by a fast and furious public relations scam by a huge corporation that will take the money and run and disappear and end up as a bankruptcy or a conglomeration or bought out by a Chinese or whatever. We're entrusting you as our planning commission to build relationships that last. Some of the holes in the logic not making sense. This is an unmanned facility. We were told this would create jobs. This is 1.7 square miles of 236,000 solar panels with cables above ground. We're in a drought zone. I've lived, I've seen, I've witnessed the fires, how fast they happen. Do you really want to be breathing the fire of solar panels? Do you want to Google solar panels and risk of fire? Do you want to understand why it's unmanned? It's called corporate greed. We can't have 5 acres of solar panels here and 5 acres there. We can't honor the Douglas County codes and do it piece by piece and respect nature. We have to have our new way of agrivoltaics. Okay, we're going to grow soil in a different way. We're going to put out a buzz. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have 336,000 solar panels that are going to decay. Where are we going to put them? We're going to send them back to China, where they came from? Anyway, there are more concerns that aren't being considered here. I say a big fat no. Please do not sell us out. This won't be approved by the Douglas County Commission. No way.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone else in the room to make comment tonight? When we close comment, we're going to be closed for the evening. All right, seeing none, the next step up is for the applicant to have some time. Now, they've had a little over 2 hours worth of feedback to provide some response to, and I want to provide just a little bit of latitude to make sure you've got time to adequately do that. Before we do that, though, want to take a break. Ask us to come back at 20 minutes after the hour. We'll pick up with the applicant's response, and then we'll bring it back to the commission. Okay? All right, we're going to pick back up now. Thank you all. And by the way, as we move from public comment, I just want to take a moment to thank all of you who have come in, all of you who joined by Zoom, to have this many people with different perspectives on such a charged topic. Super, super proud of this meeting tonight. So thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. And with the applicant, if you would, Mr. Goff, it's up to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Matt Goff with Barber Emerson Law Firm. I want to reiterate to you that in this room and on Zoom, we have a dozen or so subject matter experts available for your specific questions. If you want to know about stormwater drainage or the corrosion of steel piers or how they'll be removed or the environmental impact of them or agrivoltaics, you don't want to talk to me about it per se, but I'm here to tell you, we've got the people in the room or on Zoom, so please take us up on that. Ask us the questions you have. That's the only way we'll know. I want to talk about Plan 2040, and I want to talk about working with Mary Miller for 18 years like I have. I don't think there's anyone on the staff who's more environmentally conscientious than Mary Miller. And if she, in her professional opinion, thinks that this application plan is compliant with Plan 2040, I'd believe her. I'd also point out that the solar regulations that were adopted in 2022 are part of the Douglas County Code, which by state statute means that they are the law of the land. Plan 2040 is a long-range, comprehensive plan. It serves as a framework from which the actual county code is adopted. This commission and the county commission did that in 2022. There's a lot of comment tonight by people who say they're not opposed to solar, who don't say that this application doesn't meet the requirements of the very stringent solar regulations. Solar regulations that one commenter today said were some of the most stringent in the nation. And why did we write them that way? We wrote them that way so that you would have some assurance in knowing that whatever project you got approved here has to, by its very nature, preserve the soils, provide for reclamation, have these studies, have agrivoltaics. Yes, agrivoltaics is a burgeoning industry. We want to make it a sounding board, a benchmark, something to grow. I know there's a lot of emotions about this subject, and I can forgive some of the things said about using the word industrial intentionally instead of saying utility scale. This is a utility scale project. It's not an industrial project. It's also disingenuous to say that we should be criticized for meeting with the staff. As you know, we're required by the regulations to have a pre-application meeting with the staff before we even submit. And then after we submit, we get at least one round of comments from the staff to which we must reply in order to remain on this agenda. In fact, the reason we weren't last month is because we're still working on that. They were and we were. So, how many of you spoke to me or anybody on my team before today? I asked Gary Rexroad if I had 10 minutes or 15, and it turns out I had 11. Thank you very much. But that's it, okay? How many of you talked to other people in this room? We want to preserve the fairness of this process, so we did not solicit your input before today, and I hope you take that into consideration. I sincerely mean that we have people in this room who are capable of answering your questions at a very technical level. And for that reason, I'm very pleased to stand for your questions and hope that you'll recommend approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the applicant? All right, and we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner DeVore.
I have a question for Mary. Mary, are you with us?
I hope she stayed on.
Yeah.
Kind of critical.
I was kidding.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to find my camera and what happened to it. 1 minute. I'll find that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can't see you.
I'll have that in just a minute. There's something blocking my screen. Oh. There. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. So Mary, as a land use body, and thinking about the golden factors, is there, like, in this area, are there other compatible uses of land as this applicant is requesting?
In this area, are there other uses?
Yeah, yeah, utility scale, industrial, yes.
Well, it depends what you mean by area. In my review of the character of the area, I always use a 1 mile radius from the subject property, and the subject property is pretty large, so that makes a large area. And in that area, we have an airport, we have a quarry, and so there's other uses that are
So it's not
industrial in nature.
So it's not incompatible. Fair statement?
Well, I don't think it's incompatible based primarily on the nature of the use. It's very different than a quarry. The quarry is very loud, has a lot of traffic. The airport also has the noise of the planes. It'll be very different in that the solar panels are very quiet. There'll be very little traffic. It'll be a passive use, actually. I think the only incompatibility would be the visual. And given the flat terrain, it's not going to be extremely visual. You're going to see to a point, and then just the fact that it's the distance. If you're on the river trail, you'll see a lot more of the facility just because you're elevated. But I think it would be compatible, not based on the fact that it's industrial, because it's a very passive use. It's a commercial utility scale, solar, so it's more of a utility than an industrial.
Okay, thank you.
Other thoughts?
I have a question for Mary.
Yes, Jane.
Mary, when we talk about the factors that we need to consider on a CUP, does that include the golden factors?
They are in there, the compatibility with the zoning and land use, the compatibility with the character of the area, the suitability of the property for the use to which it was restricted, the comprehensive plan. Those are the golden factors, so they're included in the review criteria.
Okay. Do you have a slide that you can show that these are the factors to consider?
Yes, I can put that back up here. That's what was blocking my view. So let me just see how I can do that.
Thank you.
Jane, Sharon?
I have a technical question. I'll go ahead and start with a technical question. I would like to hear from one of your experts on this question of the piles in the ground and in the aquifer, the corrosivity of the soil, and their process for removal.
I'm Benjamin Gaskell. I'm an engineer with Savio. I'm an electrical engineer too, by the way. So, can you please restate the question?
I'm interested in the piles that are going about 15 feet down. If you can correct me with that, how deep are they going? What is your process for removal? Because in the document, I read that they would be cut off so that they would be removed from 3 feet from below. But then I heard somebody say they were going to get pulled out.
Right.
So I'm a little unclear as to what the removal process is for these piles.
Okay, so they're typically driven about 8 feet, between 8 and 12 feet below grade, with about 5 feet sticking out. And then at the end of their useful life, they'll be pulled back out vertically out of that same hole without leaving any remaining.
So the entire pile will be pulled out?
The entire pile will be pulled back out.
Okay, all right.
So I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
That seems inconsistent with the actual document that we'll be voting on. Mm-hmm. So I'm just, what you're saying is fantastic. I like that answer, but it's not what would be in the actual enforceable document. So I'm just, can we figure that out?
You'd want to, assuming there was a motion made to approve, you'd want to condition that add that as a condition to the approval.
Yes, although I would definitely want to lean on county staff for help with that, in the sense that we're talking about a lot of underground material that the documents say will be left in. So if there's something about we're pulling everything out, I would definitely want a thorough review of like what, according to the plans, what all's in there at that level and underground, and that it's all coming out.
So there would not be, just while they're consulting, there would not have to be any digging. It would actually just literally be pulled out.
It'd be pulled out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, but I'd like to, that clarified, maybe Mary can answer that question of how, if that's a possibility, that makes a big difference to me.
That is the case, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a condition. The condition could be that the decommissioning plan would be revised to clearly state that the piles would be pulled out and would not remain. I believe they intended to leave underground cables that were deeper than 36 inches. I don't know if that was a concern, but there could be a condition added that the decommissioning plan be revised so that it clearly states the piles would be completely removed.
Yes.
While we're talking about piles and the depth that they're going to be in the ground, obviously there's been a lot of concern tonight about that and the low level of what the groundwater is. In some areas you've heard people say 6 feet. And yes, we know what these piles are made of, the way they typically behave. Does Savion and or Evergy have experience with this type of pylon in the ground, in the water for 25 years and what it does?
We're going to arm wrestle over who gets to answer that.
Maybe they should all. While they're finding their expert, is there another question or discussion point? Oh, maybe they're there.
Michael Benjamin from Burns and McDonnell should be on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe, Commissioner, if you could direct your question to him.
Did you hear my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
What with, obviously you're not Savion, not Evergy, but with Burns McDonnell as a consultant to them, with my concern is, as you've heard throughout this meeting, there's concern from many, many citizens about the groundwater and the fact that in places around this area, it's only 6 feet. These pylons, as we just heard from the previous question, are going to be driven 8 to 12 feet into the ground, 5 feet above the ground, still visible. So whatever these piles are made of, and what zinc or whatever materials are in the steel from an engineering perspective, do you have experience with this kind of pile being driven not just into the ground, but into the ground in water, sitting in water? What's going to happen to that pile over 25 years?
There is the potential for zinc for the galvanized coating to corrode, and zinc will end up in the soil. Zinc rarely is dissolved in groundwater. It is preferentially sorbed to soil particles, so it usually does not mobilize far from the source, and you would have to have a corrosive environment for zinc to dissolve in groundwater and be mobile in groundwater, and it's highly unlikely that the soil and groundwater in Douglas County is considered a corrosive environment that would cause zinc to mobilize.
I have a follow-up to that. Oh, sorry.
I'm still going, but we've heard from people today that have said that the soil quality in the area, specifically in Douglas County, is corrosive. And while highly unlikely, or even unlikely, can be stated, you're talking about people's drinking water here. And you're talking about an area that's not that far from the Kansas River, that even though it may not be likely that it's mobile, if it gets into the river, that river then downstream provides water to Johnson County District Number 1, provides water to all of Eudora, and I have great concerns about that.
In the literature research that I performed, there were multiple, there's no studies on groundwater because the zinc tends to absorb to soil particles in the groundwater. So it's really, there's no literature on the mobility of zinc in groundwater. There was literature on surface water, and the literature was for, it's not apples to apples in this situation, as far as there's been no studies on galvanized posts for solar panel arrays that are partially sheltered by the solar panels. The studies that I reviewed were on large galvanized structures such as transmission towers and bridges, galvanized structures over surface water, and none of those studies created impacts that were above Kansas Department of Health and Environment or EPA standards for creating impacts to soil or groundwater.
So back to my original question of, does anybody here have the experience? The answer is no. You've looked at studies, but no personal experience.
I think what he said is that the same steel is used in bridges that are in water, and there's been no finding of contamination. And I can be corrected if I said that wrong, but that's what I heard.
That is what I said.
I have a follow-up then. So those studies that we're talking about it being in water, they wouldn't really be taking into consideration this situation though, which is in corrosive soil, in an alluvium aquifer, where the water and the soil, like it's going up and down in wet and dry air and water, right? Would that be correct? I mean, did those studies, or did you look at any studies that looked at the particular type of situation we have here with the galvanized steel in the type of soil that we have where this will actually be?
I haven't seen any studies that says that the soil in the area is corrosive.
I have a question then for the public, and I don't know who. I just know that there was someone pointed in, and I'm sorry, this is the stack that I've been reading and I got on Thursday afternoon, and it turns out that there's like another 250 pages. So I don't have it all memorized. I don't know where everything is. But I definitely heard someone in the public today point out that this particular location, a couple of people, this particular location does have corrosive soil, although most of, or a lot of Douglas County does not. This particular area does. So I think it's really important to get that resolved one way or the other. And I know someone in the public pointed out to him. Mary, I don't know if you caught that or if you know it. You probably are more familiar with these 2,500 pages than I am. Sharon,
I didn't, the staff report didn't mention the possibility of zinc pollution, but I did hear a member of the public say they thought the soil survey indicated that the soil was corrosive. And that was a comment that I heard.
There was something in the 600 pages of that analysis that spoke there. I actually saw some conflicting information. One said that it did, the other said it didn't, but it was the silty soil, the small particle soil that retained a lot of moisture.
Okay.
Yes.
And I was say Sharon said she.
Yeah, it's in the soil survey that there are some percentage of corrosive soils in that area. And so not all the soils in the project area are corrosive, but a certain percentage are corrosive. But when they're talking about the mobility of these metals in the soil, I think they're talking about a level of corrosivity that's even beyond what these soils are, much more acid soil that would do that. Or maybe it has to do with salinity. I know there's a lot of research on coastal areas and pylons with this in terms of the corrosivity. Most of the literature, I actually did a deep dive on this, trying to find some information. I'm not an engineer, I am not an expert, but I could not find any literature on the mobility of these metals in the soils unless they were coming from a landfill area where there were lots of toxic chemicals. Most of the research is about the corrosivity of pylons, pipes, bridge abutments that are all in the soil. We have lots and lots of steel in the soil all over the place. And the concern is about the corrosivity of the steel so that whatever it's holding gets out. That's most of the research, or that the bridge falls over. It's that kind of research, not so much what's happening with the actual metals from that. And I could not find any information on basically the leaching of heavy metals through the soil.
You're correct, Sharon. The corrosive environments are typically from acid rain environments, super acidic soils with very low pHs, marine highly corrosive environments. There was some literature reviewed from the California Department of Transportation talking about super high corrosive environments, and they're basically from marine splash, and saying that structures do need to be coated with galvanized to keep them from corroding for their structural purposes.
Okay, but back to the original question, I think Mr. Kelso was asking. So the Evergy has no experience in this type of situation with these kind of piles, and from what I'm taking away here is that there's actually no research on it either, because the research is on other things. So there's no actual research, even though there's research about marine and about other situations, there's no research about the leaching of what this might do in our particular soil in this situation, or something similar to it.
Yeah, my name is Jason Humphrey. I'm with Evergy, which is a proposed owner-operator of this project. While we don't have soil experience with the piles in the area, we do own and operate the transmission and electrical distribution lines in this area. Most all of that is galvanized steel. The reason we do coat it with zinc is to prevent the corrosion, which we're fearing here, and that's the same as underground piping. I mean, this is very common material to be used and to be buried. It can be with or without cathodic protection. Zinc is also an agricultural product that's used put on soils in soybean production. It may very well be used on these fields today. I'm not familiar. But we have a lot of steel in the ground in these areas and have not found these soils to be overly corrosive. We've got structures that have been in the air for many, many years, far longer than the 25-year CUP life.
Could I ask maybe the same question in a different way? Now, is there any, with all of the history we have with steel in the ground, particularly, let's make it related to a solar farm where you've got maybe a greater density of pilings in water, is there any history, any report, any knowledge of a case where migration of materials, migration of zinc has been reported as a problem? Over the decades that this has been going on, is there any?
Not to my knowledge, no, and I know part of the proposed CUP conditions here are soil testing as well, so there'd be local monitoring of the issue as well.
Okay.
So the zinc and the the components of the steel, I just sort of put it out there, are part of the testing protocol.
I'm not sure on zinc specifically, but Mary can maybe speak to that. The metals, the metal testing is part of the proposed conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
But Charlie?
I think it is interesting that all of us have come to some questions about that. An overriding concern is Thursday, we were given hundreds of pages to look through, and I will say, I certainly cannot digest all the technical data that is in there, and yet sometime tonight, we're supposed to make a decision based upon the things that we were given. So that is a concern of mine, that I am being put in a position to make a decision without having time to fully digest what I am reading. But when I went through just on the zinc portion, on page 46 of the 620 pages, it says, the use of coatings on driven steel piles may be considered as an alternative corrosion protection strategy, which is normal. Before this alternative is selected, however, the need to protect the coating from damage during the driving operation and coating repair strategies and the method for steel piles driven into the soil, the greatest concern for corrosion is the bottom portion of the pile down to 3 feet. So is that, and then there's more on down on zinc coating and corrosion. But it does seem, and it could be in the other 619 pages of this, that there are questions about the zinc on this specific product in this soil. And so is it in there someplace?
I don't know that there are questions about zinc in this specific soil. I'd ask Benny to come up again if you would like to. But hot-dipped galvanized steel is a pretty robust coating mechanically. I'm a mechanical engineer by degree. So this coating is applied actually as the steel is fabricated. And I think what that portion of the report is speaking to is the encounter of bedrock or anything else that tip of the pile is likely to encounter. You're worried about the corrosion on that tip because it's the first thing that you're driving down into the ground. And so usually when an engineer runs corrosivity calculations on piles like this, they're really worried about those last couple feet because that's the thing that's encountered the most material as it's gone into the ground. And so it has the potential for damage to that galvanized material. And so that's the part of the structure that you typically worry about the most. But the coating is applied very, very robustly, and driven piles are used in basically every commercial utility scale solar project across the country.
Okay, because this just talks about it being driven into corrosive soil or corrosive water. Special corrosion protection must be needed. To the extent corrosion protection for steel piles will depend upon the subsurface geology, location of the groundwater table, and the depth to which the soil has been disturbed. And so it does say in this report that is talking about the soils we seem to have in North Lawrence.
Yeah, I won't put words necessarily in Mike or Benny's mouths, but the reason that we've selected hot galvanized steel here is because of those minor corrosion concerns rather than just bare steel. You could go without any corrosivity protection and just use raw steel in the ground, but here it's a prudent decision to use the hot dipped galvanized method. Now, Mike or Benny, feel free to agree or disagree.
But there is a concern about the last few feet, which will be the part that's in the water table.
The concern there is why we're using the hot dip galvanized steel.
Through the construction process, right? You said that there was concern for corrosion or concern for things.
That's why you elect to do the protection to begin with, because that couple feet just experiences the most mechanical stress as you drive the piles. So that tip, that part that's submerged the most, is why we would elect from an engineering guidance to use this anti-corrosion methodology, which is well tested in the hot dipped galvanized steel.
So are the, again, if I could digest all the information that was in there, maybe I wouldn't appear to be so confused.
You definitely do not appear confused.
Are the piles that are going to potentially be used in North Lawrence, have they been used in other applications like this?
Benny?
And I thought it was interesting, we talked pile driving, but in the report it said it's more like a tap, 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 which I chuckled about that. So is it, are they used, have you used them in other applications of solar panels?
Other than solar panels?
No, other solar panels.
Yeah, absolutely. These same pile types, galvanized, various thicknesses of zinc coatings are used in every project that I've built here in the U.S. and same for projects in Europe that I've been a part of.
In similar type locations of river bottom where there's a very, very low groundwater.
Yeah, in some cases with very shallow groundwater.
Can you give examples?
I have a project in Ohio that's at groundwater at 3.5 foot depth, and we'll be installing the same type piles with zinc coatings on those as well.
In a river bottom?
That's adjacent to a river bottom and adjacent to a floodplain area that's heavily inundated. It's old row crop land. So.
And they're currently in that project?
Yeah, we have piles in the ground at another project down the street.
Have you done water testing or soil testing in that project in the river with this in the similar situation as what you're doing to do here? Have you done water testing there?
I don't know.
And do you have any in the ground that have been there for, say, a couple decades in a similar situation?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
So, all right. So
sorry, but before we
tighten this up a little bit,
yeah, well, that's what I was going to before. So we actually ended up before we went on to that. Somebody had said something about the testing, but
excuse me. Excuse me. Please take that outside. Thank you.
That's okay. The condition about the metals does not include zinc testing, and there's no water testing in any of the conditions. So just as right before Charlie asked this question, we were someone had mentioned or had said there's conditions regarding soil testing, and there was a question about whether or not zinc was in that. And when I reviewed it, heavy metals are being tested, but not zinc. And then there's nothing testing water at the moment in any conditions at any stage.
Thank you. Other questions? Other topics?
Can I still keep going on the piles?
So
different or new?
It's something different.
All right.
So not about long-term viability. So during because we're roughly talking, I think I heard the number 144,000 of these things, and I doubt that it's a tap-tap. It's more of a violent, not like we're putting up a skyscraper, but it's a lot of weight, a lot of mass behind it. In similar installations, have there been any issues with the physical pounding of the piles, well, I keep saying pylons too, but piles into the ground, of that causing issues with disruption of maybe substances that are in that groundwater that have been sitting there and they've been undisturbed, of the disturbance of driving all these piles into the ground, causing issues that might, it infects the wrong word, but affect the groundwater. And I'm asking because of the citizens that rely on this as their drinking water.
Sure. There's no We're not aware of any issues associated with that, any groundwater being impacted as a result of the galvanized steel piles being driven into the ground. So to answer your question, no, we're not aware of any solar projects, utility scale solar projects having that level of impact. One thing we could offer up, though, if this continues to be a concern of the commission and the community, is we could do groundwater monitoring as part of the project. We could do some groundwater monitoring before the project goes to construction, so we have that baseline, so we can show you what the groundwater quality is on site before the project goes to construction, and then do some groundwater monitoring after.
Thank you for that.
In the short time I have been on the Planning Commission, a couple of years, I have never seen a more complete, thorough application in my life. I'm not sure I understand it. And again, that causes me concern tonight that I have to vote on this. It just seems like 640 pages to look at, to go back, to take notes over it all, has been very difficult to do, to make sure that we are serving this county. It is a difficult thing, and I tried to read. I shouldn't even say I tried to read. I looked at every page and took notes, questions, reread. And it is still difficult for me to do, but yet we're going to vote on it. And I don't know if that's just a time factor in it. I don't know.
Thank you, Charlie. Sharon?
If everybody's done with piles for a little while, let's turn to the other big thing, agrivoltaics. And so I guess the question I have about that came up, sort of the bigger question that came up with public comment, is how is Evergy going to demonstrate their commitment to agrivoltaics in the long term?
Once again, Jason Humphrey with Evergy. I have been a Northeast Kansas resident my entire life. My brother lives in Lawrence today, is an environmental person with the company. I can tell you our intention here is in the right place, but as many have said, it's a pretty nascent industry. One that we've been on the leading edge of. If you go to the Baldwin City Solar Project that was mentioned earlier this evening, that is an Evergy project. All of the pollinator-friendly species that have been done there, the kind of beautiful butterfly and little bees that go through that, that was one of the first installations that have been done in this area with a real focus on pollinator-friendly planting, and that was an Evergy project. We have others, like the site that was approved in Stoll, that we're continuing to learn. We're refining our seed mixes that we're using in hopes of doing this on a bigger and bigger scale. And so what we offered in partnership with Savion as part of the application is kind of a 50-acre pilot, which is pretty substantial. That's a pretty big chunk of land to experiment with. And the idea that we have is a grant program where we'd partner with 3 grant application providers to look at how we would do this going forward. It may be some pollinator stuff and maybe local beekeepers. We can do diurnal crops, try some lettuces, try some tomatoes, some of the things that we heard talked about today. And grazing could be part of that future as well. There is a lot of research, a lot of energy in this area, and so in concert with Savion and with Planning Commission staff, we've committed to every 5 years going in front of this board to review what the agrivoltaics plan is and make sure we're continuing to advance that ball going forward. We want this to work. We do plan to be rather large solar owner-operators in the state of Kansas, and there's no better place for us to learn about this because what we plant is likely to grow in this area. And so if you think about a great place to have a pilot, it's likely this site at the Kansas Sky Energy Center to do so.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're talking about agrivoltaics, and I don't want to say the wrong word, whether comical or insulting. That word, agrivoltaics, is all over this 2,438 pages or however many it is. We're talking about 50 acres. Of the whole project area, that's less than 5%. Of the fenced-in area, it's a little over 8%. But yet, it's a major selling point of the whole thing, and it's such a ridiculously small component of it that I do find it a bit insulting.
I respond to that, respectfully. That part of the.
Can I help?
Yes. Hey,
right.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Mosier. I'm the Director of Farming Operations and Agrivoltaics for Savion. You're right. And I loved hearing him say that they're dedicated to farming. And I talked to Jason a little bit out in the hall. He loves farming. I don't know if he loves it as much as I do, but he seems pretty excited about it. Agrivoltaics is new. My boss is sitting in here. A year ago, almost exactly a year ago, I had to try to talk him into investing in agrivoltaics at Savion. Utility scale development is not doing agrivoltaics yet. You can go to the DOE and Inspire. They're doing maybe 5 acres. I think Jack's Solar Garden, 4 acres is the biggest thing that's done agrivoltaics yet. We just got a DOE grant with the Ohio State University. Sorry, Kansas folks, but we're doing 32 acres where we buried the cable that we can do it on a utility scale site. 32 acres to me is like magical. The biggest thing is getting access, is having your owner say they're going to do it and they're going to work on it and they're going to try it on 50 acres. That's huge. We've got 32 acres of buried cable, 32 acres that's not buried because we're trying to figure out the cab system and the precision ag stuff that we're doing. We're working on row crop, hay and alfalfa. It's super exciting, and where it's going, they're saying it's like a $9 billion industry where farmers are getting involved, our kids are getting involved, and they're going to be doing all of this cool cutting edge robotics, autonomous vehicles. It's really a neat field and where it's going. So if you've got Evergy saying they're going to do 50 acres right now, you guys are going to do something awesome in Douglas County. And if everybody's saying that this is the best ground and it's going to grow something, the potential you have here to do something amazing, I'm jealous of it because Ohio State wants to be first and kind of do it on this big project. We had 200 acres that we did soybeans in that wasn't underneath the panels. So I noticed in your guys' scheme, you've got, open areas that you can still farm that even without that 50 acres that they're doing between the rows, right? So cool stuff you're doing. 50 acres is a lot. So just be proud, and in 5 years, let it grow and grow and grow, and you'll be doing 70% in no time. So thank you.
How are you going to be able to do 50 acres, potentially, as you say, in row crops, when the cab lines are going to be above ground? How are you going to get tractors or other implements over those cab lines?
Well, I was listening to that in Ashton, maybe you need to help explain, but I heard in the prime farmland areas, you want to leap it above, and in the other areas, you wanted to bury it. You were worried about disturbing the ground. I think that's something to discuss when the final design comes through, because if you bury that cab cable, if you bury that wire, you're absolutely right. You can drive through it with a tractor. That's where I'm saying at Madison Fields, I didn't get in quite fast enough, so we didn't bury all the cable. We only buried a portion of it. So that's why Ohio State's Precision Ag Department is looking at, we're working with Kubota, Monarch Tractor, John Deere, on how we can work an implement to get underneath that cab system or work around it. Maybe it's a zero-turn implement. I don't know yet, but we're going to try to do that because there's systems out there that are using cab that we're going to have to retrofit if we want to try to grow crops on things that were built 5 years ago, right? Because they were having the cab around. So I would recommend burying it all, but I also understand you don't want to disturb some of the ground. So that's a call that you all work out, but it's a lot easier when it's not there.
Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question.
with respect to Commissioner Kelso's observation, I don't know anything about agriculture. I work for a software company, and one of the things I know is when you're going in for a big new feature, you don't go all in on the big new feature. You do a proof of concept, you learn from it, you iterate it, and then you scale it out. And so my question for you is, can you clarify for us what are the iterations of like how you would go from 50 acres to a larger scale?
Well, we started, so for Madison Fields, in order to do it on the 32 acres that we're doing, we actually put up panels at our hog barn. And so I had to talk my dad and my brother into investing into these panels, and we build them on our barn, and then Savion actually put money in to have the Ohio State researchers do it. So we did that for 2 years, and we grew hay and alfalfa, so a cool season hay mix alfalfa between the rows of solar panels. Everybody said alfalfa wouldn't grow because of the shade, right? We just had to prove that it would grow and it would have some kind of vegetative quality to it. Well, when we did that, DOE's got these rounds of grants coming out deciding, how are you going to do agrivoltaics on utility scale. Well, we were able to show the findings from this small scale thing that we had done at the hog barns and apply for a grant. Savion granted access and said, hey, if you guys figure this out, we'll let you come on the site and do it on this 32 acres. And we won the grant through DOE. So my recommendation, exactly like you're saying, you start small and you can grow tomato. I mean, they're doing Arizona, they're doing tomatoes, they're doing all kinds of different things, right? So for what's best for your soils, whatever you want to, I took my 6-row planter out and did sweet corn between the ones at the hog barns now, because I'm going to try to convince them to do it at Madison Fields, right? So bringing it out and into there. We did soybeans once. My hay and alfalfa people, they like that because then they can feed it to the sheep. I got cooney pigs. In New Zealand, there's grazing pigs. They don't root. And I'm like, I don't believe it. So I went out and bought 3 pigs and I got them in the barnyard, and I'm trying to figure out if they're going to root or not so that I can, convince Scott to let me put them on. So it's all just working together with the community to try to figure out how to scale it up. You guys have got, universities that will do it. You've got FFA programs that will do it and will try. And that's where I would say starting. I mean, if they're willing to do 50 acres and it's the access, really, getting on there and doing it. So you got to think about safety. You got all of those things, and you come up with that plan with Evergy. And if they're letting you on site, the possibilities are kind of endless, right? And that's where we're putting the local folks back in touch with the project. So my farmers are my tenant farmers, are my landowners, right? They're going to be the ones doing a contract with Savion to be back on the site. So the cool part about that is, who takes the best care of the ground? Who sees when the weeds are getting too tall or something's happening that needs to be fixed? The guy living right next to it, the guy that's been farming it, right? So they're getting back on the site, and there's a whole agribusiness industry around it. Someone's got an idea, work with us to figure out, what do you need to tie it into agrivoltaics, right?
Thank you.
So, yeah.
So it sounds like there's a little, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't hear.
Well, I have a slight pivot, if I may. So a lot of the commentary we've heard this evening from the public has been around place and scale. And I was wondering if I could hear something from members of the subcommittee who helped write the regulations and set the scale for 1,000 acres, and also who helped set the conditions that no more than 5% of the ground could be graded, because I think those are 2 things that help determine the project that's in front of us. And so I'm wondering, can you talk us a little bit through that process, why you arrived at that as some magic numbers? Because I think, under different circumstances, we might have a different proposal before us.
Well, Sharon and I were together with Jim Carpenter and Karen Willey. Do you want to take a shot at that? Or?
Let's see. Well, certainly with the grading, one of the things about the grading that I realized with this, particularly with the prime farmland, is because of the concern about disrupting the soil. That's why this 5% of grading. But what that does is, honestly, if you say that if you limit a project to 5%, no more than 5% of grading, you actually limit the ability of a solar, utility scale solar, to be on marginal soils, on something that's a little hillier, because part of that designation for prime farmland has to do with the topography of the area. And so if you move off that flat topography, you've got to do some more grading. So it kind of limits us a little bit. So yes, we did kind of box ourselves in a bit with this by saying no more than 5% of grading. That's one take on grading. As far as 1,000 acres go, I guess that was more just looking around at what the size in general of utility scale solar that was being put in around the country that was really making an impact in terms of producing renewable energy, and trying to find that balance between it being worth it for a company to come in and do a utility scale solar, but not have it be so overwhelming. And honestly, it was kind of okay, let's just cap it here and see how that works. It was because we didn't really know. So we thought we picked out the best that we could in terms of that cap. You know, the solar industry wanted more, people on the ground wanted less. So that was our attempt at a compromise.
Thank
you.
I, from the beginning of the work that we were doing on those regulations, for me, the challenge became how you marry this, they call it a utility, I call it a heavy industrial use, with wherever it is in Douglas County, it's going to be some of the best farm ground in the country. How do you do that without compromising either one of those things? And when we talked about grading, right, even to the degree of grading terraces, we wanted to do everything we could all along the way to preserve the biome, to preserve that ground. We would, even to the degree of saying, if it's cable buried, below 4 feet or 3 feet, that we would leave that in place. That was really more about not disturbing that, tearing it back out as much as was it convenient. So it's all about preserving that. And it's so interesting, the conversations we had about agrivoltaics in the very beginning, I had no idea what that word meant when we started. It was 2 years ago, was completely different than what we've just heard about now. In fact, we talked about grazers, and we had a shepherd from Kansas come in to talk about that and did some quick math, and we determined that there probably weren't enough sheep in Kansas to graze 1,000 acres of solar project. There's so much more that's come out of this in just the 2 years. I will also point out, I think this is true, one of the questions I had for Mary and for county staff, I believe that the conditions that were placed in this exceed what our code requires. I don't believe that our code had that 5-year plan check. I think these are new changes that were added. I'm not sure why. That was a question I wanted to ask. I don't know if Tanya, if you have an answer to that, where that came from, why we decided to add that extra condition to this. I'm not saying that I disagree with it. I'm just saying it does exceed the code that we wrote.
It does, yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I need to push it. Is it? Oh, well, I'm live. I'm Tanya Voigt. I'm the Zoning and Codes Director for Douglas County. Mary can pitch in if I don't quite get this right, but originally the Zoning and Codes Office, because we're in charge of the enforcement side of things, and in the zoning regulations, it strongly encourages a strong agrivoltaic plan. But when an applicant is saying, yeah, we'll commit to an agrivoltaic plan, it doesn't really give us something to look at when we're doing reviews, and we don't really know what that means. We really felt like we needed something measurable. So the first round of discussions with the applicant, we discussed adding to the agrivoltaic plan 50 acres every 5 years. So that's where we got the 5-year mark, so that we could actually look at the application and see progress every 5 years and assess it, and we would actually have an acreage number. When we met with the applicant about that, we realized that that might have been a little too robust for the reality, at least coming from the applicant side. So I think Mary said earlier that it really became kind of a negotiation between staff and the applicant to have the ability for the applicant to not necessarily even be capped at the 50. So if they go from 50 to 100 and they want to do more than 100, we don't also want to be against that, or more than 150 or more than 2. So we really wanted to give the applicant some opportunity and some flexibility to grow, but have us have an ability to see that growth and let the commission weigh in on that growth as well to make sure it's meeting the intent of the original regulations, which was you do a strong agrivoltaic plan. It's not a requirement in the regulations, it's just strongly recommended. So we were just trying to take that recommended language and create something tangible with it that we could actually review.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner, may I respond to that quickly as well?
Okay.
So going through the experience with the Stoll site, which was the first to use the new CUP regulation for solar, we did loudly hear the feedback both from the commission and the community on agrivoltaics being part of the plan. That's part of why we've put forward this thing that goes beyond the extent of the regulation. We've also heard a lot of feedback that encourages everybody to partner with local organizations. That's certainly something that we are willing to explore. We've had conversations in the community to that effect already. And as we would move forward as the owner-operator of the project, we want the agrivoltaics portion to be in concert with the desires of the local commission to the extent it's feasible and prudent for us as utility operators.
Thank you. Back to the commission. Yes.
I have a question. We just, I think Commissioner Kelso's question, though, was really about, I mean, this started off with pointing out, or not necessarily his question, but pointing out with how much the staff report and the staff recommendations rely on an agrivoltaic plan. And so while I understand that the regulations don't require it, when I look at the staff report and recommendations, and when I'm thinking about the golden factors and how I'm evaluating this particular project, the agrivoltaics idea is just almost with every single one of the golden factors, right? It's a huge component of justification or support for those factors. And so I'm not as worried that the regulation doesn't, require it, and that there's something more, but without it, the staff report and recommendation just is completely different in my mind than with a committed agrivoltaics. I don't think I'm saying that right. It's so new, I can't even say it. But, so I think that's where I'm really interested more in the commitment or lack of commitment. I think a lot of the public comment was talking about how there really is, this is aspirational, and it sounds awesome and amazing, and that young woman is very excited about it and got me very excited about it, but I don't see a commitment to it in the proposed project. And so I just, while the regulations are interesting, I think coming back to like what's in front of us is a commitment to it. And so Tanya, I believe you discussed having a conversation with the applicant about this, and did you at any point ask for a requirement for an agrivoltaic plan?
So Mary drafted those conditions. I maybe should let her speak about that, but originally the first set of regulations were committing to an additional 50 acres every 5 years. That was the original conversation with the applicant and operator.
And that was a commitment to actually do that, in the sense, when I hear commitment, I mean, sorry, I'm a lawyer. Does that mean like actually a requirement or just an intent? We're tossing around words here that are really important. A condition, a requirement is different than an intent or an aspiration.
Yeah, I think the draft set that we worked with them on was actually, we wrote it to be a requirement.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'd like
Jane.
to follow up on that. I don't understand then. Is the recommendation from, I don't know if it's you or Mary to answer, either one of you, but is the recommendation including an enforceable commitment to commit to at least the first 50 acres?
Mary?
I'd be happy to answer that. When we began this, of course, there'll be we look at agrivoltaics, there'll be passive agrivoltaics on almost everything. So it's almost 100% of the passive. That's the cover crop that would maintain the health of the soil, the pollinators, the plants. And so we have the passive. We also want the active. So we're going a little further. We did want to have a very strong, and it's a little early to say, show us where you're going to graze and show us where you're going to plant the crops, because that's going to depend a little bit on who they partner with. Where do they think is the best place? The farmer may want to select where they put their sheep. So we didn't ask them to show us at this point where that's all going to be. But we did try to set very firm requirements, like 50 acres the first 5 years, and let's go up to 100 acres the second 5 years. But then the applicant said, if it's a condition, this could stop our entire CUP. And if it's not prudent, if it's not legal, if it's not feasible for us, it's a new industry, it's a new project. If it just doesn't pan out, are you going to shut our CUP down because we couldn't quite make the aspirations? I would like to see the 50 acres, the 100 acres, with a provision that if they make a good faith effort, that we would not shut the whole CUP down. I think that's the problem with getting more of a commitment, a stronger commitment, is that with these conditions, if you don't make them, they can work with zoning and codes. They work together trying to help them come into compliance. But if they don't, then you take it to the county commissioners and they rescind or suspend, or they could amend the CUP. But that's a lot of faith, and no one wants to put this giant project on the line based on the fact of whether or not the agrivoltaics are going to work out. So if it was possible to make the 50-acre commitment strong, without actually putting the whole CUP in jeopardy, I think that would be a condition that it would be nice, because zoning and codes would have a measurable tool. They could look and say, well, you made 20 acres, and next year, the next time, maybe you made the next 30, but we would have something to measure. Based on our conversation was with the applicant, they did not want to put the whole project in jeopardy based on the fact that they didn't have people lined up to do this work yet.
So where we stand right now, so where we stand right now is that the whole thing is aspirational. It's strongly recommended, but there is nothing that is part of a contract that is and will be enforceable. Is that correct?
There would be goals as we go along. For the first 5 years, they would have to make a measurable effort, and they would show their effort and what their success was. Zoning and codes would evaluate that, take that to the county commission along with the 5-year review, and provide their recommendation. Did they meet the goal or not? And what should the next goal be? And then at that point, with all this information behind us, we could probably set a firmer goal. And those goals could be more strongly tied to the life of the CUP. But that's what we're doing right now, is planning on letting them have some time to show us what they can do, zoning and codes evaluate it, and then recommend another goal at that point. Make a recommendation to the county commission. Do they need to do more, and how much more?
So at this point, we do not have any enforceable hard goal. We're hoping that we'll learn more in the future, that they'll have more experience here and other places that can provide an enforceable goal starting from the first day that we have this approved by the county commission. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only goal we would have is there'd be a measurable effort to implement agrivoltaics. And so once that is done with the first 5 years, let's say they did 5 acres, zoning and code says that wasn't a measurable effort. I don't think you did enough. They could take it to the county commission. The county commission could say you did not make a measurable effort, or they could say the next goal must be 20 acres. But it'd be based on knowledge. It's hard to base these amounts. People like to come back and say, why did you pick that number? And we could say, well, we had absolutely no reason. We don't know that you can do 50 acres. We don't know that that much land is available. We want to have a reason for picking these numbers. And I think this condition may not be perfect. It's something we arrived at during a discussion as a way of perhaps allowing us to grow more organically into the numbers, allowing them to work on it, seeing where they get to. We'll have the 100%, or it's probably 90% passive agrivoltaics as we go along. They'll be working on their vegetation management, where they're trying to, usually herbicides to get rid of the weeds that are going to grow because of the fertilizer that's been used for the farming. And so it'll take a while to get the grasses established. You're not going to put sheep in year 2, more than likely. It's going to take a while to get the vegetation established. So I don't think the 5 years, allowing them that time to get their cover crop growing and the vegetation, and then contract with people. And then when they come back, they have to make us a firm picture. And if you want to say, well, you must have 3 contracts by the end of the first 5 years, I'm okay with that. I think the issue is that no one wants to be the person to say this whole utility electrical company has to shut down because you did not get 20 acres, you only got 15. So there has to be some sort of leeway, and Tanya can chip in, but I think that's where we were coming from. It's hard to be hard and fast.
Commissioner DeBoer?
Yeah, hey, Mary. So I'm a neighbor, let's say, and I'm not happy with something that's happening on the property, and I come to you and I complain. What is my recourse as a citizen, as a neighbor? What can you do for me? What can the city do?
The city doesn't do anything. It's the Zoning and Codes Office. They're the enforcement tool. So if a person came to me and complained, I would pass their complaint on to the Zoning and Codes Office and direct them to talk with them. We've had issues like that. We had a person that felt there was too much glare. They weren't in the state, so they weren't able to participate in another project. After the fact, they felt there was too much glare. There really wasn't a rule in that one that there would not be this glare mitigation, but they contacted Zoning and Codes. Zoning and Codes worked with Evergy, and Tanya could tell you how that worked out, but it's my understanding they were working on it. Also with the other one, there was a dust palliative issue. The applicant was willing to put down the dust palliative, but they began working the township, the timing just didn't work out. So the construction traffic started before the dust palliative went down, and that was creating dust issues. So they contacted Zoning and Codes, and they worked that out with the applicant, and they'd have to tell you how. I'm never part of the solution issue, but whenever there's a complaint, it goes to Zoning and Codes, and they're very receptive. And most of the time, I think the operators work well with Zoning and Codes because they know they have the enforcement power.
And given that it's a conditional use permit, I mean, they have an incentive to stay compliant, right?
Absolutely. If you're not able to work it out, if noise continued, like if we have event centers and they just keep having late events that go beyond the hours, Zoning and Codes would explain it to them, tell them they have to stop. If it doesn't, then it goes to the county commission, and they have a public hearing. There's notice, and I know we had to do that with a quarry about 10 years ago. They had a large overburden pile, and it went to the county commission, and they were told that they couldn't do any more applications. They had to stop and fix that pile. There was a consent decree. So there's a lot of teeth to a conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have some questions about enforcement and the teeth of it. Because this is going to be a utility, I'm just curious as to how that plays in once this is approved, how like the federal utility, the state utilities, what actual enforcement mechanisms are there to enforce these conditions? Because once this is built or once this begins to be in production, won't the county lose a lot of its ability to control this applicant? And we're basically turning it over to the feds and to the state. So I don't know, Tanya, since you're the enforcement agent, how would that work in a situation like this?
So if it's federal or state laws or rules, then the applicant just needs to abide with them on those. If it's conditions that we've set locally that are a part of the CUP, that's the Zoning and Codes Office. That's what we would enforce. So, obviously the goals would be that we don't have conflicting laws or rules, that they don't conflict. But if usually at the local level, those we really try not to. We say you should abide by all state and federal laws in addition to the local regulations. When it gets down to the local level, it really depends on what the complaint is. If it obviously needs to be a condition, so it needs to be a condition that you've set forth that is enforceable for our office. If it's not a part of the conditions, then we play nice with the applicant. We reach out to the applicant. We say, hey, we understand this is not a condition, but we would really like to come to a solution solution together. We usually get both parties together. We sit in a meeting together. We do whatever we can with the tools that we have. If it is not a condition, though, we don't keep moving forward with legal or with the county commission. If it's a condition that's set out by the Board of County Commissioners and they're in violation of that, then of course we meet with the applicant or the operator. We give them an opportunity to come into compliance. And it really depends on what the violation is. If it's something minor, if it's a life safety issue, to how fast we move, or how much teeth we use. Typically, if we meet with the applicant and they're coming into compliance, great, we give them some time to do that. If they refuse to come into compliance, then that's the point. We usually reach out to our legal team. We make sure that we have a case that they're truly out of compliance. We get, confirmation of that. And then at that point, we would say we need to take the application back to the Board of County Commissioners for the Board of County Commissioners to choose what to do next. And that could be amend the CUP, revoke the CUP, suspend the CUP, those types of options.
And in this situation, you'd be revoking, basically, once this is built, a major utility. So the county commission would need the political will to withdraw a CUP for the large utility scale industrial program. Is that correct?
Exactly.
David, did you have something?
Yeah, I have another question about enforcement and conditions. Another issue that a lot of members of the public raised was about herbicides. And I'm going to try to phrase this as cogently as possible. But if one of the objectives, from the standpoint of balancing need for renewable energy against preserving agricultural land, is to preserve or possibly, arguably, to improve soil health, then, as several people have mentioned, to resort to the blanket use of herbicide to control out-of-control growth that we didn't anticipate because the soil is so much more fertile than what we were anticipating. Is there, and this is going to be a question from Mary, and I think maybe just a confirmation with Tanya, if as part of the conditions, there's anything that's reasonable to expect from the use of herbicides or pesticides, since that is integral to the whole proposal. And then to Tanya, whether that's enforceable.
It's specified in code. Mary, can you talk a little bit about that?
As far as the use of herbicides in their vegetation management plan, they outlined how they expect to use it, and they've indicated they would use it sparingly. They would use it to manage those weeds that would grow as a result of the fertilizer that had been put on. It's not going to be growing the plant, so you'll have weeds. And if they come, they can use the spot treatment, and they define some of the ways they would use the herbicides. You could establish a condition if you felt that you wanted them to use certain types of herbicides, or if you wanted only spot and not blanket treatment, you could make that a condition and have them add that to their vegetation management plan, if that's the point. They indicated that they would move to grazing and mowing, and they felt that as the native plants grew, they would overtake the weeds. So after the first few years, it would not be an issue. But that would be the step. And would it be possible to enforce it? Everything is enforceable. It's whether we know it or not. So and Tanya could explain how she would enforce that. I don't know how she would know unless they provided us with their information of what herbicides they were using and when.
Just to add to that, memory serves, we specified that herbicides to be used would be on an approved list from a state agency.
Applied by a licensed applicator.
Yes. By a licensed applicator, so that it would be consistent, not exceed what you'd find in normal agriculture.
Yeah. And just to make a comment about that, I mean, if they're going to be planting pollinator plants, which is over the majority of this, you wouldn't be spraying general herbicides on that to kill the plants that are going to support the pollinators. That just wouldn't be a thing that anybody would do if they were planting those kind of plants. It would be spot treatment to get rid of weeds.
Yeah.
Like Johnson grass.
Native grasses and flowering plants.
So, within
but it has to be by a state-approved applicator. That's what's in.
Yes, sir.
Actually, that's not true. It says it shall be applied by an applicator certified, but it doesn't have anything about the list of.
Thank you, that's what I was going to say. I think there's nothing currently in the conditions that gives any enforceability other than a list will be provided of what they've already put on, and that the applicator needs to be certified. And so it doesn't seem to me that there's any explicit control by the county over what's actually being done. It's just, here's what we did. And so
I remember differently.
I'm just looking at the restrictions.
I'm looking at it.
Code, yeah, I trust you.
Well, and there's not anything
I'm
about,
not looking at the code, I'm looking at the.
At the condition in the report.
But in the code.
So what we, I feel like, I don't know, Tanya, tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like what part of what I heard is, yes, we have our code, but there are local and state and federal laws too, right? And that in real enforcement purposes, the things that we really matter to us need to be explicit conditions in the CUP, is what I heard. So I feel like if that is something we think is important, it should be a condition of the CUP, because the county's real enforcement of it is to revoke the CUP, which would need a condition to be violated.
Correct.
Just for the commission's knowledge, I'm going to get my numbering out of here. There is a section in the CUP code that does state any pesticide used on the site shall be applied only by a pesticide applicator certified by the Kansas Department of Agriculture. That is in the condition language for this, it is in the language for the conditional use permit for the use in the code.
No, the language we're talking about is the list of the pesticides or herbicides that can be used. Nobody disagrees that it should be by a certified state applicator, and that is in there. But what's not in there is the list of the types of herbicides.
So what you're saying is you acknowledge that it's in the code, but if it's not in this, it needs to reference that part of the conditions in the CUP needs to reference that the code must be followed?
Well, no. So I guess what I'm saying is I am not familiar with what pesticides or herbicides are listed in the code. I don't know. I'm not going to say that they aren't. But to the extent that I feel like if there are certain ones that we feel like should be or should not be applied, they need to be listed.
Yeah, if the actual practices are descriptive, not prescriptive. It's basically just, and could I ask Commissioner Ashworth, I mean, is this a substantive debate, or am I wasting people's time? Because it seems to me that the conditions laid out right now don't do, I mean, to use an example that somebody from the public mentioned, Roundup. Roundup is a substance that I'm sure someone who's certified can use. Yes. And if the operator chose to just kill everything because it was overgrowing the installation, there's nothing in the conditions right now that prohibits that or that proscribes that. And you can say, well, it's not logical, but economically, maybe 10 years from now, maybe it would be economically defensible. And if we don't have any, it doesn't meet the objectives that we claim to be pursuing.
If you have not been managing that land, I mean, I'm struggling to think of a scenario unless they were totally neglectful in establishing the vegetation that they want to establish, that there would be widespread, carpeting of this area with Roundup to kill everything. They would have to be at these 5-year reviews. They would have already been taken to task at some point by that, because that is just unlikely.
So as far as you're concerned, the conditions laid out here, the two conditions, K and I, is that right? Is that right?
K and little I.
K sub I, is that K sub 1, excuse me, which just looks just like an I, is from your perspective, that's adequate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm happy to let somebody else ask questions.
Well, just to kind of to add to that, I guess it's a question I would have. We've rewritten many of the conditions exist in the code, but we didn't rewrite all of the code and put it in as every condition in the CUP application. The absence of the specific line that says herbicides, the types you can use will be only from this list provided by this agency, just because it's not written there doesn't mean that they aren't required to follow that bit of code. Right?
But I think
it doesn't remove that obligation from them.
With herbicides and pesticides, you have to, by law, you have to follow a label. So you're not going to use a chemical on that area that is not specified for that use. That is against the law to do that. The label is the law on a pesticide. So they cannot just put anything on there. It has to be.
And I can attest to that because I'm trying to restore native grasses, and there's an invasive weed called Cerisa lespedisa, which just takes over. And the best way that I found to take care of it is to use something called Pasture Guard, which I have to buy from the county. I mean, I can't even go get it from the store. I have to go. I mean, so by law, that's all I can use. So, yeah.
And in a situation like that, you wouldn't want to dictate what they could use, because there might be an area where they have a rather large area of Cerisa lespedisa, and you want to get rid of that by any means possible.
You have to.
Actually, it's true. You have to. Get rid of it by any means possible. So I would hesitate to prescribe too much in detail.
Thank you. Jean, you're leaning forward. Did you have something?
Yes, I am looking forward. I have a couple of things I want to inquire about, and one of them has to do with this herbicide business. It would not, to me, it would not be unusual if the present proposed operator became a different operator, perhaps even with a different nationality, and who might acquire this property and just kill it all. And I say, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't understand. And that's why I think it's very important that we have specific and detailed conditions. And I gather from everything I've heard tonight that Savion and Evergy and everybody else involved has worked exceedingly well with all the staff and with the county commission. And so I'm not trying to say that I think anybody would do anything other than continue to do that. But a successor wouldn't have the same background and understanding, which is why I think it is important to have very, very detailed conditions. And I would like to ask, it was implied, but I didn't hear clearly, if this project is approved, if we make a recommendation and if the county commission approves it, does that mean the coal plant is going to be eliminated?
That's a bit outside of our scope tonight.
Not a land use.
Well, but
We're
it's
talking land use.
Land use.
Not policy,
Well,
but land
what
use.
gets used on that land certainly is related. And it seems to me that's been the implication. I didn't.
I would love that, but it's just that's not the item that's before us tonight.
You could certainly ask the applicant that. I mean, you could ask the applicant if their plan is to, I mean, if that's the
But how
trade-off.
would that factor into the land use decision that we have tonight?
I
No,
mean,
but
that's-
it could inform the county commission debate.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Goff? If this CUP is approved, are your clients planning to eliminate the coal plant?
My clients don't own a coal plant. I represent Kansas Sky Energy Center, but you could ask Evergy that question.
All right, Mr. Evergy?
Mr. Evergy, okay.
If this CUP is approved, is your company planning to eliminate its coal plant?
Our decision around the coal plant is irrespective of the decision on this CUP. We plan on a 20-year integrated resource plan for all of our sources of energy and do that on an annual planning cycle. The plan as it exists today has us stop burning coal at Lawrence Energy Center in 2028, but a portion of the plant would remain on natural gas currently. We'll have an updated plan filed with the Kansas Corporation Commission this next summer, but that's the plan as it exists today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I pivot to a different topic for a moment?
Please do.
Okay. There's been a number of concerns voiced about impact of traffic, particularly during construction. So I'd like to hear from county staff on if they share those concerns and what the process would be to mitigate risks to the public and manage traffic should an approval of this go through.
Okay. I'm Chad Voigt, the county engineer, and my role, like a lot of the staff here, was to look at this submittal and try to troubleshoot how this will play out in terms of impacts, both in traffic and stormwater on my part. And so on traffic, I took a look at the area after reviewing the plan and the submittal and everything, and this area has a lot of very serious concerns. And what you see as an end result of that is the map of travel routes. That would be step one. And we looked at, the intersections with the highway are the biggest concern. And so telling the operator where they can and cannot enter for construction purposes is a number one goal in terms of access to the highway. There are certain intersections that absolutely should not be used. I don't believe KDOT has provided any similar feedback, but it's within our purview to make those comments and make those statements. And the other concern about traffic would be the impact of the township roads. All right, so on the route plan that you have, there will be 5.5 miles of township road impacted by construction traffic. That's huge. We haven't seen a CUP probably ever impact that much roads. The last big CUP that went through was the quarry that was denied, and that was largely because it impacted 1.5 miles of roads. So 5.5 miles of township roads will be impacted, so the question is, what do we do about that? And that all falls back, in terms of how the code was written for this, that falls back on developing that road maintenance agreement long term. And that agreement is going to have to be hammered out. We aren't there. So the devil's in the details. I think what we'll need is a follow-up assessment of the actual approved plan, how much traffic, where it's going, what that looks like. We've just gotten to the point where we see that plan. So now we need to really step back and talk about it in terms of where those trucks are going, where's the laydown yard, where's the internal traffic, how long is it going, how many trips per day. Those things need to be set in stone, and then look at the impacts, and then start putting dollar amounts on how much rock does it take to restore the road weekly or monthly, and what does that add up to over the course of 2 years or 3 years or whatever it might be. And then in turn pay the township the fees necessary to compensate for that. There might be some reshaping of roads, there might be some regrading of ditches, culvert replacements that need to be done after that much traffic. We're going to have to evaluate every step of the way. And we failed to do that with the TBU for Southern Star. It was a much quicker and smaller process in the review, and we're spending a lot of time trying to catch up on that issue now. The township has struggled. Grant Township, like many others, is very limited in resources. They rely on the county for assistance in both technical help and also labor, and we've helped them put culverts in. So we're definitely going to be involved. It's going to stretch everybody a little bit thin. And so the question is, what's the fee? What does that cost? And what's the compensation? And that's in that road maintenance agreement, and that's what needs to be spelled out. So again, it hasn't been completed. We don't know the details, but it has to be done. And again, the way the code is structured, the CUP would be approved, and then we would hammer out those details. So as far as traffic goes, again, it's very important that we don't use E1250 Road, which is the northernmost point. It's very important we don't use N2000 Road, which is the next intersection traveling southeast. The decision about whether we enter the project mainly at 1800 or mainly at 1900 has been discussed, and the decision and the consensus is to enter at 1800. It impacts fewer properties, and 1800 is a signalized intersection on Highway 24. So that's the end of the discussions that we've had, and there's a lot more work to do, and we'll need to do that.
Do you feel that you have the tools and authority that you need to assure that no work will begin until you're satisfied with the road agreement?
Well, it's in the code that they have to do that. It's in the CUP application that they intend to do that. And the county commission, I think, will have to deliver on the actual weight and, the statement that that's an absolute. And we may even need to have more detail by the time it gets to the county commission if it proceeds that way.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Would that be something that we would need to add here tonight as a condition? You indicated that the county commission may need to have a statement that a commitment that this actually be done and that things don't move forward until that agreement is done.
I think that in Mary's report, there are some conditions listed that reference the road maintenance plan that will have to be developed. And, for your purposes tonight, I think that's adequate. The road issue is a challenge, but it's a road issue and we do that. So, we can make this work. It's going to take work.
What's your question?
Yeah.
Kind of.
What, because I've heard from multiple people that it's not an uncommon occurrence for trains to come in and just stop and block that 1800 road. What's going to happen then if there's trucks backed up? Are they just going to say, nah, I'm not sitting here, we're going up somewhere else? Or do they have to sit there, and if they sit there, what's it do to other traffic? What's it do to a school bus that's got to get students somewhere? What's it do to a commuter that's got to get to a job?
Exactly, and that's why we have them entering and exiting at 1800 and 1800 Road at the signalized intersection, and then as an alternate, they can exit at Midland Junction going north. And both of those places have adequate stacking room for 2 semi-trucks. They indicated in that discussion that there would be like 10 trucks per day at the peak of the delivery process. And so it seems feasible that they could time those if there's a problem to make that work. Obviously, you can't park a semi-truck across the railroad tracks and not be able to move it. So actually that's the same problem that all of the grain operators have to deal with already. So I think that those 2 intersections provide that flexibility or ability to make that work.
Could I this might be a little bit tangential, not necessarily only about road traffic, but there were a couple reports about people who are in areas where development was done and their homes were damaged. What's the remedy for someone whose home has been damaged by the vibration in the soil or the road traffic rumbling by? You may not know that. I'm not sure who has that answer.
Right. I think I will pass that off. I think, within the road right-of-way, we kind of control things, and once the impacts go outside of that right-of-way line, it becomes a zoning issue. So I'm going to hand off.
So the statement about the chimney being damaged, we actually have not received that complaint regarding, I think, the Southern Star application. So when it comes to private property, we would really need something that, states that private property isn't damaged, based on, I think, maybe vibrations, or, there also could be an accident where a truck crashes into a structure or building on private property. So I think, the applicant's liability insurance or the truck driver's liability insurance, obviously if it's their fault and they're crashing into something, that may automatically be covered. But if it's something that's a little bit harder to trace, that kind of fault, we would investigate it if we got the complaint, but we would need maybe some teeth, because this is the first that I've heard about actual private property, like structures being damaged. So we would need some teeth for that.
Thank you. Other questions?
I'm sorry.
We'll start down at the end and work.
Yeah.
Charlie.
So how tall is the 6-inch mesh fencing around the actual site? I know around the electrical equipment how it is with this 3-strand barbed wire, but how tall is the actual fencing around that site?
Can I use the internet and show you?
You may do it however you want.
Okay. don't want to give you the wrong answer. So the mesh fencing itself would be 6 feet 2 inches tall.
Okay. There was, if I may continue, there was concern on several people's parts about the funneling of wildlife. Now, all of us that live out in the country have seen deer stand right next to the fence and be over it in a heartbeat. But essentially, it would funnel, the deer would be funneled between the fencing through the wildlife corridors, and whoever it was, Jeff Dennis, I think at Pines International, talked about the increased number of deer that would end up on their property. Is that something that you've looked at? Because that area is rife with deer and other wildlife, deer especially.
So we did meet with Mr. Dennis, and that wasn't something that he had expressed concern about at the time. So no, we have not looked into it. We do have an exhibit showing the wildlife corridors. If it would be helpful to inform your discussion about the topic.
Could I piggyback a little bit on that? Because I had
Sure.
the same question as you, Charlie, and I'm just wondering, given the wildlife, I'm looking at the wildlife corridor map in front of me now, and that is certainly a concern when you take up that much space that the deer might then be funneled or concentrated on that property. I'm wondering if there's any sort of mitigation, because two of the wildlife corridors sort of abut and come right up to that particular property. So there's one that's running north and south, and that there's one running just about east to west that basically end up at the Pines property. I'm wondering if there's anything at the end, sort of at the end of those wildlife corridors, that might mitigate that funneling of the deer into that property.
So
I don't know what it looks like on the ground if we were there.
Yeah, so from what my recollection, I believe Pines property is at the southern part of the project. I've got it up on the screen if it's helpful, over there at least. So the wildlife corridors for that Pines property doesn't terminate with any wildlife corridors. On the other, excuse me, the other property, I'm not sure.
I thought that was that triangle but maybe I have that wrong. No, it's not. Okay, I have the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Is it appropriate for clarification? I see that Jeff did walk in to ask, could you clarify?
Yeah, we have two properties.
Please come to the mic, please.
Yeah, we actually have two properties that are going to be directly next to the proposed site, one of which is on the curve of the highway right across from Midland Junction. Another one is right off of East 1300 Road, right next to that section. That's the one I'm most worried about, guys, because if you look, all of the habitat for the deer wildlife runs right along the river. It's a huge bedding area for these deer. And they're going to come out and they're going to hit the first and only food source available to them. Human food sources, high value human food sources. It's a real concern to our business and our livelihood.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, the other time, I think, Charlie, I think you said this too, is when you look at that map that was up there, Sharon's got it sitting right here, is if you've got deer to the southwest, and today they can go anywhere they want to because there's no fence. They want to go to the northeast. They've got to go around one way or around the other way, and you now basically have created two kill zones, for lack of a better term, on the highway. And particularly during rut, that it's bad enough now, but if you're funneling as they're going around the fences and they're going to take the shortest route possible, that those two areas, that concerns me a lot. And when I think about the conditional use permit review criteria. This one thing about deer hits 3 areas in my mind, and this is just me. It hits compatibility with the character of the neighborhood, because if those deer are munching on your or the Thelman's or somebody else's food that isn't normally getting eaten now, because those deer can go everywhere, that's messing with you guys. It's a significant adverse impact on the natural environment if we're now going to funnel these deer to where maybe they have a greater chance of being killed, where also our people have a greater chance of being killed if they're going to be hit by a car. And the impact on the roads, that's significant adverse impact on the community facilities, the roads, that highway. And maybe it's a stretch on that one, but there's 3 things right there just for deer that I'm concerned about. Just that one thing.
Is that unique to this area, or that exists?
Do we have any area like that's fenced like that?
I mean, if the project were in another place, would you have the same funneling characteristic?
I mean, if deer are prevented from a particular area,
Yes.
they will go somewhere else. I mean, it's just.
Those of us who are going to drive 30 minutes back to our places tonight, I can assure you, deer is a top priority when I drive.
Well, yeah,
and this will
that.
increase that as an issue.
I'm not doubting that at all. I'm just saying that, I'm asking the question, would that exist no matter where you put this? You're going to have a case where you're going to be funneling deer.
Right, but will you have a major U.S. highway?
Right.
Could I ask an alternative
river
question?
border. I mean, it's down in like the river valley. So if you look at it, right, they're kind of cut in, and then there's the highway. So it's kind of a bowl versus just like miles and miles of, like 20 miles of.
Yeah.
Could I just ask like a zero hypothesis question? Like to me, it's about the design as well. Can someone talk about the conventionality of these wildlife corridors that are fenced as opposed to ones that allow wildlife to range more freely throughout the facility?
I'm not sure what your question is.
In other words, do you have to fence off the corridors? I mean, it is a question out of humility and ignorance. Is there a design that allows wildlife to roam throughout a facility rather than channeling them in a corridor?
Good question for
To be quite honest, we're somewhat in uncharted territory with wildlife-friendly fencing. It is something that's becoming more common in the industry. I can tell you that, the 4-inch gap that's at the bottom of the fence is there to intend for wildlife to be able to migrate throughout the site and not just funnel them into a corridor. A deer can jump a 6-foot fence. That's not to say that they're going to freely travel throughout the site, and that won't be somewhat of an impediment to it. I think if you're asking for a shorter fence, I would have to defer to the engineers in Evergy on any sort of National Electric Code requirements.
Could I just ask a follow-up question? And could you remind us what is the function of the fence along the corridors then?
When you say along the corridors,
my understanding is you've got the installations fenced off, in pods.
The site.
Yeah, that allow wildlife to travel between them. And can
Correct.
you just what is the purpose of the fencing? It's mostly to protect the equipment from people or from wildlife or what?
Generally, it's a safety concern. I will say, the fencing, like if we look at the exhibit that I have pulled up, typically an operator would build and just connect and not have a wildlife corridor. There's a lot of additional fencing that's in this project because it was recommended per the regulations.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
We were working this way, sir.
I had the wildlife
Okay.
question, so I just.
All right.
I've got a question about stormwater runoff and permeability. So, and I don't know who would be the right person to answer this. So we had a few members of the public talk about impermeability, right? And that it would increase runoff. My impression, based on your stormwater report, there's a quote, "Due to the area between and beneath the panels being vegetated, panels are not considered an impervious surface." So because you've got, sure, the panels themselves are impervious, but water's basically running off into channels between the installations of, the pods of panels. Could you just talk a little bit more about how stormwater influences runoff and the risk for flooding in the area?
Yeah, so like you said, the panels themselves are impervious, but as the rainwater goes off the panels onto the ground, assuming it's less than a certain distance, and you don't erode the area as it falls and hits the ground, then you want to have enough distance between the rows of panels so that you can disconnect the runoff between those two rows, so that you give the rainwater time to penetrate into the soil.
Could I ask, is the net effect demonstrably zero then, or does it have any kind of effect on flooding potential?
The net effect is zero, but the total net effect of the whole installation, precondition versus post-condition, is a reduction in runoff because of the change in the ground cover, that you're going from row crops to the native seed mix that they're applying to that ground. So now you're retaining more water in the soil.
So just to make sure I understand, you're saying that the proposal, you're arguing that the proposal actually reduces downstream flood potential?
That is correct.
Okay.
By almost 26% on the 100-year flood.
Okay.
Can I jump in?
Please.
All right, so again, Chad Voigt, county engineer, and I worked with the applicant on the stormwater study, and there was one point where we asked for some revisions, and I'm intending to do that again. I think that their assumptions for post-development maybe need to be adjusted upward. I don't know that there's such a dramatic decrease. If we were to achieve full grass cover, then I think you're basically at a net zero change. We're not going to decrease runoff. So those are some fine points that, as engineers, we can go back and argue about. And I don't know that it affects, the decision in terms of the runoff. The idea that underneath a solar panel is going to be pervious, just as the ground was before, is, something to think about. Is that true? Are we going to do that? Is it going to be proved? And when I heard all of these discussions about the different agrivoltaic uses, the different herbicides, the land management practices, the future potential changes in that use, and the way that it's being managed, it made me question the assumptions of the stormwater study. So if we're going to get in there and do row crops or garden vegetables, that's not what the assumptions in the study are. That's taking it back to what it is right now. And so when you look at underneath the panels and say, okay, let's all agree that we can say that's going to remain pervious, then we can sort of walk away from that issue. When you look at all of the gravel roadways and access drives and the parking lots and the permanent building and the permanent paved parking, those are new impervious areas in this watershed. And so the offset there is going to have to be detention. And it's not only detention at the facility north of the highway, it's got to be detention probably downstream from all of these gravel roadways. And that's why I say I want to revisit this drainage study with the applicant and hammer those details out for sure. So again, this has been a fire hose review process, and we are looking at what I would consider a first rough draft. And there's a lot to be worked out, but I wanted to share those concerns because they are very much tied to a lot of other conversations about this land use. I want to remind everybody in 2005 that we did a study at the City of Lawrence about the Maple Grove watershed, and all of the runoff from this site will flow down to 2nd and Lion Street, where it has to be pumped through a pump station that has a 10-year capacity underneath the levee to get out of there. And if that is overloaded, then we are flooding everybody. And that is why you don't have industrial parks in North Lawrence at the airport along 24 Highway. All of those decisions were informed by the 2005 drainage study. So when we talk about not having impervious surface, and when we talk about reviewing these in terms of not increasing runoff, it is a serious issue, and that's why it's in this now. I'd also like to point out the conditions actually don't mention this. So before we get all the way to the end of this process, either with you or with the county commission, the conditions need to clearly state what we're intending to get done here with stormwater.
Thank you very much. It's really helpful.
Charlie?
And if I could tag on to that, someplace in this report, it says there were another 23 point some acres of impervious ground. And so is that from the roads, from the laydown yard, from the building? Yes.
Yeah, that includes all the gravel too,
Right.
which is quasi-impervious.
Because I thought that is, maybe it was in here, I don't remember now. That's the size of the Lawrence Airport that takes up that much impervious ground to add to that. And so hearing what you were saying, seems like more study needs to be done, looked at to look at worst condition that could happen.
And I believe the applicant understands that putting detention in to offset those areas has to be done. So that's how we get to net zero runoff, is to have detention on impervious surfaces, and the other surfaces we're going to assume that the perviousness is maintained, and we need to make sure that that's consistent with all the other discussions.
Similar to the traffic work, the work on stormwater management, having that plan in place, that's a part of the process as it leaves here. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
Something that has to be met to your satisfaction before permitting would be allowed.
It has to be met to a standard of practice that I can report back to the county commission that it's functioning and has met that standard.
Okay, thank you.
But at that point, all public comment would be closed, and there'd be no opportunity for the public to evaluate what the final CUP application and what this project is actually going to look like, because we still need more on the drainage, more on the traffic, and there's not much on the agrivoltaics. So all these plans that we're talking about needing more information or roads, working with them on, that's all done after this public process, correct?
That is correct, and that's inherent in the CUP process.
Is it, I thought I read in the solar that actually, at least for the roads, that it actually could be done ahead of time. It was optional to not do it. It said it may be done after approval or something for the roads, for the traffic study. I thought that I read that in the solar regs, but I could be wrong.
I believe in the solar regs, it's a little, the way that they're being conceived is a little bit more upfront in terms of runoff.
Yeah, so for the solar regs, there would be a potential, or a solar project, a potential to kind of iron some of these things out before
I'm sorry,
the approval
I think
process.
we're both talking about the wind regs.
Oh.
Are we talking about the wind regs?
No, I'm talking about the solar regs. I thought I read that in the solar
Okay.
regs, but this is most certainly an informative discussion that we will be talking about, I'm sure, when we talk about the wind
Yes.
regs.
Thank you,
But I thought, I'm just trying to figure out, so this seems very rushed to me, and there seem like a lot of unanswered questions and a lot of uncertainties, and we have to look at this still, and yet we all have some serious questions about some of the stuff that may come out of a new or a reevaluating a stormwater project. And so I'm just curious about the timing of the process. And it seemed a little late in the game to come back after approval to iron out all these things.
I'm curious about it too.
Thank you.
But just to make sure I understand the process, we're talking about a normal CUP path. These are not required studies. To complete that work as a part of the conditions that must be met as it goes down the path. All of those things have costs associated with them, which my understanding is correct. That is why that we'd go through this part. If it gets past this mark, then those additional studies are done. I keep using that word, to your satisfaction, to county commission's satisfaction, prior to a permit being issued. So it's not that these are just left to blow in the wind, but it's just how they are sequenced in.
Well, I have to say, I have.
Am I inaccurate?
Oh, no.
Am I correct about that?
I believe that the way these regulations were written, that the study actually has to be finished, and that I have to sign off on it before the planning office signs off on approval of the CUP. And so the public process is done at that point.
Well, in this one, but not the final for the Board of County Commissioners?
No, it's after the...
After that?
If the county commission approves a CUP under these regs, then we finalize the drainage study and make sure that it meets the standard before the planning office also finalizes all the documents to make sure they meet the standards and signs that CUP. So it becomes an administrative process at that point.
And I think I'm just particularly interested because it's been mentioned that this is like the largest CUP in Douglas County ever, and for one of the the largest amount of ground. And I have been amazed. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a rough 3 or 4 days, as you can tell. But the public comment and the what I have learned from all of the documents here, but also from the people on the ground who live there, who are farming there, and who have the experience that with what like this groundwater looks like, what this traffic looks like, has been particularly, even more so than any other CUP, informative of the way I've been able to evaluate this process. So that's why I was curious, and it's important to me that that the public, because their question, quite frankly, what I have gathered is their questions are prompting more of this discussion and more of we need to iron that out. And yeah, that's something we should look at when we iron out. And so when are they going to have that opportunity to help county iron those things out? That's why I raised my concerns about the process.
Especially when you said earlier, there are another 150 pages that I have not seen. Is that?
I don't know what was updated and not updated. I don't know how much was added to packets or not packets. I'm not the person for that.
There was another 150 added today.
Not counting the 2,000 from the printing of the addition of the attachments.
Yeah, the attachments were there though, right?
Right. Yeah, they were referenced before.
What was in the 100 pages? Was that just public communication?
Letters.
Not just, but that was. It wasn't new content or new information other than public feedback.
Correct. It was just public comment that was received and sent in.
I thought one of the attachments was updated.
May I follow up with Mr. Voigt? Mm-hmm. Mr. Voigt, is the comments that people from the public made about Rural Water District 13, are those tied into your suggestion that we have a drainage study update? Are those related?
No, they're not. That would be groundwater, and we're talking in the drainage study about surface water.
Okay. Now, you heard the comments that were made about the groundwater, and what would your response be to that?
That's not my field of expertise. We don't ever have to deal with those issues in my line of work.
So, Mr. Quick, who do I turn to ask about the groundwater issues that were raised during the public comment time?
Typically, that would come from a third party at that point. The planning office also doesn't have an expert on staff that does groundwater. That's usually something that is a third-party expert that is provided either by the applicant or at the request of a different party, typically. And if I may, before I switch the microphone there was an item that was updated. Attachment D was updated on Friday, as your packet knows. Didn't have that in my memory of the recall of all the items, but attachment D was updated on Friday.
Did you have specific questions that weren't answered earlier?
I didn't understand if I remember the comment from the public. The comment was, well, the rural water district has just been ignored. And I didn't know if there was an issue there that needed to be raised. I just don't know enough about what goes on with the rural water districts. I turn on a faucet.
There were a number of questions that came up around that, and the applicant had offered to do pre and concurrent groundwater testing, not required by code, but just offered to do that as a way to help satisfy the concerns that were there.
So can we make that a condition then?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
And then, may I?
Please.
Did I jump the line?
No, go for it. Thought you were done.
Okay. No, the hours of driving the steel piles, I think the report says 8 to 8, and there were some complaints about that. And I didn't understand why it would need to be more than 8 to 5. A reasonable workday, that somebody who is living in their home doesn't have to hear bang, bang, bang for 12 hours a day.
I think, we'll turn to Jeff, I think that's consistent with the way the rules are across the county, and I think even the city. Ask Jeff if that's...
I might have to defer to Tanya on the county. I will say in the city, the typical operating is we ask for good neighbor policy. We try to have people obeyed by, but there's not really a stipulation on hours of operation for a construction site necessarily. But I would defer to Tanya on the county side.
Tanya?
Okay, I just confirmed with the county planner. So when we are processing, so we don't process conditional use permits. We process temporary business use permits, special events, some things that don't go before the Planning Commission. We typically stick with work hours, so 8 to 5 on all of those recommended conditions. One thing to keep in mind, by allowing them to go the longer hours, that means they get done with the project faster. So it kind of is, they said maybe they were down to 3 months with these hours. If you crunch those in, they may go 6 months or whatever. That will change their timeline.
So I guess touch base with the applicant is, what are your views on accommodating requests of the neighbors?
Typical construction work sites are like these. We may work in an office 8 to 5, but 12-hour days are very, very common on construction sites. It will impact the duration of the pile driving. There's got a certain number of hours that you need to be driving piles. So it is kind of a construction cost and duration issue. We would certainly prefer 8 to 8, but if the Planning Commission has different views, take that under advisement.
Thank you, sir.
Further question on that? Sorry. Go ahead, Sharon.
I was just going to say, one of the other consequences of that is if they have to keep bringing equipment in and out, that's a longer time that they're bringing equipment in and out. It's more traffic. It's more wear and tear on the roads as well.
Does let's say it is 8 to 8, does that mean literally nothing, no activity after 8 p.m.? Because I know some of the folks that live around there might have a concern. Is tomorrow's load going to get delivered at 10 p.m. and then somebody's going to dump it, or come 8 p.m. is all activity stopped?
I think the condition is written that pile driving would stop at 8 p.m. As it's written, it's kind of silent to the other construction activities that may occur.
What if the delivers, the truck drivers, let's say they show up 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and turn, are they going to sit there? Is there a requirement that they get there and turn the engine off, or are they going to sit there and idle for 3 or 4 hours and keep themselves warm, depending on the time of the year it is, or cool? And again, that would be more noise during those off hours.
Yeah, like I said, the condition as it's written right now is specific to the pile driving. Between 8 and 8, it's kind of silent to other construction and delivery activities. We would certainly, for efficiency's sake, try to stage trucks when we have construction crews or offloading crews on site, but over-the-road truckers do work interesting hours sometimes, so I can't comment to how that might manifest.
I had a question about that, actually. It came to my attention that actually the laydown yard, so laydown yard would normally have a TBU, and I believe, I just want to make sure I'm correct, that this CUP would actually also be approving and be all of the same conditions for the laydown yard, so there would be no TBU process. Is that correct? I guess that's for county. Would that be correct, that there'd be no TBU needed that for the laydown yard? This would be the approval of the laydown yard.
Yes, are you asking me or?
Staff.
Whoever knows.
Yes, it's not intended to require that because this is going to have a pretty thorough public hearing. Everyone's aware of it. We've sent out the notifications. It'll have the Planning Commission and the County Commission. It'll be part of the CUP, so it's liable to all the conditions. It has all the protection measures of a CUP. And so it just seems more straightforward since it is part of this project. It's the whole application. The construction will be part of this project, so the laydown yard would seem a part of this overall project rather than being a separate kind of independent laydown yard that otherwise no one would know about.
Yeah, so I think my follow-up to that then was the township consulted on that, and did they weigh in? Because I noticed that the conditions are actually lacking for what we normally would have in a TBU for a laydown yard or for something in the township. And so I was just wondering if the township had worked on these and approved these, because there's no definition of, I think I sent these in earlier, but there's no definition of daytime hours, or there's no mention of operating hours, and that question is a question I had about the idling. In this particular area, I actually just finished living next door to a laydown yard, and they certainly were operating and bringing in trucks and idling and doing a bunch of things that weren't just pile driving. And so I'm curious as to why there was no definition of daytime hours and why no limitations on operation. And no definition.
But that is the limit on operation. That's a construction activity that would apply to the laydown yard. And so that's in condition C, the limit on construction activity. It can occur only during daytime hours. If you wanted to set what daytime hours would be, it varies per the season, but you could set what you see as daytime hours. Yeah. And then the additional requirement is that the pile driving would be further limited.
Okay, so construction activity is, so I struggle with this because I have learned that if you are not very explicit in the conditions, then it is very difficult to enforce them. So by construction activity, is it defined somewhere? Is there some way to know that that means the idling of the trucks, that means the deliveries and the spacings? Because that road is not that, our roads aren't that great. And so when they line up, right, to that all of that impacts, and to us it seems like construction activity, but it doesn't necessarily seem like that to the construction crew. So I'm just curious about a way to define that, or how we would enforce something like that.
It'd be enforced like everything else in the CUP. The construction activity could be defined. To me, it means all construction activity. All construction traffic is limited to those routes, and that includes delivery drivers, employees, large equipment. And so construction activity, if we wanted to define it more clearly, we could say construction activities such as heavy equipment, trucks, deliveries, employees, and just make a list of anything you think that could be a construction activity. We could include that in the condition so it's clear.
Or you could say limit activity, construction activity and traffic, which would then eliminate the idling and whatnot.
Way to go.
And then the daytime hours, is there, from the applicant, does the applicant have reasonable work hours? I would just like the commission to at least think about that. 8 to 8 is pretty long amount of time, and so not having it defined is kind of worrisome to me, especially when they can do the driving until 8 in the evening. I think I heard that from some of the public. So
that's a separate question from about more inclusive definition.
Speak up just a hair.
Right, that's you're asking a separate. You're talking about back on the 8 to 8.
Well, I'd like to define daytime because not having a definition for the daytime and then having the thing about the piling going all the way until 8, to me that seems confusing, and there seems like a lot of wiggle room in there. And
So Mary, does daytime and the term 8 to 8, are those the same thing or are they different?
I would assume that sometimes they're different in the summer. Sometimes it's daylight hours till almost 10 o'clock. You could totally set it all at 8 to 8. and just have one uniform time, which may be simpler for people to remember.
Well, without having the township having participated in this process, if they didn't, I mean, I don't know, like, I can't sit up here and say exactly what the people would want, but to me, that seems like quite a long amount of time. Basically, it's all day, every day for construction activity, and at some point, the driving will end and the other construction activity will continue. So daytime is at sunset. I mean, that just without strict hours, I think that we're leaving the citizens of Grant Township to be inundated with construction activity at quite a bit of the day.
It had a condition construction activity and traffic to 8 to 8. Maybe. It would be up for the group, of course, but that's what I captured.
Yeah, I'd be 8 to 8 is fine with me, I guess, if it'd be fine with the township. It's hard for me to say. I mean, I'd like 8 to 7 myself, but I mean, I don't know who I am to set the time, right?
That would be to the Planning Commission. We did communicate with the township trustee pretty intensely and often about the truck routes and the road and the maintenance, as that's his principal goal. I think it would be the Planning Commission's role as setting the time frame. So if 8 to 8 is something you think could be suitable, it'll go to the County Commission and will be discussed again, and the public will be aware of it. So if they have concerns, they could express their concerns then as well.
I have a question for Carl. And he's probably not going to know this off the top of his head, but the recent TBU that we had for the laydown yard, what were the hours of operation for that? Maybe that would seem to be something that would be reasonable.
I just happened to have that in front of me. It was 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Mondays through Saturdays.
Okay.
And just to reiterate that point, it is within the commission's purview to make a recommendation on hours of operation. So if you want to, you do have that in your capacity to recommend to the county commission in hours.
Okay.
I'm inclined to my opinion, to lean towards 8 to 8, consistent with something they've already got in mind in budget. But to Sharon's point about the trade-off between that and impact, the road, and the duration of this, feels like it might be a good balance.
Yeah, that's
You
why.
limit it to all traffic as well.
Yeah, so with the all traffic, construction traffic. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't have a set time. I agree. There's a balance there.
Yeah, this is a question for the applicant, and you could take it, sir. Any one of you is fine. It sounds like you've made an effort to reach out to the neighbors, which is always encouraging because that's a way to address a lot of the concerns, and it sounds like you guys have taken an effort to do that. I'm hoping that's going to continue. I think, the better neighbors you are, the better everything is. Another question would be, if I'm living next to it and something, can I call and complain? Is there going to be somebody manning a phone that I can,
Yes, you can. And as has been discussed, the applicant has opened an office just up the street on New Hampshire. They have a physical presence in town. Contact information's on the website. This is probably the person that you'll run into, and she'd love to hear your complaints.
So yeah, Brianna Baca with Savion, and I still get complaints on a project that we sold a couple years ago, and I shouldn't say complaints, calls. Occasionally it's, thank you so much, things are going great, but I get calls from projects that we haven't touched in 3 or 4 years. So we get calls all the time about past projects, and then we're able to put that into the right direction of the new owner. We have a contact with them that this is who we reach out to. So they're more than welcome to continue. We'll keep our website updated with the right contacts as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you. I would appreciate it, Mary, if you would talk a little bit about conditions X and Y, and I'm remembering the discussion on the wind regs, and I don't see anything in here about this project being abandoned, for instance. If, for whatever reason, they just decide their equipment's worn out, they're going to go away, they don't want to do it anymore, it would seem to me that they'd have to let somebody know, and that we ought to have abandonment included in there with decommissioning and reclamation. And then I also remember the comments about a bond requirement and whether that was sufficient security. So I never know where to look for you, Mary.
Yes, condition X is one of the standards that was developed with the standards, and if it's if they're going to decommission or reclaim, and I think there is a condition that if they don't produce X amount of electricity, they need to let the zoning and codes office know, and we could add that. I may have overlooked that as a condition. I'm looking to see if we have that in here. But if they're going to abandon it, let me just do a search.
Yeah, I can't remember. We had that. We kept that in there.
We do, I think, have it in here. Yep, I think we had where they had to produce a certain amount of electricity. If not, they had to contact zoning and codes. And
do you remember?
I don't remember what the percentage was, but there's absolutely a percentage
talked about it.
productivity. Below that, they have to have a mitigation plan. If they can't, then they go forced into decommissioning. And the bond requirements then kick in to provide the cost for that. But similar to
Mary, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Similar to wind. In fact, we lifted some of this from solar into wind, the concepts anyway. I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it is in the code. There's an expectation requirement that the project is producing, and if it ceases to produce, in whole or in part, there are measures in place to allow zoning and codes to require decommissioning and reclamation.
And do we require notification within a certain period of time, or can this go on for a year or a year and a half till somebody notices?
It's actually go ahead, Mary.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the regulations note that to verify production, a report of power generated must be submitted to zoning and codes annually. Zoning and codes will issue a notice of abandonment. They have the right to respond to the notice within 30 days. The director of zoning and codes may withdraw the notice and notify the operator that the notice has been withdrawn. And then it goes on. They either can work to bring it back into service, or then they would move on to decommissioning.
So no percentages are listed then?
Let's see. I don't see a specific percentage listed in here.
Would it be prudent to do so?
It says decommissioning must occur if they do not produce electricity and have no demonstrated plan to restore to operating condition before the end of the life. So I think if they stop producing electricity, they need to show that they're going to begin again. And I don't think there's an issue with them producing 50%. I don't see a percentage, but I do see that the requirements note that if they stop producing electricity and if they produce this report annually, then they get the notice of abandonment and they have 30 days to correct it, or else they get put into decommissioning, and then the bond would be, they would either have to decommission it or the bond would be used.
Well, that would also address public's concern of change of ownership, bankruptcy, things like that, right? Because the decommissioning is already prepaid by the bond.
I thought I saw something.
I'm sorry, that would address the public's concern about change of ownership and bankruptcy because the decommissioning would already be pre-funded by the bond. Unless I'm misunderstanding something.
I don't know that that's correct.
I don't know that that's correct.
That's certainly our intention.
We were much more specific on wind, on what had to be generated and what triggered things for the zoning people to step in, and they had to have reports that met certain criterion. And we don't have that here.
But is that because it's already in the code, or because, I mean, does that have to be a condition, or is that already covered by the code?
Needs to be one or the other.
Well, maybe Mary would be able to answer that question.
The code is a controlling thing. You can condition things different from the code, like we conditioned additional things, but the code is the
Right.
The absence of a condition doesn't mean the code doesn't apply.
Precisely.
Right.
I think what Charlie is saying is, Mary said there is no number in the solar regulation. The solar codes have no number. The draft of when they went to redo the wind, they pulled somewhat from this, but they have added, and I'm looking at the draft wind at the moment, that it's in case, if it says the turbine is incapable of producing at least 20% of the average amount of electricity. So there are specific things that define and show abandonment in the draft wind. There's nothing similar in the solar.
My apologies that I did remember, maybe we just talked about it and we ended up not using a percentage, but a part of the conversation was that solar panel efficacy can change over time. Right? The fact that it's there, it produces less, but it still produces. It just, the efficiency of it changes. Maybe
I don't think we were able to come up with, we talked about it, right? But I don't think we were able to come up with, I mean, why 20%, why 30%? It really made it doesn't make sense to me why you would pick
seems kind of arbitrary.
a number. It seems a bit arbitrary.
Ask staff then, do we have a threshold for abandonment?
My understanding is the answer to that is no, not based on this CUP conditions or the solar regs.
Well,
the answer to that
threshold's zero.
There is, it's zero.
We do, yes, it's zero.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't counting zero. So yes, if it's absolutely not doing anything, then it's been abandoned. There's no other like,
If it's no longer producing.
right, if it's no longer producing at all. Whereas with the wind, like if they start not producing at a certain level, then it counts.
Got it.
But at some point, if we're going to be able to use that ground again for farm ground, it seems we have to know when the electrical use has stopped or slowed down to the point where it's time to say, okay, pack up, go away, and we'll go grow some more corn and whatever else we grow out there.
Well, the way, and I apologize, I'd remembered, maybe I was just remembering the conversation about percentages, but right now we're saying that if it ceases to produce at whatever level, then the county steps in to either force the conversation about changing that or decommissioning would begin. But so that gives the applicant the latitude to upgrade, to make changes to the array, and it also may be at a point where we're timing out on the CUP anyway, depending on how far down the road that is.
After the first year, we then just have 5-year reviews. And so if it's 5 years between the opportunity to review and find out what's going on there, it seems...
Well, what Mary just said was this particular element requires an annual reporting.
The amount of electricity.
Did I get that right, Mary?
You're right, they have to provide an annual report of power generated to the zoning and codes director.
And then if they're at zero, then they have 30 days to respond with something to satisfy that they are either going to change that or that they are going to decommission.
Okay, I think, thank you.
But with such a large project, like, should we be concerned about what if they're only using half, right? Or what if they're, like, it's a very large project. So the amount of, having it at zero is somewhat concerning. I wasn't in on the wind regulations, so I have a hard time, I don't know why it's in the wind.
We did it in the wind for each turbine that was going to be there. Each turbine was going to be measured. There are 236 individual panels in this 236,000 individual panels in this product. And can you measure from every panel what it's doing? Is a report generated? So you could tell any day 235,000 of them are producing and 1,000 are not. Is that correct?
No, it's not typical to measure the output of each individual module. But you would be able to measure the output of strings of modules at the inverter. Yeah, so roughly, 29 modules together. You could measure those outputs.
Is that a report that is easily generated where you say, out of this, we're generating whatever it is?
Yeah, as long as you're gathering the data on those, on that output at those levels.
I can do that on my house, Charlie. I
Yeah.
got solar panels on my
Yeah.
house. I just click on a computer and it shows me exactly what's going
Yes.
on. Just right there.
You just don't have 236,000 of them.
Right. I don't
Or 19, you said there are 19 strings you would have of them?
There's 29 panels per string, typically on this site design. You
A
know,
lot more than that.
we would gather this data. Typically, what we have to report as Evergy, we would also have to report this to NERC, the National Electric Reliability Council, each year on total site output. Because of the nature of solar farms, the irradiance is pretty even over a small area like this, so the difference in individual strings is usually just a mechanical difference, how well the tracker worked in that case. Really, the total site output would be the measure here, or potentially at each inverter if we want to do something there. But the reg being set at 0 makes a lot of sense, honestly, in this case. A solar farm that produces 1% isn't worth much to anyone. So this is a thing that we need to keep in good utility practice, good maintenance and operation, producing power for the grid.
Mr. Chairman, I remember the concern, but I don't remember the result about the financial security on wind. I thought that what was said was that the bond requirement was not sufficient. We ought to be using something else, but I don't know, and I didn't look that up.
The gentleman who spoke ran through a scenario that might leave the county exposed. And maybe Mary can talk us through the protections that we have and whether or not that scenario is something that could in fact happen.
Well, we have a process for changing the operator. In order to change the operator, if they were going to sell to another company, it would have to go to the Board of County Commissioners, and the new operator would be reviewed. They would have to approve them, and let me pull up the exact language. They would have to agree to abide by all the provisions of the conditional use permit. So, yes, at any time, someone could just run away and not do anything, but we would have the bond, and I imagine worst case scenario, people can't go bankrupt, but I don't know how the bond would be working. I was going to find that portion about changing.
I was looking at the condition Y about the bond or other financial security, which shall include a mechanism for adjustment over the life of the project. I didn't know what you had in mind there, or if a bond was the most secure thing to be doing. And if it's going to be adjusted, then what's the basis for the adjustment, and how often does that happen?
It would be adjusted every 5 years, except for the last 5 years, and would it be adjusted annually? And the purpose is for change in cost. So if the costs go up or down, the bond could be revised if it was significant. And the intent is to make sure the bond is adequate to provide for the reclamation. So it would be updated regularly.
So it would be reviewed every 5 years and reviewed every 1 year and adjusted every 5? Is that what
It would be reviewed every 5 years until you get to the last 5 years. So when you hit year 20, then it would be reviewed every year. And I don't know why. This is what the county councilor recommended, so there must be some reason to do them more frequent when you get near the end. But every year for the last 5, it would be reviewed annually and adjusted. And I don't know if that's just to keep closer track on the costs now that they know that it's probably getting ready to go into.
Mary, it's in the code.
The security or the bond?
Yeah, it's all in the condition Y. Yeah, it has the whole condition.
Because the priority of who we listed on wind was changed And it seemed to make a significant difference to legal on who we listed first, and it was changed around, and I would think this would mimic the same thing that we did for wind, but it isn't in here that I see in this.
We began with this. In wind, we added some other conditions, particularly that inland.
Yes.
That doesn't exist in.
Right.
But the protections of the county, the controls that we have on change of hands of the project, that's all in place. So the scenario that was given before, if I understand from Mary right, is not a plausible scenario. We have protections in our code to prevent that from happening.
Okay. So, under condition Y, small I, or small Roman I, that says that there shall be adjustments annually. And I don't think that's consistent with what I just understood the code said, which was 5-year reviews.
Right. I think that's an error in our standards. We do have both standards in the regulations. And so while it says it'll be adjusted annually, then it also tells us that every 5 years the cost will be reviewed. So perhaps annually we adjust it just for inflation. Every 5 years they recalculate the total cost. And I don't know, that must be what it means, just looking at the regulations, because they do have both those provisions. So adjusting for inflation, you usually use an index. You don't have to go through and actually recalculate the whole cost. This little I, double I requires the operator to engage a qualified individual to completely recalculate the estimated cost of decommissioning. So, and that way, if the estimated cost exceeds the previous or is less than, and that may not just be for the cost of inflation, it may be looking at the actual cost of what reclamation would be at that time. So I think there's two here. I think their intent was to be very thorough. So while it does seem to be inconsistent, I think it's just extra requirements. On one, we just simply do the inflation calculation, but the other one requires the whole commissioning or decommissioning to be recalculated.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And Mary, sorry.
No.
So, Mary, just to clarify, going back to that scenario during public comment, does that mean that if the operator went bankrupt, the bond is still secured? I mean, we still have that? The county or the city still has the bond?
Tanya may be able to answer that. Her office deals with the bonds. I don't know if they physically, I think they place the bonds with our county clerk's office, but I would definitely, or treasurer's office.
So I think the bonds are held in an escrow account, and we review that. They provide us an estimate on their decommissioning costs, and they can include the salvage value, so they can reduce the total decommissioning value in what they could get in selling the panels or what the county could get if they went bankrupt. So they provide all of that from a licensed professional. We send that to our legal team, and we make sure that our legal team agrees with those numbers.
There's no question of somebody just walking away. I mean,
correct.
Okay, we're protected. The city and the county are protected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The wind regs have added extra language.
Yes. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I mean, they've said that the security must be written so as to survive any sale or transfer of the turbines and related project property against insolvency. And they've also added some stuff that the Board of County Commissioners can actually increase it if they have any reason to believe it's insufficient. Both of those are not in the solar, but are in the draft wind.
And in this document, it says Savion will pick the person to determine what it costs to decommission. In wind, we said we will pick a third-party person and the wind people will pay for it. And I thought that's one of the things, someplace in this mass of papers, I wrote that down and said that doesn't seem right. It isn't consistent from one utility to another. And that's what we tried to do.
So we are working, though, with the code for solar that's in place right now. And if we want to condition something different than that, then let's call that out. But otherwise, we really need to focus on this body of code.
Would you like to add that as a condition?
I'd like to add the condition so that the result for the two utilities is the same. And then I think we ought to look
So
at
we need to be specific about what you would want to be different.
I do not have the wind regulations in front of me.
So only in draft, this is just the draft. And I don't know if the bond is talked about in other places. That's just what I found on a quick review when Charlie mentioned.
I would put a point of mention in here for the commission is that you are conversing about a draft set of regulations. There is no guarantee that the end product of the regulations will actually mimic each other. So if you make a condition on a draft, it is very likely that it may not actually be the ultimate language that is used on the other one. So just a point of caution.
It hasn't passed us, and it hasn't passed county commission.
I think that's
I only raised it so if you wanted to see the draft language, you could incorporate the draft language with a condition if you want, but it is not.
So let's set wind aside. What is it that you would like to accomplish that's not represented in the code? Not the language here, but what thing would you want to be different? What protection?
I want to be certain that we are treating the utilities the same way. And I think the language about the draft, we don't know that we'd end up the same way. But just as there will later be an up-to-date traffic provisions or stormwater provisions, I would like to ask that we can suggest that when this is all approved, we end up final approval by the county commission with similar language for wind and.
Okay. So in terms of, you want the regulations to be the same for each utility?
I would like the conditions for this
Right.
utility to end up being the same as the conditions dealing with bonds and the decommissioning language, to be the same in the actions we take, whether they need to be in the particulars for this CUP, or whether they need to be in the language of the code that
Right.
would apply to this CUP. I don't know where we're ending up in time.
Well, I think it's a recursive problem because these aren't settled and this isn't settled. So I guess what I'm asking is to try to task us forward is there any additional language, set that aside, any additional language or protection you feel is missing from the code that exists in solar now that you want to have conditioned in?
I don't think I'm answering this very clearly for you.
Okay.
But I think that it's important that we have the same kind of financial security. And I would leave it up to the county commissioner, the county counselor, or whoever needs to help drafting the language so that it is correct to provide the financial security and the updating of that financial security.
Okay. So county council has reviewed this in the solar code. County council has approved it already. This is settled code, right? It's regulated, it's in our code.
This language that we've been looking at in the CUP is the same as the settled language in our code?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Already reviewed, yeah. If you'd like to enhance that, if you'd like to improve that in some way, we can condition something else in there, but we would need to be specific about what we wanted to add.
Well, maybe I'm being too picky about this. If nobody else thinks there needs to be anything, I just think that it would be helpful. It would be helpful to me to understand exactly why the utilities are not the same.
Yeah. Well, this isn't done yet. They may very well end up closer to the same, but just for tonight, for this, if we want it to condition, we can add. So does anyone want to add a specific conditioned item? Not talking about wind, but just about.
On Appendix A, page 30, on staff comments, it says, decommissioning reclamation plan, the setting of the bond amount will be a condition of approval for the conditional use permit. The regulations require that the operator engage a qualified individual. And it seems to me that it should be the county picks the individual.
So does it go on to say that it's approved by the county?
The estimated it requires the operator to engage a qualified individual to recalculate the estimated cost of decommissioning at an interval of every 5 years and every year for the final 5 years of the conditional use permit. It does not say that it is reviewed by the county. It just says they're going to pick somebody and they're going to tell what the reclamation costs are. And it says they're going to engage a qualified personnel. And I would like it to say the county would pick who that is and they would pay for it.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, this may just be the late hour, but I think under that specific standard, it says the county shall contract with an independent third party for the estimated decommissioning and reclamation cost at the applicant's expense.
Yes. Yeah.
Where does that say that?
Yeah,
Well,
what is that?
it was on
boy.
I, so 19, bond requirement I. I think that's what you were referencing, Charlie. The language says the county shall contract with an independent third party for estimated decommissioning and reclamation costs at the applicant's expense.
Then I would say these are not consistent within the CUP. The wording is not consistent within the CUP then.
What part of the code are you at?
Your condition I. Charlie, where are you in the report?
Sorry, I don't know this.
It is Appendix A, page 30, number 12.
So I don't think, Charlie, I don't think the conditions call that, this particular item of the code out specifically. I think what's conditioned in there is a subset of what's in the regulations. That's my guess. It is in there. We can certainly add that as a part of the condition. It's in the code. We can spell that out in the conditions if you'd like. That satisfy the concern?
I guess I get confused then with what I'm reading here that we are supposed to vote on tonight may not really be what is accurate.
I think there might be some confusion. I know that I have from time to time when we condition out so many things that are just a part of the regulations. It gets confusing to me. Why do we say the same thing over again? And in some cases, we augment, we add to, like we did around agrivoltaics as an example. In other cases, we don't call that out. But the code itself already exists. That line item that you'd expressed some concern about exists. We can add that as a condition. We can add that to the condition language just to clarify it, but it is in the code. And we haven't said anything that undoes that from what's in the code. So we could do nothing, and that still exists. It still remains in a force and effect.
And I think maybe that it just happens to be that the condition is a little bit more explicit because the condition is discussing the readjustment for inflation. If you look at the code, it's under a different section, and this language does track the code language when it talks about the readjustment for inflation. So the code requires the initial bond, the county shall contract with an independent third party. Then when you get to the section that talks about the adjustment over the lifetime, then it has the language about the solar facility owner shall engage a qualified individual to recalculate. I don't know why that language is different in the code, but that could be why it's written this way in the condition.
Again, this is settled code. It's been approved by legal. It's a part of the regulations. We can pull that item out and name it as a specific condition, but it is in the code. It won't change anything. Do you want to do that? I just want to move forward here.
Maybe it is too late for me to be thinking of all the details, things.
I
at
do
this
have
point.
to concur with Charlie that condition Y sub 2 says that the solar facility owner shall engage a qualified individual. I would strike that and conform to the code.
All right, let's do.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Commissioner Carter, if I may, you're not recommending a replacement of that one, you're recommending just the full removal of that one, correct?
As long, I mean, and I'm not the attorney here, but sub 2 states something that is different from the code. Page 54 of the report we got today. Condition Y, bond requirement, sub 2.
You're looking at something we got today?
Yeah, I didn't get anything today. What report did you get today?
2:30 this afternoon. We got a 2,735-page document.
That was all the.
That was everything.
All the attachments that were printed out.
Yeah.
So you had the links for the attachments.
Yeah.
At the initial application, but they sent it out in a different form.
So, okay, let me.
I don't know. That's a question I have. My staff report, the Appendix A ends at page 46.
Yeah.
That's what I have.
If you're looking at page 53, I'm concerned.
Yeah, me too.
Could I ask Jeff or Mary to correct me? Because I'm looking at a document that I downloaded today. And what would I say, page 54?
So I'm looking at what's come right from the web, staff report.
That's 46.
It's 46 pages. Yeah, I have that too, but where's the 54?
Oh, sorry, I
54.
said page 54 of 2735.
I think you just downloaded the whole thing, including the attachments, so maybe the pages got shifted.
Okay. So which page?
Yeah.
So which is the part of the sorry then? What
It's
part of the staff report?
Condition Y, subparagraph 2.
How many pages did you say you got?
That's just in the staff report. So if you click on staff report and go to page 5. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Go to page 5.
Of the staff report is where
Okay.
condition Y is.
Yeah. And that didn't change today.
No.
No.
I don't think anything
Okay.
changed.
Right.
If I may, I think that language, it might be an easier way to clarify things for everyone. If we look at the solar regs, section 19 that says bond requirement, it has a different format than this particular condition, which makes it very confusing. But I think we could just track the language of the statute bond requirement to make it clearer. So we could just add the 19I and A, because what we have here, because what Y1 and 2 do is they talk more about 19 subsection 3, if I'm correct. Mary, is that correct?
Little I is a step the county would take at the beginning. I know the applicant provides an estimate. It's in their decommissioning plan, but this notes that the county would contract for an estimated cost at the applicant's expense. Then little I is that it would have to be posted before the use commences. And then little 3I has that mechanism for adjustment over the life of the project. One is adjusting it annually for inflation, and then B is those routine recalculations. And I don't know if I left off the one about the county, thinking that we wouldn't want to put the county's actions as a condition, because if you miss a condition, then you can revoke the CUP, and if the county doesn't contract with an independent third party, the applicant's pretty much out of the loop. They're not able to do that, but we could totally change that and include that. That may have been what I was thinking when I wrote these in, and I can just include all the language, and that way we can reduce the confusion.
I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense.
I think the confusion in the packet may be dependent upon how you downloaded it or how you're viewing it. It may also be on the device, because if you download the entire packet, which my computer is still struggling to do, I think it loads with a different set of pages because of the way that it wants to break it apart. So if you have a paper version, or if you're looking at it as and the split screens, or whatever the technology is, I have no idea. I think it may just be how you're accessing it, why there's being that kind of odd, quirky page number thing going. I will also have to give credit where due is that this was a packet that, as you might know, it is uploaded a little differently because it actually kind of confused the software. It kind of broke the system that we use. So all credit to Denny for getting this up and on the system, because it was not a standard operating kind of packet that we had this month. So that's why you see some of those kind of different links that you normally don't kind of see showing up. So.
Yeah, so do we have the language we want now on this?
Just add the language.
I think we do, and I think that it is in the regs,
Yep.
so we don't need it in the conditions.
So what we're going to do is strike YII from conditions and rely on the language in the code.
Yes.
All right.
I don't know that I would be
Okay.
in favor of that. I don't think we should strike condition Y. I think condition Y is that there's be a bond requirement, and I think everything in Y, 1 and 2, needs to stay in. If we want to rewrite it to make it directly mirror the code, I'm fine with that, but I think the bond requirement needs to be a condition.
It exists in the code, though, right? The only thing we're talking about is taking the inaccurate language off of the condition, and then rely on the language that's in the code.
I don't see any inaccurate information. I just can't. So, but I mean, go ahead, make the motion. We can be included.
Okay.
I just.
If you're not, if you help me dial this in if it needs to be different. I'm not trying to direct that.
No, I know. I don't think you are. I'm just trying to say, I don't know that we need to spend a lot more time on it. I think that I is correct in trying to summarize what is happening in 19, and it's doing it in a somewhat confusing way. So you can track 19 and put it in as Y, but I wouldn't take Y
Everything
out.
alone will be okay?
I'm not the one who raised this. I don't know. I'm not.
You feel like the language is in the code? that we need?
I think, yes, I think it is confusing to
objection
have
to
this
that?
and the code language.
Let's move on. All right, I'll take that off. What other questions?
I've got one.
Yes, sir.
And this, I had multiple people, whether through email or through conversations, bring this one up, there hasn't been anything like this ever done in Grant Township, small population in the township, small tax base, with 40-plus inverters out there. On the emergency procedures document, I know it referenced that Lawrence Douglas County Fire and Medical were on the list of who would get contacted about stuff, and then I heard somebody tonight say that I think it was Mary, say that they had approved that document. Does Lawrence, and I don't know who to ask this to, and maybe it's to staff to ask, does Lawrence Fire and Medical have adequate equipment in case there's a massive fire with those inverters out there, because you got to have specialized equipment to spray that foam out there? If they don't, knowing that Grant Township already pays a large portion of their tax dollars to Lawrence to fund that fire department, who's paying for that new equipment? Is it Grant tax dollars? Is it Douglas County tax dollars? Is it Lawrence tax dollars, or a combination thereof?
The conditions require that the operator provide any specialized equipment and training. So it would be the operator that would provide that.
I have a question.
Do you guys agree with that? Okay, all right.
I have a question along those lines. So I see that it says that they'll provide the equipment, but what about the increase to the cost of fire? We're in a 5-year contractual situation where we have to renegotiate our contract with fire every 5 years. So to me, this seems very similar to a road situation. We need to consider whether or not there needs to be compensation to the township for the increase in fire safety or a safety plan. Was that discussed with the township, similar to like the roads? Were they involved in this fire discussion?
The township, I don't believe, provided any comments on the fire, as they don't provide fire protection. So I did not get any responses from the township trustee about the fire protection or the finances, wanting an increase in finances. That's something you could include if you wanted to make it to where if Grant Township was going to charge more, or if Lawrence was going to charge more based entirely on the solar facility, that the operator would take care of those charges. That could be added.
And that's a condition I would like to see, like that there be a commitment or requirement, whatever is the same thing with the roads, although that's statutory, to come to an agreement to pay their share of the fire protection.
That the township pay their share of the fire?
No, that the industrial use. So, yeah, that the applicant
pay their share of that. So if township doesn't bear any responsibility for fire prevention now,
They do via tax dollars. They pay the city of Lawrence.
okay. What would that look like?
I know, that's why I was hoping the township had weighed in.
They didn't express it, maybe they didn't know to ask the question, but.
It may also help the commission. That may also be teetering into the world of the governing body and the township to have a discussion about the policy of that necessarily. So that may just be a little bit beyond the land use component. It could be a suggestion to take it for further consideration, but I'm not sure how you would condition a land use component based on a contractual negotiation that would occur at the governing body and the township level.
But isn't that what the road maintenance agreement is doing?
A little bit, but it's a little bit different in the same respect there, is because you're going to have a pretty well-known commodity for the road. There's also a little bit more guidance on the roads and the items there. I don't know the specifics of the contractual arrangement between Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical and the township and how that is. Just cautioning in that instance that it may be getting a little bit of foot of that one.
Do you accept that that would be a Board of County Commissioner item, and that we just need to say loudly in case anybody is actually watching the YouTube all the way through?
I think the township should have been involved in that process. I mean, I think I'd have a hard time agreeing to this as it is without a consideration, knowing the budgetary concerns and the safety concerns, and the difficulty that it is, that our fire is similar to our roads, and when it comes to our budget and to our considerations. And so not the industry we already have is already an issue for us. So I think I would, not having a condition that addresses that would be
ultimately,
a big deal
though,
for me.
would that be a planning commission, or would that be a county commission? I'm just thinking about how to implement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we said some determination needed to be made of the tax dollar share that Grant County pays towards the overall increase in costs associated with fire protection because of this installation.
Yes.
That's definitely going to be a county commission item to take up. We couldn't condition them to do that because it's their decision, but how would we want to write that so that we made sure that the question was at least.
Well, I think that's part of my problem. Like, with this in general is that's just one more thing that needed to be considered and worked out with the applicant. That wasn't. So I don't have that answer sitting here today. Like, how would I write a condition that would take in all of the, because I too don't know the answer to lots of these questions that have been posed when it comes to fire safety. I just know that is a huge burden for the township, and that this could potentially increase that. And that is one of the township's biggest problems at the moment, so.
Are you moved by Jeff's comment that it's not really land use, but it's really
No,
policy?
I am not moved by that, but I don't know that we need to have any more discussion. I mean, I don't think I can't,
If
as
it's
I
a
sit
hard
here today.
roadblock for you, I tried to try to find a solution for
Well,
it.
but I think to my understanding is that there are questions about how a solution would be reached, so I don't have one off my cuff.
Well, so Jeff, hearing this exchange, do you have thoughts on how we should, as a land use body, address this, progress from it?
I'd mimic Commissioner Hayden. I don't have one off the cuff that I would point to and say this would be a good condition. I've seen other planning commissions, make that recommendation or make a motion that includes that, that should be explicitly discussed and would provide, would appreciate guidance on that item. I think that's something that may be not satisfactorily going to get to the mark, but that may be an option there. I'm hard pressed to just come up with a condition that I would put forward that would I think meet that mark off the discussion. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Do you know off the top of your head if taxes for each township are based on actual services received, or I guess what I'm starting to wonder is this a cost that would be borne by all of Douglas County that Grant Township would be a beneficiary of?
Unfortunately, the answer to that is no.
Tell me how it works.
Well, I did not negotiate the contract, but it is directly a Forest Service contract. So we contract with them, we negotiate with them, we are quite frankly held beholden to them, because if you look at the way that Grant Township is designed, there's not many ways in and not many ways out, and we can't, and it's difficult for us to negotiate or participate with the consolidated fire districts that are around because of the way that we're situated. And historically, it's been that way, so we don't have our own infrastructure, where many of the townships have infrastructure for fire, so we can't really create our own fire department. And so it is just a yearly, right now, we've got a couple years, we just finished negotiating a contract, and it was hard fought, and it went up 25%, I think, and they told us that it will be going up again.
Got it.
So.
Thank you for that.
And I apologize if that 25%, I believe that's what it is. I just, off the top of my head at this time, I don't have all of our.
I've been saying wild numbers. I completely appreciate that. So what I've written is that Grant Township receive relief protection from increased costs associated with additional tax exposure from fire services, fire and other services. Knowing full well that we don't have the authority to condition this, we can just put it in, and but it's going to be a subject for the county commission. Yeah, recommendation. Okay. Cool.
Well, I don't know what you mean by cool, but I think that's as far as we can get to
Does
that.
it satisfy that concern with that language?
I'm better with that language. I'd rather have that language than not, but I can't tell you that satisfies me.
You're not going to go all the way to cool.
No. Not going to go all the way to cool. I'm definitely not cool.
All right. What other questions?
In staff report, talks about it as a condition, and I believe it's because of I think it was called the mirror effect or glass or something.
Lake effect
on birds. It said the operator shall conduct bird mortality surveys for the first 2 years of operation using measures outlined in the guidance document, mortality monitoring designed for utility scale solar power facilities prepared by the U.S. Geological Survey and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and then conduct insect surveys for the first 2 years. It says they have to turn them in. What happens then? all it says they have to turn them in. Doesn't say anything that happens to them after that. Or what
They're just providing information to the Division of Wildlife and Fish and Wildlife. They would like the data, and so they are doing this just to provide data. It's not an enforcement thing, but once they get that data, they'll be able to make better recommendations. They'll know, is there a lake effect in the state of Kansas? So they didn't indicate that there would be any retroactive requirements based on this voluntary data collection that they would be doing for them. But not exactly voluntary, it's that or pull away from the river. But they didn't indicate there would be any retroactive requirements. They just want the data.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that there should be a requirement?
No, I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
It's like they have to turn it in, so what's it? That's it.
All right.
And we talked about this a little, if the operator wants to sell to another operator, it says in the document the county commissioners have to approve it. What do they say no?
Then the CUP can't transfer.
Okay.
Soon they would have to find another operator. If this operator they selected wasn't adequate, they would have the option of finding another operator.
Which also has to be approved.
Right. Okay.
Good questions, other things that we want to consider conditioning to solve concerns?
The noise, we have it 60 here, which seems at the property line and the residence, and I think that's too loud.
That is the approved code, though. Are you suggesting we change the code?
Yes, if that's the answer you want, yes. I think 60 is too loud.
It could be conditioned that it's 50, which would then be consistent with the proposal, or at least what people seem to have learned in the investigation and discussion between, it's my understanding is we're talking about 50.
Yes.
And that we've learned a lot since this, so it could be conditioned at 50.
So you're making this suggestion because you think the code's wrong?
I'm making this suggestion because I think 60 is too loud.
Right, which is
and if
the
you
code.
tell me it's in the code, then I'll believe you. But I'm just saying I think 60 is too loud at the property line or the residence.
All right, so you'd like to condition a different value than what the code requires? All right, is there any interest in entertaining that?
Not from me.
Not for me.
I would entertain it. I mean, it seems to be consistent. I'm not on the, I don't know what research has been done because I'm not on the ad hoc for the wind, but if that's what we're saying is appropriate in other places, that seemed, I mean, this is the first large one of these that we've seen come through. I think the other one, the Free State one, was not near residents. That wasn't really an issue with the solar that we saw before.
Sources of sound and the types of those are, and that regulation is consistent with regulations for all other emanating sources like that, like substations, which are one of the louder components of that. And we've modeled that code so it's consistent across what happens in the city and other places. It's different than in wind, and with wind we have a multiple of variables, different types of sound. That we wanted to manage to, so we were more conservative with that value, but that 60 dB is consistent with what you find in regulations for other environments like this in the code today. So we would be varying from that.
I don't have any problem varying from the code if we think it's what's appropriate in this situation, if that's what you're saying, Charlie. I mean, as far as
In fact, I think if I remember again, in the report, the technical part, whichever company it was that did it, they didn't think it'd be any louder than 47, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, the sound study in the packet indicates that the decibel levels at the measurable limit pursuant to the code will be below 60 decibels. The problem with saying you don't think 60 is, you think it's too much, or you want to change the solar regulations at 1:30 in the morning on December 19th, I mean, subjectively, because you think it's too high, I mean, we think we're well below it, yes, but is that a reason to change the 60 decibel limit that the county and the planning commission adopted in the solar regs? I mean, we're just following the code.
Is this one of those questions I should answer or not answer?
It's up to you.
Just, if I may, Charlie, point of clarification, maybe from staff, the 60 dBA is measured at the 500-foot setback line, correct?
Yes.
So it's not 60 dBA at a house, it's 60 dBA 500 feet from the house.
So is there, I don't gather a consensus on changing the code or recommending a change?
I don't think we're changing the code. I think we need to be careful with our language. What we're doing is suggesting that a condition be different, but we're not, nobody here is proposing code changes. And we keep talking about that, and I was using the draft language because the wind stuff came up, but I don't think we're talking about changing the code. We're just talking about what are the conditions that are appropriate for this project. It's not a change to the code. That would have to go through a different process.
Yeah. So is there any information outside of this reference on something that hasn't been settled yet that suggests that proves, that gives evidence to the idea that 60 decibels at 500 foot from a property is an appropriate value?
Can I?
The work that had gone on to get to that number is incorrect.
Can I just ask if the applicant has an engineer on hand that would explain what the change in sound level from 500 feet to the residence would be? It's not a linear decrease in decibels, so.
That's correct. And we, Gabe, are you on?
Yeah, for sure. This is Gabriel Wager with Burns McDonnell. I'm the one who put together the sound study for this. If I can add a little bit of information for why the solar ordinances generally vary from the wind ordinances across the country. With the wind turbines, you get a lot more noise at night that you don't generally with solar farms. So most of the noise generated with the solar farm is during daytime. You don't have the low frequency component the wind farm does. But we are designed to what is in the ordinance. So might be able to generate noise during daytime hours, but much less during night when it might disturb sleep.
Is that true around the substation?
The substation will still generate noise at night.
And what is the decrease in the decibel levels across the distance? Do you know that?
I'm sorry. What do you mean by that question?
So it's 500 feet, it's 60 decibels at 500 feet from the residence. What would the noise level be at the residence?
That would vary based on the distance to the source as well. If you were already 2,000 feet from the source, you're going to have a different decrease over that final 500 feet, rather than if you were only 100 feet from the source at that 500-foot mark, then you'd have a greater decrease over that 500 feet.
I want to also point out that we're talking about just the substation, not the entire project. It's a one small spot and only that might be near that source of sound.
Are there residents near that source?
Yes,
And that's,
there are.
Yes.
Yeah. So just take a consensus here, or if you are interested.
Can I ask a
yes,
question?
Jane.
If the noise is just from the substation, maybe there could be a greater setback from the substation to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish with reducing the noise level.
Yeah, substation already exists. They're
It
talking
does.
about an addition to. But the substation already exists, already produces that sound. The residents who are around that are already a part of that.
And are they more than 500
environment.
feet away? Or I don't know what the geographic location, are they more than 500 feet away?
I can't answer that. What I can say is the substation already exists, the residents already exist, the rules associated with managing sound already exist. Everything is in compliance with that already. For us to entertain the idea that we are going to change that now, how do you apply that to what already exists? I mean,
I don't
know how you do it.
I don't disagree. I do have concerns, though, about, and maybe this will come up with that project, but I believe there is a separate pending, I don't know if it's actually filed or not, but intent to expand that substation. So I don't know if that's when you would then think about the noise level, or if that would be something that would need to be considered into this. Jeff, would you know? I definitely know that when I was looking at the planning orientation packets, it said we were supposed to think about any current decision on future impacts. So, with that increase and that expansion of substation, should we consider that here with the CUP, or will that be taken care of at that time?
You'd want to take care of it with the project it's applicable to. So if it's a question of the substation and there was a future discussion to be had, it would be more appropriate at that point in time, because this application may not change that station at that point in time. It may be beyond their ability to have that conversation as part of that. So if there was something that related to a substation that was coming forward, it would be appropriate to have the conversation at that application point.
And even if this says 60, that could be limited to less than 60 in that application, or it could be a discussion about that, even if this allowed it to 60.
Yes, there may be something that is
Separate project. That's a good point.
Well, is it a good, I mean, that's my question is it a good point? I don't know that it is.
I think it's a point of conversation to be had if the substation was going through a review process or going through a land use entitlement process. That would make sense to have it as part of that discussion. If it's not tied to or linked into this application, it would be a bit of a stretch to have, apply a standard to something that may not be changing at this point yet, because it may be an existing condition.
I think my question was if we were to say 60 in this application, it could be changed to something less than 60 in future applications regarding different parts of any other CUP regarding different parts of this particular project. So if this says 60, is 60 it for everything? Or could when the expansion of the substation comes up, it could be less than 60?
Whatever is set in the CUP for the project at the moment is what's set. So if that would, and I'm going to just pull out of thin air here, I may have this wrong real quickly, but let's say the substation is going through a process and needs to get a conditional use permit, there may be requirements you want to look at it and go, that's got to be a little bit different because of condition X, Y, and Z that is unique to this site. So you would apply it based on that substation application. Am I following your question correctly, or have we hit that point in the hour where I may have?
I think we might have hit that point in the hour. No, I'm just trying to figure out what the implications of us making this decision now are for the future potential expansion of that substation. If we want to have setbacks, do we have to have them in this CUP?
Excuse me, I was wondering, I think there's a little confusion. There is an existing substation, but the existing substation is on the east side of the County Route 1047, and that's existing. That's the Midland substation. A new substation would be built with this application on the west side, and so I think that's the confusion. There is a new one being proposed, and there is an existing one that's not a part of the CUP.
Mary hit it where I was having the confusion. My apologies.
Sorry to call you out.
That's okay.
So if we want to talk about setbacks from the substation, we would need to do that tonight.
Correct, because if the substation is part of the CUP, you could do it as part of this one. And my apologies, I was disconnecting substations in my mind.
Is that something you wanted to do? I think that was, you had the floor.
Well, all right. I'd like to ask the applicant if the distance from the to-be-built substation was greater, could it be such that it would accomplish the reduction in noise levels from 60 to 50 as far as that substation goes?
If you can bear with me for just a moment. So the proposed substation that's part of this application is shown in this inset map in our sound study that was submitted as part of the application. The red line is the 500-foot setback from a residence. Would you like me to enlarge that?
If you can, it would.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
So the red line is a 500-foot setback from a residence.
The great big red line with the red in the middle, or are you talking about in the center of that?
I'm sorry, the great big one that has the pink shading.
Okay. So that's 500 feet
Correct.
from the residence.
Correct.
So could the substation be moved in such a way that it would end up having the same effect as if the decibels were only 50 rather than 60?
So the green line represents 50 dBA.
Okay.
So in that sound study, you're well away from residents, well below 50 dBA.
It looks, I mean, it's not a super detailed map, but it appears that those lines don't intersect.
Right.
Jane, does that answer your concern?
No, I don't understand.
I think what he's saying is that it's 50 dBA at the green line.
Which is tangential to the
Okay.
500-foot buffer.
So it wouldn't need to be moved. It would already be there? Is that what you're saying?
Already at 50.
To achieve what you're trying to achieve, yes.
It will already exceed the requirements of code.
Correct.
Okay. So can we put the condition in that that becomes the, whatever it is, 500, 600 feet, is that the difference then?
I think I might turn it back over to you guys for that, as far as the condition.
But we'd need to know what the number of feet is. We'd have 500 feet everywhere else that we've already got objects, but then we would have a greater distance in this location where the green line is.
You could reduce the decibel level and keep the distance the same. So you could have 60 decibels for everything else and 50 decibels, and Jeff may let me know if this is not appropriate, but you could have 50 decibels for the substation at the same 500-foot setback. So the setbacks could stay the same, just the decibel levels, if you wanted to reduce the decibel level for the substation.
Would that be acceptable to you?
I think in concept, it may be. I will reiterate that this is a 30% design with not final equipment selected. We have designed this to be well within the specification in the code as it exists today. In fact, we're below 50 decibels in every case as it's designed today, but it is not a final design. We intend to be well within the code as it's written. But we've got a study that indicates we're well within. Remember, decibels are a logarithmic scale, so that factor of 10 is huge. You're talking about a normal conversation at 60 decibels to quiet whispers at 50 decibels. That's a pretty big hurdle to guarantee something's going to be all the way down to quiet whispers. We think it will be with the design that we have, but 60 decibels was the design criterion that we used.
Thank you.
Matt, but my question was, would you accept the 50 just as far as that substation is concerned and leave 60 everywhere else?
I will defer somewhat to the Burns & McDonnell engineer here. This is the biggest noise generator we have on the site, which gives me hesitation to committing to that in that particular instance.
Yeah, the study's a conservative noise propagation. So if we're showing that it meets 50 there, likely in reality it's going to be a little bit quieter than that. The substation's not always going to be operating at its full load all the time. We'll probably be less loaded at night. So we would expect to meet that 50. But like he said, the design criteria for this study was just the 60.
Yes.
Hi, Emily Troopner with Savion. It's probably worth noting, too, that this is the project substation. So this is a substation associated with our project, which will shut down at night after the facility has shut down. So it's not going to be generating noise around the clock like the other substation, the existing substation would be. I don't know if that helps, but I wanted to make that clarification.
So that's after the
One thing to note about that is when it is energized, it will still make a little bit of noise. It won't have the load noise and the cooling noise associated with it, so it'll be much quieter than under loaded operation, but it won't be completely silent if you're standing right up next to that transformer.
So already residents there, existing controls and conditions already in place. The addition is going to be something that changes volume once the sun sets. Is there still a feeling that we need to pursue changes to the code as it's settled?
No.
Changes or condition?
Condition.
Same effect, though. Same effect,
No,
though.
it doesn't
No,
change
it
the code.
No, it isn't.
It does for this applicant, it does for this project.
But that's, a code is like, not necessarily legislative, this was a regulatory code, it went through a particular process.
We're through a process and legal review and engineering review and all the things.
We're not changing a code.
All the things that got us here, but we're saying it's not sufficient. Because my question is, from what we've learned, can we move past this, or do we still need to add some kind of condition?
What do you say, Charlie?
Charlie.
Commissioner Rexroad, you say, you use the word change the code, but that is not what I am saying. So maybe we could ask legal, who I'm sure is still up and enjoying the sights, what legal says about this.
I understand that we're not asking for a text amendment to be drawn and put through tonight. I get that. The impact, though, is the same. We're asking that we've got settled code, we've got a project in front of us against settled code that exceeds code in many places, and we're saying that we're going to ignore that and try to condition in something different from what the code says. Split hairs on the exact syntax I'm using, but that's the effect of it. So my question is, from what we've learned, and understanding that the substation, the generator of the noise, is going to go quiet when the sun sets, is there still a desire on the commission to add this as a condition to anything we might send forward to county commission?
I certainly cannot speak for the commission.
Right, just asking you.
Oh, okay. Yes, I would like to see it 50.
All right, thank you. So just going to take a quick census. Is there an appetite across
Why don't we just take a motion?
Well, because we're not at the point of making motions yet.
I'm just trying to get a consensus for what that might look like when a motion does come. Is there an appetite? So, Jane, would you like, do you want to have this
Yes,
something different than what's in the code?
I would support a condition that it be 50 decibels from the yet-to-be-built substation.
Okay. Prashant?
I'm good with the way it is now.
All right.
I would support 50. It's on
Right.
River.
And I support the existing code.
I support the existing code.
Right. Sharon?
Existing.
Yeah. Mike?
I would support the 50, but my reasons are, and I know that wind is still just proposed. I would think we'd want them the same in the long run, and whether that means we revisit this at some point and talk about that code changing, because my fear, and this is just a theoretical fear at this point, that if we say pass it at 60, then whenever we get around to wind and we pass it at 50, that does that, and I guess this would be a question for, as Charlie said, legal, who's probably still listening to us, does that open the county up or us up for legal action if they don't agree with each other, if they're different?
Jeff?
It would not, because it would be the code that would set the parameter to it. So whatever the code standard is, it's adopted as the standard that you would apply. So if there's a differential in those, that's just a differential that exists in the code. Now, if you wanted to have that be consistent, that would be initiating a text amendment to make that code change go through. But yeah, you would, if that's what is the parameter that is set, that is perfectly fine. There's a lot of those in both the land development code in the city and in the county code currently.
Thank you. Charlotte, I think I got yours recorded.
Say that again?
I think I have yours recorded. You support the 50. You haven't changed on that. All right.
I see us 4 and 4.
Yes, 4 and 4. So, just to get a sense of it, though, so we know that. Is there anything else, 10 till 2, that we want to add into?
So Chair Rexroad, Chad had some concerns about stormwater management, and I just want to call that out.
I've got a list of 7.
You have a list of
right now.
Yeah.
Based on what we've, I guess 8 now.
Somebody's keeping track.
Is it appropriate for me to read my list?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
I have extracting the piles completely.
Yep.
I have groundwater testing, pre-construction and post-construction.
Yep.
I have, and this was an issue rather than a condition, but it was how we define the passive versus active agrivoltaics commitment.
Mm.
And several of these have question marks. We can just say no, but that was on my list. There was any kind of specific language around the herbicide or pesticide use over time, reviews. There was stormwater management plan review, hours of construction, decommissioning below a given threshold, and the terms of the reclamation bond. I think that we discussed that in great detail. And then now the noise around the
So was
substation.
decommissioning in the bond, was there a condition there? I thought we settled on.
Well, there was some question, and perhaps, again, that's a big no. But there was some question around any review of the threshold below which we consider it non-operable. And if the consensus is technically that it's just a distinct thing from wind, and you guys discussed this in great detail in compiling the language behind the code. I'm content as long as there's consensus, but that did come up. So I'm just listing.
I have one to add to that.
Okay.
Were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
I have one to add that the applicant offered groundwater monitoring.
Oh, thank you. I had that.
Yeah.
I'm
And I
sorry, it
don't
was on my
think,
list, but I didn't say it.
I don't think stormwater is a condition. I mean, there
Yeah, but I
will
know
be a
that Chad was
stormwater report.
He had questions around the figures in the existing.
Right, but is that a
So,
condition?
that-
Is that turned in, I don't see how that gets turned into a condition, given that they will be working on that. Should this CUP
Great.
be approved?
Like I said, I'm
They
just
would be
listing
working
the
on those
things
details.
that
We don't
are
know
on
what those are, so I wouldn't want to put a condition in here, because it's all engineering on their side,
What I had written down was, it was conditioned on an approved stormwater management plan.
which I think is just, that happens.
Yes, right,
Yes.
exactly, yeah, that's why I kept
That
asking those
happens.
questions. That's the process, right?
Right, that's the
And they are,
process,
Right,
yeah.
same way with roads, yeah.
So it wouldn't be something we would add tonight.
Great.
We don't need to add it to the list, but Mary also has a list. I sent in a bunch of questions ahead of time, and she made several changes or modified some conditions based on my questions. So we'll want to make sure we include those in the conditions.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
That's right. There were some changes I mentioned. One was when we talk about glare, I had said that changes may be implemented, and that should be changed to shall be implemented. And in these setbacks for the noise, I had said 500 foot from the property line. I omitted the 500 foot setback from existing residences, so I would want to add that. And also, I think I don't know if you said the construction hours. We said
Yes.
construction hours for all construction and traffic from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
It's going to take a village to get us through a motion. So, question for the applicant. As we've walked through these conditions that we've talked about and recorded, some of those you've weighed in on. Have you heard anything that we've talked about? You've given your feedback on the sound. I heard that. Anything else that you've heard us where we've mentioned conditions that you have reservations with?
Not necessarily a reservation commissioner, but attempt maybe to be helpful on the construction hours piece. Heard a lot of discussion around the evening hours, particularly those after 6. Hearing what was proposed previously for the laydown yard, we would be fine with 7 to 6 instead of 8 to 8 if that takes some of the evening hour concern away from folks.
You like that better?
I mean, I don't feel like I can speak for the residents, 8 to 7 or 7 to 8. That's fine. I mean,
Yeah. Trying to
Didn't zoning say 7:30 to 5:30, or did I dream that?
I think it was 7 to 5.
7 to 5:30.
okay, yeah, that's fine, the same one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Road construction near my house starts at 7.
Yeah, oh, the laydown years started before 7.
Construction near us that goes till dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to just run the group and get a sense for where we are on this, if we're at a place where we can put together a motion. Jane, do you want to start? Just
Sure, I'd be happy to.
where you think you are?
I think this has been maybe I say this every month, I don't know, but it's probably true every month. The most complicated, most difficult thing I have had to think about and to go through. I am surprised that we haven't heard any discussion yet amongst us about the role of prime farm ground. I remember so vividly the construction of 2020, and then I watched less avidly the construction of 2040. I find the historical reverence that we have given to our prime farm ground still very moving. And I do find that once that soil is gone, once we've used it up or used its capacity up, we will never get it back. On the other hand, this solar is one of the most exciting and interesting things I've heard about in a very long time. And I hated the number of pages that I picked up. I'm delighted that I missed today's. But I think that it's premature. I think that what everybody has done is terrific, absolutely terrific. And I think we need a solar project like this one. I don't think we need it in this location. And I think there are still so many unanswered questions that I don't think it's prudent to be the leader in one of these efforts. We tried being a leader in homeless shelters, and I think that's been painful. So I'm feeling much more conservative about new things and about letting somebody else go out and improve these things a little more than we have right now. So I appreciate all of the efforts that we've made to add conditions that would make this more palatable. And I think the staff is fantastic in terms of their ability to keep adapting, researching, helping us understand better the many, many factors of something this complicated. But as a result, if I have to vote tonight, and I think I do, I'm inclined to vote against it and deny it.
Thanks, Jane.
So my decision will be based on land use. I think that it's a lot of agricultural land that surrounds this property. The property itself is used for agriculture, but we're evolving county. We have urban, rural, bumping into each other, and I think this is the next sort of thing that we're going to run into. We need the things that the applicant is proposing, and I think this land is appropriate for the use that the applicant wants to use it for. So I would support it.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Chelsea?
So I do not have, before I actually commit to anything, I need to sit down and, honestly, I need a break first, and I need to look through my notes, and I need to look at Golden. I'll be making my decision based on Golden and the factors in that. And what I have heard so far, I have serious concerns that it meets the golden factors, certainly enough of them to make me be in favor of this. So I'm not sure if you're asking like where we're at with just the conditions. I think the conditions certainly make it more palatable, like Jane has said, but I think under each of the conditions, I have significant issues with them that I'm happy to pull together and kind of walk through when the time is right. And then in addition to that, I have some serious concerns just about the process of this. I think the due diligence done was a great start, but there's a lot left that I just keep hearing over and over. Oh, well, that will be done later, that will be figured out later. Oh, we don't know enough. This is new. This is uncharted waters. I've heard multiple times this evening. And I think with the balance that we're being asked to make, with particularly with it being in the prime spot for many things, right? But agriculture being one, and the plan 2040, specifically calling that out in the North Sector Plan, calling that out. When I do the balance, what I've heard tonight and just all of the unknowns that have been presented, they at the moment aren't outweighing how I'm feeling about using this prime resource we have. I think one of the public comments was location, 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 and that seems to me to be something that tips the balance in this situation because of there's just so much unknown, and but I feel like by staff and by the public and the number of papers, and so I just at the moment am a little worried about that. But I'm happy to walk through Golden when the time comes. I just need to.
When the time comes, when are you?
After I get a break to look at my notes. I mean, we were told at our planning commission that orientation that we needed to be thinking about Golden, and I've got a page for each one, but honestly, there's so much information that I don't know that my concerns about certain Golden factors are on the right one. So I need to kind of pull all that together, and I actually still have some questions for the applicant, so that's just kind of where I'm at right now.
Right. I'm thinking about our decision criteria, Golden being a subset of that, of course. I'm thinking about the code that the applicant has worked to meet, and I was impressed by a couple things. One, that not only did they come in meeting the code, not asking for a variance, not asking for any consideration, came in, did the hard work to come in with a code-compliant application, and on top of that, exceeded it in several ways. Exceeded it and said yes to things that just weren't a part of it, including enhancements in what was required in agrivoltaics. When we wrote the code, that was absolutely, and it's in the code today, is absolutely clearly not a requirement. And we have, my sense is that we seem to be punishing them for their willingness to do more on something that's not required at all. It's just encouraged. On top of that, as we've gone through this, they've said yes to everything that we've asked, save one, and that's a concern about how to manage sound. And I honestly understand that. I feel like the code that we have in place was thoughtfully considered. It's consistent with how we view sound around that affects neighbors around substations everywhere else in our county and in our city. And to change that, particularly at this time, I think is really unfair to them because of the implications that it has. We recognized early on that, as the code was being written, that any utility scale size project was going to most likely be on cultivated ground. That's a consideration that we knew, and the way we built the code was designed to protect that over time. This isn't about the soil going away. It's not going to disappear. It's not going to go away from underneath where that is. And every single thing about how we designed this was to assure that it didn't diminish. It's not going to be tilled. It won't have the constant application of herbicide and pesticides that it might have in commercial farming. I feel really good about the idea that that soil is in fact protected. I cannot find a reason to deny this at this point. Great conversation, and we've uncovered a lot of things that I think have made this a better project. And I would encourage us to, you can do what you want. I lean towards supporting this where it is right now.
Okay. I want to return to something that Commissioner Thomas said earlier about not having all the information to make a decision. And I just think from my perspective, we're not making a decision, we're making a recommendation. And it's based on the question of whether this application conforms to the code that we as a county created and approved. And I think, frankly, it does. I think the scale is problematic. I mean, it is bigger than anything we've dealt with before, and that it's hugely disruptive to neighbors and to the existing tenants of the landowners. And so my biggest concern is something I think we really don't have direct control over as a planning commission, and that's the economic impact. I think it's important, and it's not a land use concern, but it's something that's of tremendous concern to our elected officials. So I think they're going to really need to take a close look at that. I think they will want to know if there are incentives to incorporate local farmers into that agrivoltaics plan to promote some of the new techniques that the Savion rep was so excited about. And so, I have to say that as part of the commission that picked apart every paragraph of Plan 2040 prior to its approval, I take some exception to the assertion that the solar regs are a betrayal of that plan. A climate change adaptation and mitigation plan is also explicitly mentioned in Plan 2040. And, we can wait around for somebody else to solve that problem, but we're already dangerously close to a point of no return that will degrade our food production capacity more than an existing facility will. Somebody said earlier tonight that they thought we were a vulnerable community that was being exploited, and I think it's not just us. Everybody is vulnerable. So I'm going to support this.
Thank you. Sharon?
I'll go through some of the main concerns I started out with that I think actually have been addressed for the most part. So one of the details that I was concerned about was the steel pilings that I had heard from constituents, and I was concerned about leaching of some, I finally remembered it was iron I was trying to think of. Iron and carbon from the steel, but galvanized steel is the most commonly recommended protection for corrosion. We have steel buried everywhere, bridges, roads, water pipes. And so I don't see a concern in the fact that they came in here and said, we're just going to lift these things out of there. We don't have to worry about them being buried there beyond the life of the CUP. And at 25 years, well, before the 25 years, it starts out with a soil test. And at 25 years, we'll take another soil test, right, to see what that goes. And they offered to do groundwater testing in addition to that. So I'm satisfied with the steel piling issue. As far as herbicides go, I do not believe there's going to be using any more herbicides than any other agricultural producer would in this area. And certainly not as much as what's being currently used, most likely. So I'm not that concerned about the herbicide use on that. It will be what they will use what they have to use in order to get the vegetation right. Let's see, other detail. In terms of the drainage issue, I think that's going to be traffic and stormwater. I think traffic and stormwater, I think, will be handled after a decision is made on the CUP. If it goes forward, Chad Voigt has already said has some questions. That'll be worked out. I have faith in the staff of doing that. In terms of the reduction in stormwater, there will be more infiltration at this site with native vegetation established on this site. Some portion of this site will be row crops, some portion of this site will be impervious, but overall, I don't think there's going to be an increase, given the native vegetation established, an increase in stormwater flooding, because the native vegetation will create basically more absorption in the soil. So let's see. The only thing I can't, it's sort of unsatisfactory to me is the deer issue in terms of what to do about the deer pressure. I don't have that's something I can't get to that. I don't know if there's something that maybe in working with neighbors and the company here that maybe something could be done to mitigate that, because that is a real thing that happens. With that, all that acreage taken away from deer population will have pressure on the surrounding crops and vegetation. So I'd like to see maybe that can be worked out. Let's see, as far as agrivoltaics goes, yeah, we're not exactly sure where that's going to go. There was a robust and enthusiastically presented idea, and that is exciting. I think there's some potentially really large rewards there for going forward with this project. And in speaking to the fact that we're not sure about what's going to happen with agrivoltaics, how successful it would be, we're not sure about some of these other issues. There's some unanswered questions. That might be true. So I might not be sure about agrivoltaics, but what I am sure about is the fact that we are up against a crisis now, a climate crisis. And what's going to impact wildlife and agriculture more than this individual facility is going to be climate change. And we do need to do something about that. And we go through this exercise and we get into the weeds and we try as best as we can to add conditions so that the local population that bears that burden, that is mitigated as much as possible. But overall, I am truly worried about what the impact is going to be and the cost. We talk about corn and soybean production being taken out and how many billions of dollars that adds to Kansas economy. Well, we're going to be spending a lot of money on climate problems, droughts and floods and storms and fire. So, I mean, I think that's a huge concern. So all in all, I'm going to be in support of this project, given those concerns.
Thank you, Sharon. Mike?
I will try and keep this short because it's 2:12 a.m. in the morning. I disagree with that it's compatible with the character of the neighborhood, and the deer issue fits right into that, and also fits into the impacts of the natural environment. The deer not being able to function anywhere close to the way they do now financially will affect the producers that are still in place. Financially could impact the people that are driving down the road as the deer are now funneled into two different locations. It is a loss of a tremendous amount of Ag 1, the best land that we've got in the county, the best land anywhere close. And no matter what the remediations or abandonment plans are, once this goes in, it's not going back to row crops the way it is now. It just won't. We don't know about the drainage impacts. We don't know about the road plans yet. So to me, it ticks at least 3 of the boxes that we talk about on conditional use permit. So no, I can't support it. And again, it's, as I can't remember who said it, but it's location, location, location. Where it's at, I can't support it.
Right. Thanks, Mike. Charlie?
I could certainly echo what people have said here. This is the largest project that has hit Douglas County by a long shot. I am concerned. I have voiced this in our meeting that we had Friday week ago. We have now been given 5 days, and hundreds, thousands of pages of paper to look at, digest, to stop and think about, to consider. When I hear that there are some number of pages that came out today, and I'm just going to say, oh, it's probably stuff I've already seen, or, oh, it doesn't matter. I think that is a disservice to this county, that we have an obligation, whether I agree with what would have been in those other pages or not, we have an obligation to see it, to look at it, to digest it. And I don't believe that 5 days for any of us is enough time to make a decision, to pass, to realistic, for me to make a decision. I'm not saying the county commissioners. For me to make a decision to pass on to the county commissioners to say, oh, I've had 5 days to do this, but I didn't get to see everything. Maybe there's stuff in there and you guys can look at it. I think that is a disservice to this county. I believe that solar is absolutely the direction this country is going to go. Period, the end. I think that is a given. But the questions that I still have, and I said it early on, maybe because I'm just not bright enough to understand everything that was in there. How can I make that decision with a clear conscience, with a knowing that I have done my best to represent what is best for all the citizens of Douglas County, not just the ones that showed up here tonight, not just the ones that sent us emails. So I am very unhappy with being given 5 days to make a decision. I do not think, I'll speak for myself, but I don't think any of us are going to be able to say, and you Chelsea, took your papers and set them out. I just put mine in a box and say, oh yeah, I understand what's in there and I can feel really comfortable. Can I feel comfortable about many of the things? I said it early on, I can't imagine the research that has gone in for a minimum of 2 years when I looked at some of the things, and there were reports in here, I believe back to 2012 or 2013 in here. I've never seen anything like that. But damn, there's 2 years of work I am to digest in 5 hours. I don't have a solution to the problem that I am bringing up, but I think it is a problem all of us have got to face. Unless, and I don't know that any of us went into that saying, oh, I'm solar, good, I'm going to vote for it. I'm going to do this, doesn't matter what. That is not what we're tasked with. That is not what we are tasked with. We are tasked with looking at what's here, making decisions based upon what's here, and I do not feel good about doing that tonight.
Thanks, Charlie.
I guess I'll go ahead. I'm obviously not going to get my break to pull my thoughts together, but I will
use a break.
I'm not saying no.
No, I mean I don't. If you want to take a quick,
I am going to go take a break because I really do need to take a break.
Okay.
I'm not saying if you want a minute to pull it together.
I need more than a minute to pull it together, but.
And is there any reason that we have to vote tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that reason is?
It's 2:20 in the morning, and if we don't do it tonight, send some recommendation on to the county commission, we'll be waiting until April. And maybe
Start
that's
again.
fine.
And
And start all over again.
the process would
And
start
maybe
all over.
then at 2:30, we'll be prepared.
Is it more pages?
I don't know. I don't know.
So what were you saying?
But I echo, though, Charlie's concerns. Like, I think that we likely need to take a vote on this evening. But that is one of several reasons why I don't think I can vote in favor of that. And that is because I remember when, yes, I watch Planning Commission videos. I remember when the solar regs were passed, I think it was Commissioner Carpenter who said, this is the easy work. The hard work will be when the application comes, right? And so that's now. And that's what this is about. And I feel like this process was quick, and I know it seems like it wasn't, but I had conversations with staff that they said we just didn't have enough time to look at this, and I think there's just more to be done on that. I think the public has more to say. I think we have more. I mean, I did spend the last 3 days going through this, but I don't know this. There are people that need to look at this that have different expertise than I have. And so I do feel like that is a part of the reason that I am very concerned about this application. And I think when I think about it, I respect everyone saying, code, it meets the code, but that's not actually what we're tasked with, right? We went over this at the Planning Commission orientation this past week. This is a quasi-judicial function, right? So what we do is we look at the factors laid out in Golden and the factors in the statute, and Mary's report tracks them pretty well, and one of those things is whether or not it meets our regulations. But meeting the regulations is just one of about 10 different factors. And so I think there's more, for me, there's more than just the fact that it meets the technical requirements. In fact, it's my understanding that if staff does not pass anything on that doesn't at least meet the technical requirements. So it wouldn't be before us if it hadn't met that portion of it. So I think the work that we have to do goes much further and beyond that, and the things that we have to consider. Do you feel
like we've done that tonight?
I don't feel like this. I'm with Charlie. I don't feel like this process has. In full is really ready to say that the largest CUP with the largest amount of land it is in a position where we know all of the things that we should know, and the public has had an opportunity to enter into the discussions and talk about this at a level where I'm comfortable saying I feel like this project is good and ready to go. And I heard from staff them saying the same things. We'll work this out. Well, we'll talk about this. And I'm concerned about the enforcement and the teeth on the other end of that, right? And so when you put all of that together, I have serious concerns, but I come back with the legalness in me. I come back with the burden of proof is on the applicants, and when I look through these things, I have a lot of unanswered questions that I really think have serious consequences that relates to the plans that have the 2040, the northeast sector plan, all of the plans that involve the public voice. That they very clearly spoke about what's important in the value systems of our community. I heard concerns about water pollution. I think some of those were kind of maybe dissipated a little bit with pulling them out. I still would like to see a groundwater study done, though, before we actually move forward with this to make sure. I mean, testing's fantastic, and I'm not trying to say, thumb my nose at testing, but testing's after the fact. And I'd rather have something that's proactive to protect the neighbors and to protect the water and the soil. So I'm concerned about that. And when I think about all of the reasons in the staff report, I heard a lot about the justification for why this was meets the staff conditions that they walk through. And I just have serious concerns about those because I heard over and over that it's going to remain in ag land, and that's the way it kind of gets to maybe meeting Plan 2040 and the other plans. But that's not actually a requirement. And so while I do hope that I can't talk this late at night and I need something, water. But while I hope that we're able to come up with a way where they can symbiotically work together, we're not there at the moment. And so this is all, to say that this will remain in ag land and not be able to have a plan or a commitment to that is really, really bothersome to me. So I think that is an issue I have. And, the justification of economic development, not our area, but there's actually nothing that talks about, there's been no assessment about the taxes. And currently there was stuff in the report that this land is generating already $1.8 million annually of economic revenue. And so, to not be able to say, oh no, now it's going to do more or it's going to bring this in, I think is really difficult for me, if that's a reason for why this should go forward in light of all the concerns that I have. And I was also really interested in the two things that we didn't get to, and I won't ask questions because I think the answers are in the plans. Don't get worried. But some of the justifications for why this would be good or meet the requirements are the land banking, and also that there would be no change in the character to the neighborhood. But when I look at the plans and when I go through it, I don't believe that. There's, in the design and the drawings, there are plans for expansion. There are junction boxes and secularizers that actually allow for the additional capacity and expansion of all of this outward. And there's a battery station that I went to a public meeting before this was a pending application. And they talked about there being a battery station there. There are plans for a battery station to be there. And part of the planning orientation packet says we're supposed to think about the decisions that we make and the effect that they'll have in the future. And I think by making this decision here, we're not land banking this, because we're actually allowing for changing this particular land to always be a utility, industrial utility for the expansion, for the battery, and that will change the character of the neighbor in perpetuity, which just then means every time when they come before the Planning Commission to talk about it, they'll say, oh, well, there's already one of these there, and so therefore this conforms with the character of the neighborhood. So what we're doing tonight has much more ramifications for the decisions down the line, and I don't think those have all been thought through carefully. And so between the change in the character of the neighborhood, pretty much being almost inconsistent with the comp plan, in my personal opinion, and the values set forth in that and in the Northeast Sector Plan. And just all the unanswered questions. At this point, when I walk through the golden factors, I think I have to vote to not recommend this application. Sorry if that was rambling. I didn't have a chance to put it all together.
The comprehensive nature of the comprehensive plan is so interesting to me, because different groups can read exactly, precisely, without any confusion about what they believe it means, and a completely different perspective, looking at the same chapter and the same comprehensive plan, can draw a different conclusion from it.
Absolutely, and that's why for me this is location, 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 because you can have actually both. You can have the renewable energy and you can have the protecting the rural character and protecting agriculture if you do these projects in the right location. And this particular project is not in a location where those values that are actually not competing. Those values are the values of the community, and they can work symbiotically if we allow that, and if we have good planning to allow that. And we're in a position to allow that, but this particular project is not that.
Appreciate your comments. Very much so. So we've taken a bit of a consensus. There's assuming the votes stay consistent with the feedback that was here, it's 4-4, which is a loss. I'm interested, though, in thinking about how to motion this. I want to make sure that we capture all of the condition items so that as it goes forward to County Commission, if they just they'll have that information, they'll have that work in the body of what has been sent to them. Is that an appropriate way to go to motion approval with the conditions and then have it deny? Or tie, I should say. A tie is just simple loss. We don't have to back out of motions and redo everything, do we?
No, in the case of a conditional use permit, the zoning code simply states that the planning commission, if the, let me try it with words this time, sorry. Started in and then lost my train. If the planning commission fails to make a recommendation on a conditional use permit, the planning commission shall be deemed to have made a recommendation of denial.
All right.
Could we have a recommendation on the conditions, and then could our motion be one to defer?
I wouldn't support deferral.
Okay, I was just thinking.
The motion would be on the application at hand. You wouldn't be able to parse out the components of the motion.
But our discussion here this evening could inform anything going forward and any additional conditions that we're going to be raised. Isn't that part of why we had this discussion? So then if the next body wanted to, because we're just recommending, so they're still going to consider
And
this.
I just want to capture all the conditions, make sure. So what we'll do, if it's okay with everyone, I'd love to accept a motion. My preference would be that someone in favor of that, make that motion to approve with the conditions that we capture that, then the vote will be the vote, and it'll move forward from there. Anybody opposed to
It's
that?
hard to hear when,
I'm sorry. What I'm suggesting, for the purpose of capturing all of the motions and changes, is that we have a motion to approve the CUP, state all of the conditions and changes that we've noted throughout the evening, so that that's all captured. The vote will occur, and if the vote is consistent with what it was in our consensus, it's 4-4, which means we will have failed to send a positive recommendation onto the county commission. So the net result's the same, but we've captured all of the work that we've done tonight.
I think we ought to do that. David listed 7 things, you listed 1, Chelsea came up with 1.
So
I think they ought to be listed, say as conditions, then we vote however we vote.
Sure. It's going to take a village to get this done. I think, Mary, you had a couple as well. So I would entertain a motion to something.
I feel like David knows how to do this. You do the complicated motions really well, I feel like.
Okay.
So
Give me a second.
I pick you.
I need to find the recommendation.
I have this.
Oh, you do?
I don't have the, I don't have the, like,
Okay.
the typical one, but here's the.
Yeah, so-
He's got the better. Yeah.
It's here.
Okay. I move that we approve a conditional use permit CUP 23-00312 for a commercial utility scale solar energy conversion system and forwarding a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation of approval based on the findings noted in the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in the report, as well as the additional conditions enumerated by the Planning Commission.
And those are?
And those are. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Sorry. Gosh darn it. There we go. Find my. Okay. That decommissioning involve extracting the galvanized steel piles completely. That groundwater testing be conducted prior to construction and, is it fair to say post-construction or in process?
In process.
In process. Did we want to list anything with respect to agrivoltaics? I don't think there was anything there.
No.
And was there anything we wanted to add with respect to herbicide or pesticide use? No? Okay. And what about the stormwater management plan review, that it's part of the administrative review, right?
Correct.
Okay. That hours of operation, including construction activity.
Construction activity and traffic to limit it to hours
7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
We added the hours and the traffic.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, two things.
And then as far as the decommissioning and the reclamation bond, not, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the additional wording mentioned by Mary. Oh, you had, okay. The additional wording from Mary.
There's one more here before we
Okay.
go to Mary. Recommendation that Grant Township receive relief protection from increased costs associated with additional tax expense to cover fire and other services. All right. And Mary, you had some changes.
Yes, I did. There was one about the sound level. We were going to change that, make sure we put in the language 500 feet at residences. We decided not to include the new one for substations, I don't believe.
Okay.
And then the condition about glare, to change the language from may to shall. And then rewriting condition Y, just to specify all the conditions of the bond that was in the regulations, just carry those all over. Was that the decision on that?
I think what we decided was just to delete that as a condition and just rely on the code.
Delete YII.
Yes.
From the CUP.
Conditions, yeah, from the CUP.
At this point, I'm not
That's
sure
fine.
that matters, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
That's
given
cool.
the CUP,
Okay.
that a recommendation, yeah, it's a good point, though. So, anything else, Mary?
I think that was it.
All right. Matt, you had something that wasn't ringing true to you?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if anyone from legal is still on, but I don't think it's been discussed. You, the commission, have the authority to continue this meeting. Commissioner Thomas, if you need more time, sir, then you should have it. And if that is what you need, then we'd rather you do that than be forced to deny something because you haven't had time to make a decision. I just want that stated before you move in second and act on a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to, we're in the middle of a motion. We've just captured all of our conditions. Let me grab a second on that, and we'll cover that in a second by Sharon. So in discussion, the point was just brought that there is an opportunity to, I'm not sure what the right word is. Jeff, you want to talk about what options there might be?
So there is the option for deferral. Planning Commission can recommend a deferral of an item if they so choose, and the bylaws say that you may table an item, or table or defer an item, including after the public hearing is closed, when it's determined by the commission that such action would be advantageous to the commission for responding to issues raised and for gathering adequate information to make a well-informed decision. So you do have the ability under your bylaws to defer an item.
Deferral means we start over again at some later date. To table means that we hold things where they are and pick back up. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'd be different. It's the difference between a continuance on that item. But yeah, if you want to defer the item for more information, we would bring it back at a future date.
So I can see some advantage in further draining some of these topics, greater clarity that would feed the recommendation. Charlie or Chelsea, do either one of you believe that tabling this to some months in the future would give you clarity that would change your position?
No, I think that my position is not just that we didn't have enough time. So my issue was the due diligence of the whole full process, not just, and if we were making the final decision, then I would probably feel differently
You
than
don't have
that.
an interest in tabling?
But I don't have an interest in tabling because my concern goes broader than just the commission.
Commissioner Thomas, do you have an interest in tabling tonight?
Maybe it's 2:30 in the morning and I'm not thinking clearly. This is still going to go on to the county commissioners.
It's up to the applicant, but presumably.
Oh, well, oh. Oh, goodness.
If just in case you're wondering, if you make a recommendation, it advances beyond that. Now, if the applicant chooses to hold it or withdraw it, that's up to them on that point. But at that, once you make a motion on it, it leaves the purview of the Planning Commission unless it's remanded back to you by the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
If it were to go on, there be public comment at that spot.
It could
at
be
that
that the
point.
county commission gets it and just sends it right back to us.
I'm in favor of just voting.
Joy.
Yes, correct. If it goes to the Board of County Commissioners, it is a public hearing. There would be public comment in the process, and communication, written communication could be also taken, and we would include that as part of the packet.
Were I the king of the world, I would never have us put in this position again.
Okay.
Don't disagree, just in terms of tasking out of this particular question, do you have an interest in asking this group to consider tabling? It would be the will of the commission to do that. I'm not sure that the votes are there for it, but I don't want to ignore the opportunity or the ask of you.
Under the rules of parliamentary procedure, since we are in the middle of a motion, do we have to finish that motion before we?
We have a first and a second, and we're in discussion now. So I'm just trying to get to that before we decide what to do next.
Ultimately, we can have a discussion, but ultimately, we do have to vote on the pending motion.
Yes, we do.
So
Or
I call the question.
Or withdraw them. Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah, okay.
We don't follow parliamentary procedure. We're governed by our bylaws, but it's a great point.
Okay.
All right, so Commissioner Thomas, do you want to entertain that? Do you want the group to entertain that? What I would do is just take a consensus.
I was going to say, I personally have never been more torn on anything we have done than this project. I would hope there is something in here or in what I have not seen that would tip my scale to say, let's do this project. I do not know that there is. That is my question. I don't know what I don't know. So, do I need more time? Yes. Do I think that will necessarily change anybody else? I don't know. I don't know.
I'm just going to do a quick census. Is there an appetite to
table?
To undo our motions and table? Is there an appetite to?
Is that what the applicant wants? You are comfortable with a tabling? I mean,
We want to give this.
Is it okay for me to ask that
opportunity
question?
I mean, I think that it probably, is that appropriate?
Is that appropriate? I don't know.
I mean, there's a pending motion on the table, and the discussion is with the group. So I don't mind having continued discussion about whether or not everyone wants to withdraw everything, and Charlie wants to table it. We also have a pending motion. We could just, I'm just going to call the question. I call the question on the pending motion, and let's vote on it, and then we can go from there. I mean, we don't follow Roberts, but
But then we can't,
If we vote on it, it's out of our.
we can't withdraw the motion.
So is there any more discussion?
So they've indicated, so I'm just checking with us.
I'm comfortable with what Charlie wants.
You're comfortable with tabling?
Tabling.
Jane, do you have an opinion?
I think we should vote on the pending motion.
Okay. Chelsea?
I think we should vote on the pending motion because my concerns can't be resolved just by this.
I concur. Do you have an interest in tabling?
I've made the motion.
Sharon?
Well, my only concern is I'm okay with how I feel about voting. I just, because I think not, the concerns notwithstanding, which I went back and forth all night long as people talked. But came down to my decision based on the work that was done, the work that was offered, like overriding concerns about climate change. If for some reason tabling this gives this project an opportunity, because I really do think this is an opportunity for our area when it comes down to it. I know there's some risks out there with agrivoltaics. I understand that, but I think it's an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity to do some really creative things. And I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that happen. So, and if tabling it gives it that opportunity, then I'm okay with that.
Mike?
I would be okay with tabling it, as I would agree with Charlie in saying that I guarantee you I haven't read all 2,483,000, whatever pages there are.
But are we going to come back with no more information? Are we going to come back with no more concrete data? Well, Carl is here.
So we've closed public comment, so there won't be anything additional allowed in that way. With the, what I would probably recommend if we decided to go this way would be to form our questions, and when this item came back up in front of us in 2 or 3 or 4 months, that we are prepared, have fully drained all of our materials and are ready to ask whatever questions are needed to get to a decision.
Jeff has something.
Point of order on that one, Mr. Chair, is if you defer the item, you would go back through public comment because you would have new information that would
What
be
I'm talking about is
interjected.
tabling in the same way we did with wind regs.
That's a little different because that is a legislative process with the text amendment being quasi-judicial. This would go back through. You would be going back to the item because there would be new information and comment that may need to be provided as part of that. So in that instance, there would be public comment. We would do the written comment. We would do the comment at the podium.
There's no version of this where we can just say, we're going to pick it up later.
Not with that, because when you defer, you basically have to give staff that guidance about what are you looking for and what that is. Staff would recompile, and that would subject it to the comments. And so the public may see something in new material or something that comes in that they would want to provide comment on, and that would be the avenue to do it.
So those who said they were interested in tabling, did they have a different understanding when
Yeah.
you said that?
Yeah.
That changed your opinion?
Yeah.
All right. We don't have the votes to support deferral then, just based on the census. So without objection, unless there's any other conversation, any other discussion, without objection, I'm going to call a vote. You ready?
Ready.
Those in favor of the motion to approve with the conditions, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are 4. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 4 to 4. Thank you. And I don't think anyone can accuse us of being light on detail. With that, thank you all so much for sticking with us tonight, for being here. Appreciate you. Anything else in extra business?
There's no miscellaneous items for this evening.
Consider a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second.
Second. Those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we're out. Thank you.
Harry, how can we address the issue of time?